Chapter 290. In the private room, the people outside couldn't see inside, but they could clearly see the outside. If they didn't want to, they could watch it on the big screen in the private room. And the effect of watching it on the big screen was also very good. Lin Xian and the others were lying comfortably on the sofa, watching the situation on the big screens. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this auction. There are a total of 20 items in this auction. I believe that all of you have come prepared. However, due to some special circumstances, we will be adding an additional item to the auction. This item has been appraised and we will place it as the finale of the auction. The young lady's words caused everyone to exclaim. There was even an extra item for the finale. Lin Xian didn't have much interest in this auction anyway. If he wanted martial skills, he had them. If he wanted spirit weapons, he had them. In an auction like this, how many items on the market could he be interested in? There was no such thing as a normal person. It wasn't that Lin Xian was arrogant, but that the items that they sincerely admired and thought were good, in Lin Xian's eyes, couldn't compare to the scumbag system's reward, or to Lin Xian's scam from Linglong Shui. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's start with the first item. Then, a young lady came up with an unknown item covered with a red cloth and placed it in front of the beauty. She then pulled the red cloth away. This is a Mystic 5-star sword. Mystic 5-star swords aren't that rare on the market, but this sword contains the power of lightning. Every time it swung, there'll be a trace of lightning energy, causing some extra strength. Its true strength is around Mystic 6-star. I believe there are many warriors who lack a sword like this. Starting price, 3 million. Each increment must be no less than 300,000. Begin. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. Mystic 5-star, starting price of 3 million. Normally, this kind of hot item would be sold for at least twice the starting price. So, this sword would normally be sold for more than 6 million. It was so fucking profitable. Any random item on Lin Xian's body, such as a blood spirit pill, would be worth at least 10 million. But he didn't want to sell it. This kind of item was related to his life. If he had one more pill, he would have a higher chance of survival. Why would he sell it? He wouldn't sell it even if he died. He didn't even have enough, so why would he sell it? In the end, this Mystic 5-star weapon was sold for 7,300,000. The second item, how much did you give us last time? Linglong Shui asked. Lin Xian coughed dryly and said, we gave you tens of millions. How much is the Heaven's Wrath Needle? It's probably around 10 million. Heavens. Lin Xian, no, it's mainly because the 2 bracelets that the 2 of you bought added up to tens of millions. Is that? Bing Linglong Shui S's, they didn't know how expensive they didn't know how expensive it to them. Lin Xian nodded and let out a long sigh. It was not good to lie. One after another, one to cover up the other. Lin Xian had only given 400,000. But they didn't know how much Lin Xian had given. They only heard Lin Xian say that he had given a lot. 400,000 was really a lot. Who knew it would be all spent in one day? One item after another was sold. The 20 items would probably be sold for more than 100 million. Now, let's begin the auction for the 20th item. Then, she took out a plate. On it was an ancient-looking parchment scroll. 3 days ago, 3 Thunderous Retribution Realm experts went to Evil Wind City, which is 800 kilometers away, for training, and they accidentally obtained it. It's a parchment scroll that has a history of at least 500 years. This sentence made everyone exclaim. Evil Wind City, they went to Evil Wind City. Thunder Retribution Realm cultivators dare to go there. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. To be precise, Evil Wind City was once a human city. After it was attacked by demonic beasts, the demonic beasts rebuilt it, and it became their city. There were many demonic beasts that had transformed into human forms. It was equivalent to a demonic beast city. Those who dared to go there were really bold, reckless. Linglong Shui grumbled, "Hey, you demonic beasts are allowed to wander around our human territory, but we're going to your demonic beast city to wander around? That's called reckless." Lin Xian said unhappily. If Thunder Retribution Realm cultivators dare to go near Evil Wind City, they'll be lucky to come back alive. Linglong Shui said. However, since you were able to remain undiscovered in the human world, would I be able to remain undiscovered if I were to go to Monster Wind City? Lin Xian asked in astonishment. Since there were so many transformed demonic beasts, who would know if he was a human or a transformed demonic beast? Yes, but the premise is that you don't release any power. Otherwise, you'll be instantly recognized as not a demonic beast. Didn't you release your power in our human world before? Why can't I feel any demonic chi from your power? Lin Xian asked curiously. Because of my realm. When you reach my realm, you can hide your aura. Linglong Shui released a slight aura again. Lin Xian frowned. As expected, this is the Void Fox's aura. An aura that doesn't belong to humans. If I don't hide my aura and release my power in your human world, I'll be discovered long ago, but you won't. You can't do it. That's true, but if I don't release my aura, I can also survive there. No, it won't, because of the smell on your body. Oh. Demonic beast sense of smell is generally hundreds of times more advanced than humans. They can smell the human smell on your body. Lin Xian, damn it. Weren't demonic beasts much stronger than humans in terms of starting point? No wonder demonic beasts would pounce on a human when they went out and attacked them without considering whether they were demonic beasts or humans, because they could smell the human's aura. Then, what do you smell on my body? What does the smell of humans smell like to you demonic beasts? Linglong Shui frowned slightly and said coldly, boring. Smell it. Stinky. Lin Xian, nonsense. I just took a shower yesterday. 'Tis really stinky. Lin Xian, I really want to smack her butt. Then, Lin Xian's attention was focused on the girl again. According to our research, this is a sheepskin map, and there's a seal on it. We need to find the other half of the map to complete it. In other words, this sheepskin map must have not been found by others yet. It has unlimited possibilities, so we're putting this map as the 20th item that's close to the finale of the auction. Chapter 291. A treasure map that had yet to be found. This had piqued Lin Xian's curiosity. This kind of unknown thing was the best. It was like chasing a goddess. Once you got her, the process of falling in love with her was the best. After marriage, it was not as good. It was the same principle. Because it was from a long time ago, and in that era, everyone clearly knew that it wasn't an era where everyone practiced martial arts. Only a very small portion of people could practice martial arts. There were definitely many treasures in that era, and they were all very precious. Perhaps this parchment scroll hid an extremely great treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been hidden like this, and even split the map into two. Therefore, we are sure that this parchment scroll hides a great secret. That is why it is being auctioned. At this time, someone asked, if it is divided into two, without the other half, it is just a piece of paper. What's the use of auctioning it? Do we expect to find the other half in the vast planet Aqua Blue? Isn't that a joke? Yes, yes. Everyone agreed. The beauty smiled and said, first, the treasure map corresponds to opportunities. Those who are fated will get it. Second, if you don't like it, you don't have to bid. That's all I have to say. The starting price of this parchment scroll is 1 million, and each bid must be at least 100,000. As her voice fell, the whole place was silent. No one made a bid. Yes, spending 1 million to buy a useless parchment scroll. Who knew where the other half was? Maybe it was not born yet. Maybe it was buried somewhere in the demonic beast territory. They would never get it in their lifetime. Wasn't this just buying a piece of paper? To expect to meet the other half? What was the difference between this and buying a lottery ticket? 1,100,000. At this time, a voice that Lin Xian felt was slightly familiar came from a private room. It's him. Bing Lingyue heard the voice and recognized it immediately. Wasn't this the voice of Qin Qing who wanted to flirt with them in the morning? Powerful people like them were very good at details. They heard the same voice in the morning, and now they heard it again. It was easy for them to recognize it. It's him. Then, the voice sounded again. It's fine to spend more than 1 million to buy a gamble. Lin Xian pressed a button and said calmly, 1,200,000. Oh. The others felt that it was too exaggerated. How could anyone snatch such an illusory item? Chen Cheng's voice sounded again, brother, are you trying to snatch this little thing? Lin Xian smiled and said, I have the same idea as you. If I'm lucky enough to find the other half, wouldn't I make a killing? Ha ha ha. This young master's luck has always been pretty good, so I feel that this kind of thing should be left to this young master. 1,500,000. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. 2 million. This made everyone feel astonished. Could it be that they all knew where the other half was? Lin Xian obviously didn't know, but he felt that there was no harm in obtaining this mysterious item. What if they really met? He felt that his life was pretty good. Does it make sense? Linglong Shui didn't know what Lin Xian was thinking. I bought it to wipe my ass. Lin Xian said. Vulgar. Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue looked away in disgust. Seeing that Lin Xian was also increasing the price, Chen Qing felt that it was interesting. Could it be that he really had the other half? Then let me test your confidence. Chen Qing sneered and said directly, 3 million. Hiss, everyone sucked in a cold breath. How could he increase the price by 1 million? 4 million. Lin Xian also increased the price without hesitation. Interesting, Chen Qing felt that the other half must be in his hands, or else why would he increase the price so easily? Normally, Chen Qing wouldn't increase the price by 1 million and would stop immediately. The reason why he increased the price by 1 million was because he wanted to trick the other party and see his reaction. However, Lin Xian's reaction made him feel that the other half was in his hands. When Lin Xian saw Chen Qing increase the price by 1 million, he had two thoughts in his mind. Either the other half was in his hands, or Chen Qing was trying to trick him. Either way, Lin Xian felt that he could play as he pleased. 5 million. Lin Xian increased the price again. 6, young master. A housekeeper beside Chen Qing stopped him and said, young master, 6 million to buy this kind of thing is really not worth it. What do you know? The other half is in his hands, and this half must not fall into his hands. 7 million. Hiss, everyone sucked in a cold breath again. What kind of demon was this? Even when they were competing for an Earth-tier martial skill, they didn't increase the price like this. In the eyes of this bystander, it was as if the two people who were competing for the other half were in their hands. Clap, 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 applause came from Lin Xian's private room. Amazing. 7 million for a gamble, admirable. Oh. You're not competing. Chen Qing raised his eyebrows. I'm not competing. I've never participated in an auction before. I just want to experience the thrill of crazily increasing the price. Thank you. It's really satisfying. Young Master Chen is really generous. Chen Cheng's pupils constricted, and then he revealed anger. He recognized him. Someone recognized him and deliberately bid against him, causing him to spend nearly 6 million yuan on the parchment scroll that he could have bought for more than 1 million yuan. Fuck. Chen Cheng angrily kicked the solid wood table in front of him. So angry, but he couldn't let others feel his exasperation. 7 million, not bad, it's just a small amount. It doesn't matter. But, who are you? You actually recognize me. Oh, I just brought people out from your hotel. Lin Xian laughed. Chen Cheng, fuck your mother. It's him. But I can't compare. Young Master Chen is really generous, admirable. Chen Cheng's face darkened. Take care of my shop's business in the future. Ha ha ha. Of course. Lin Xian's heart was filled with joy. Lin Xian didn't want this parchment scroll for more than 1 million, and he didn't want it. After that, it was purely because he wanted to scam this bastard. So bad. Bing Lingyue muttered. Hey, I'm avenging you. It's fine if you don't thank me, but you're scolding me. My good intentions have been taken for granted. Lin Xian shook his head secretly. Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue were stunned. Did he really scam this person to avenge them? Although there was no revenge to be had, they were really unhappy at that time. Really? Forget it if you don't believe me. Lin Xian looked disappointed. I'm sorry. Linglong Shui said apologetically. Ding. Linglong Shui's favorability towards you +1. Hee, then how are you going to thank me? Let me hear you call me big brother. Achoo. Many people around them sneezed subconsciously, and some of the elite's faces changed drastically. What kind of aura was this? There was actually a heaven-defying expert hidden in their auction house. Chapter 292. Lin Xian was speechless. Sure enough, he couldn't tease a powerful lady. If he really wanted to unleash his aura on Lin Xian, he would have been crushed into ashes by the sheer pressure alone. The people from the Bounty Hunter Guild didn't dare to move when they felt the aura. They silently searched for the hidden master. However, they didn't dare to make too much noise. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to find her. If you dare to say that again, I'll kill you. Linglong Shui said coldly. To be honest, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Xian said with a shrug. He didn't have anything on her. Wasn't he afraid of her? Or did he still have something on her? Then, Lin Xian took out the bottle of obedient spray. Seeing the obedient spray, Linglong Shui subconsciously took a step back. It was an instinctive reaction. She knew very well how much she had suffered because of this. It was natural for her to be instinctively afraid. This is perfume. Bing Lingyue came over curiously and took the obedient spray from Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian, Linglong Shui, sizzle, then, she sprayed herself twice without hesitation. Lin Xian, fuck. She used it. Wait, before Linglong Shui could react, she saw her use it. Oh no. Then, Bing Lingyue's eyes became distant and her expression became dull. To be precise, she looked like an obedient robot. Sit down. Lin Xian quickly said to Bing Lingyue. He had to let Linglong Shui see the power of the obedient spray. Otherwise, if Linglong Shui took the initiative, he would lose his advantage. Then, Bing Lingyue really sat down obediently. Linglong Shui, who was at the side, was shocked. What was this? It could directly control a heavenly venerable. It was too scary. Come over and help me massage my shoulders. Lin Xian sat on the sofa and said faintly. He had to be calm. Bing Lingyue really came over to massage his shoulders. Linglong Shui, it was too terrifying. What kind of spirit artifact is this? He actually made an Empyrean realm cultivator work for him. At that time, he was indeed the same. Good girl. You may leave. Lin Xian waved his hand and Bing Lingyue sat beside him. Then, she regained her consciousness. There was a lot of obedient spray, but after using it once, no matter how much was left, it would lose its effect. Whoosh! Linglong Shui didn't know about this. She stretched out her hand and the obedient spray appeared in her palm. What happened just now? Bing Lingyue shook her little head and looked confused. Nothing, you're just tired. Linglong Shui said softly. Although Bing Lingyue was confused, she didn't ask too much. Lin Xian smiled at Linglong Shui and said, it's useless even if you snatch it away. Because each bottle can only be used once. I don't believe you. After saying that, she sprayed twice at Lin Xian. Kneel. Lin Xian, I'll kneel your mother. Damn it. Make him kneel. Damn it. Lin Xian would remember this. Linglong Shui, crack. She used her strength and the obedient spray shattered. The water inside flowed down through the gaps between her fingers. What the hell is this? Linglong Shui stared at Lin Xian and asked. It's something you're afraid of. Lin Xian grinned. Today's move definitely made Linglong Shui afraid. Bing Lingyue also fell for it. Lin Xian could do whatever he wanted. She wasn't afraid. She was scared to death. She had never seen such a heaven-defying item. I want it. No way. Lin Xian said with a smile. You wanted my ass. Linglong Shui gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. To be honest, she had seen too many rare treasures, but she had never seen such a freakish item. Virtuous realm and heavenly venerable realm cultivators would lose all self-awareness and be controlled by others. It was too scary. What do you want in order to give it to me? Linglong Shui asked again. That depends on whether I'm interested or not. Bing Lingyue blinked and felt very unhappy. Why did the conversation between the two of them make her inexplicably think the wrong way? If I give it to you, what if you harm me? I can kill you easily now. What are you afraid of? Linglong Shui said. That was true. Then we'll have to see what you can take out to exchange with me, something of equivalent value that you think is worthy of this item. What's the limit of this item? Linglong Shui asked. No matter how strong you are, you will still be affected by it. It's just a matter of how long it lasts. Lin Xian said. Linglong Shui really believed him. Then why was it your idea last time? Linglong Shui said, blushing. Bing Lingyue was confused. Why couldn't she understand their conversation? I swear, I didn't know last time. Didn't you notice that the color of the spray was different? It was pink last time. This time, it's colorless. I didn't mean anything before. I really didn't know. Enough. Linglong Shui shouted. Do you still want it? I want it. She hesitated and asked, is a space attribute heaven rank martial skill enough? Lin Xian, so in Linglong Shui's heart, the obedient spray was so valuable. Those things that were awesome in Lin Xian's eyes were worthless in Linglong Shui's eyes. However, Lin Xian's things were extremely valuable in Linglong Shui's eyes. You must be lying to me. Space attribute martial skills don't exist, right? Space explosion, space compression, and other powers are all released directly. How can there be martial skills? That's what you mortals think. After that, Linglong Shui released a small amount of energy and formed a black hole in front of Lin Xian. That's right, a miniature black hole. Then, everything in the room was sucked into the black hole. The power of space is similar to a black hole. It's a martial skill that I created myself. It's about 1 star of the heaven rank. With your 9 stars of the arcane body realm, even 1 star of the arcane heaven realm will be sucked into it. If it's used properly, even arcane heaven realm 5 stars and above won't be able to break free. Aren't you lying? Black hole. It looks like it, but isn't it similar to a space imprisonment? It sucks people in and imprisons them inside. It's the same as being in an independent space. He can still break free. Are you an idiot? Lin Xian, fuck. I'm being scolded again. Fuck. I've said it before. That's the power of space, but this is a martial skill. A heaven rank martial skill is naturally different. As long as it's sucked in, there's no possibility of breaking free. It's the same as disappearing into thin air and turning into ashes. Do you understand? Gulp. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If that was the case, then it was completely different from the power of space he released. This was completely on top of the perverse foundation of the space attribute. Adding a pair of wings and a pair of flamethrowers behind its butt, it was such a huge upgrade. Chapter 293. The effect that Lin Xian could release was to banish people into the space that he had created. In this space, people would be fine and could even break free. What Linglong Shui meant was that her martial technique was similar to a black hole. As long as someone was sucked in, that person would be gone and vanish into thin air. Then, they would not be able to break free and turn into atoms. That was simply invincible. With Lin Xian's 9 stars arcane body realm cultivation base, a heaven tier martial skill could easily suck in a mystic heaven tier 1 star martial skill. Even a mystic heaven tier 5 star martial skill could easily suck in a heaven tier martial skill. That was too domineering. I want it. Lin Xian said impatiently. Give me the spray first. Linglong Shui said. What if you don't give it to me? Lin Xian asked. I don't want to go back on my words with you, but you, cough. Lin Xian admitted that he often cheated Linglong Shui. He had cheated many good things from her. But she did not know that she was cheated. That was very comfortable. All right. Then, Lin Xian spent 300,000 scumbag points to exchange for a bottle and handed it to Linglong Shui. Remember, this thing has nothing to do with your strength. It only depends on the strength of the other party. How long it will listen to you depends on the other party's strength. Lin Xian reminded her. He did not know what this girl wanted to do. Got it. Also, although this bottle is full, it can only be used on one person. That is to say, it can only be used once. No matter how much is left, it will be useless once used. What if it doesn't spray? Linglong Shui asked. Then it can be used. As long as it doesn't work, it's fine. Linglong Shui nodded slightly. I want it too. Bing Lingyue stretched out her hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, then what can you give me? It seemed like Bing Lingyue had nothing to give Lin Xian. Her things were all in the imperial tombs. The rest of the ice attribute martial skills cannot be imparted to you. Bing Lingyue said helplessly. Previously, he had imbued Lin Xian with a martial technique, but now it was gone. Lin Xian then looked at Linglong Shui. Forget it, forget it. I'll give you a bottle for Xiao Linglong's sake. I don't want your things anymore. Lin Xian spent another 300,000 scumbag points and threw a bottle to Bing Lingyue. Ding. Linglong Shue's favorability towards you +1. This Linglong Shue's favorability is so hard to raise. Many thanks. Bing Lingyue quietly put away the obedient spray. Wait a minute. Was Bing Lingyue going to use it on Linglong Shui? It shouldn't be, right? Give me the martial skill. Lin Xian couldn't wait to tell Linglong Shui. With this martial skill, it was equivalent to having the strongest killing move. It was even more powerful than all of Lin Xian's space manipulation. What should he say now? He had many martial skills, and they were very powerful. He didn't lack them, but no one would complain about having too many martial skills. However, having more martial skills wasn't necessarily a good thing. As he used them, he would realize that his spiritual energy points were all gone. Also, he had to strive for perfection. If he had too many martial skills, he wouldn't be able to master them. But if it was an Earth rank martial skill, there wouldn't be many of them. As long as the effects weren't repeated, there wouldn't be a problem. Linglong Shui rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, she pointed her slender finger at Lin Xian's forehead and a white light shone out. Xiao Linglong, your finger is so soft. Lin Xian grinned. Don't talk too much. Linglong Shui said coldly. What kind of martial skill is this? 1000 Induction Heavenly Prison. Ding. Power received 10%. 20%, ding. 1000 Induction Heavenly Prison has been successfully learned. Linglong Shui let out a sigh of relief. Forcefully instilling the 1000 Induction Heavenly Prison into an arcane body realm martial artist. Other than giving it to him, she also had to protect him. Damn it. She actually had to protect him. However, when she thought of the heaven-defying spray, Linglong Shui's heart relaxed. She might not need it, but she was very curious. Moreover, this was something she had never seen before. What if it could help her in the future? It's best to use this move when you're in the arcane body realm. An arcane body realm martial artist might not be able to withstand it. Linglong Shui reminded Lin Xian. Thank you. Then, Lin Xian impatiently looked at the introduction of the 1000 Induction Heavenly Prison, grade, Heaven rank 1 star. A Heaven rank martial skill created by the Void Fox Linglong Shui. As the ruler of the Void Fox clan, her self-created martial skill could be said to be heaven-defying. Effect, releases a powerful 1000 Induction Heavenly Prison. It has the power of destruction and a strong suction force. Once the target is sucked in, it will cause irreversible destruction. The size, strength, and suction force of the 1000 Induction Heavenly Prison is related to the strength of the release. Spiritual energy cost, a minimum of 3,500. There was no accurate data, but perhaps it was precisely because there was no accurate data that this martial skill was powerful. In short, it was very brainless. In any case, as long as you were sucked in, you would die. The main thing was whether or not it could be sucked in depended on how strong Lin Xian's release was. Earth stage martial skills could cause damage to those a few stars higher, not to mention heaven stage martial skills. Linglong Shui also said that Lin Xian was at arcane body stage 9 stars. If he was at arcane body stage 5 stars, he would die under this 1000 Induction Heavenly Prison if he wasn't careful. It was enough to show how powerful it was. One big realm, 6 stars higher. How exaggerated was that? But now, the awkward thing was that Lin Xian's spiritual energy was a total of 3,500 at arcane body stage 9 stars. That was just right. In other words, even if his spiritual energy was depleted, he could only release 1000 induction heavenly prison. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to release it. Wasn't this too much spiritual energy consumption? It was strong. But Lin Xian might not even be able to use it when he was in danger because his spiritual energy wasn't enough. Damn. However, with such a powerful martial skill, Lin Xian would be able to use it when he faced a battle with a high number of stars like Chu Haohan. Thanks. You've said it twice. Linglong Shui replied emotionlessly as she played with the bottle of obedience spray. That proves that my gratitude to you is even deeper. If you feel that it's not enough, you can give me another bottle. Linglong Shui said. Cough, cough, that won't be necessary. Do you think it's filled with water? You can have as many bottles as you want. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. The two girls put away the obedient spray. Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is the new finale item. After saying that, the beauty removed the red cloth and everyone stood up to see it clearly. What's that? It looks like a pitch-black needle. A needle. That's the finale item. What's so special about it? Could it be that it's used by some big star? Everyone revealed an astonished expression because they couldn't think of it as something awesome. Even if it was a spiritual weapon, how powerful could it be? Everyone, this needle is called the Heaven's Punishment Needle. As the name suggests, those who are hit by this needle will be punished by the heavens. A man shouted, "Big sister, please explain it clearly. I don't read much, so I don't understand." Chapter 294. Hearing the man's words, the Cheongsam girl's mouth twitched slightly. Then, she coughed dryly and said, "If this needle hits a cultivator, even a lower realm cultivator will be instantly killed." Hearing her words, the crowd fell silent for a few seconds. Then, they could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Instantly kill a lower realm cultivator? That's it. This is a spirit artifact, right? Let me see you instantly kill a mystic heaven realm cultivator and even a lower realm cultivator. Do you think lower realm cultivators are cabbages? Does the Bounty Hunter Guild also do such deceptive things? Everyone, please quiet down. At this time, Zhang Changtian walked out. Many people knew that he was the guild leader, so they naturally had to give him face. Everyone, it's true that using a spirit artifact to instantly kill a lower realm cultivator with a needle is unheard of. It's normal that you don't believe it. However, the cultivator who auctioned this needle personally demonstrated it to this old man. Moreover, this concerns the reputation of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Do you really think that the Bounty Hunter Guild would not even be willing to sell such a fake at a high price for our reputation? Hearing Zhang Changtian's words, everyone fell silent. That's right, this was not a small shop. This was the Bounty Hunter Guild. They could not really sell fake goods, right? This concerned the reputation of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Seeing is believing. That auctioneer knows that this is indeed a bit of a fantasy, so he gave this old man an extra one. With that, Zhang Changtian took out another Heaven's Wrath needle. Everyone's attention was immediately placed on his hand. If it was true, then it would refresh their worldview. Of course, apart from them, Zhang Changtian and the others would also refresh their worldview. Then, an old man walked to Zhang Changtian's side. Everyone, seeing is believing. This is an expert of my Bounty Hunter Guild. He's a 3-star domain realm cultivator. We don't dare to let a lower realm cultivator block it, so we can only let a domain realm cultivator block it. In order to let everyone know the truth, Zhang Changtian let the expert beside him release his power. When the power of a domain realm was released, everyone felt like they were about to suffocate. This is the power of a domain realm cultivator? How exaggerated. It must be. I'm a 10-star mystic heaven realm cultivator, and I can feel my heart twisting. A Tribulation Realm cultivator can't do it, but this power. Cough, an old man at the side coughed dryly and said, "This is indeed the power of a Grand Dominion Realm cultivator." Withdrawing his aura, everyone took a deep breath. "Everyone, do you believe that he's at the Domain Realm now?" Everyone agreed. "Then, I will release a Heaven's Wrath Needle and let him block it. You will know how powerful the Heaven's Wrath Needle is." After that, the two of them spread out about 5 meters apart. "Tell them to move further away." Linglong Shui reminded Lin Xian. "Oh. Was 5 meters not enough? The Domain Realm might be fine, but the Lightning Tribulation Realm is not. It can't be. He's a releaser." Lin Xian exclaimed in shock. 5 meters is too close. He won't die, but he will definitely be injured. Normally, when releasing the Heaven's Wrath Needle, one had to maintain a distance of more than 20 meters. If a Mystic Heaven Realm cultivator releases it from 5 meters away, he will either die or be injured. Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian's mouth twitched, and then his voice came from inside. "President, isn't it too dangerous to be able to kill a lower realm cultivator at a distance of 5 meters? Zhang Changtian was slightly stunned. He was not stupid. Of course, he knew what Lin Xian meant. Then, he smiled and said, "You're right. 5 meters is indeed a little dangerous." After saying that, he retreated another 5 meters. "What about 10 meters? Everyone was dumbfounded. Was he asking? No, he definitely wasn't. He was just joking. "President, you're so strong. Of course, you can control it." Then, Zhang Changtian smiled and took out the Heaven's Wrath Needle. What shocked him was that when he took out the Heaven's Wrath Needle, he felt a powerful force. "Brother Wang, be careful." Zhang Changtian reminded the Domain Realm cultivator in front of him, Wang Hai. "Come on." Wang Hai released his defensive qi. Of course, he knew that it was useless, but even so, he still wanted to try. Whoosh! Then, Zhang Changtian's index and middle fingers clamped the Heaven's Wrath Needle and shot it at Wang Hai. The sound of air being pierced was heard. Pop, the small Heaven's Wrath Needle was mixed with a blue power and easily penetrated the Domain Realm cultivator's defensive qi. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Wang Hai was also shocked. The Heaven's Wrath Needle could really ignore his defensive qi. Bang! The small Heaven's Wrath Needle released a light that was 30 centimeters thick and shot straight at Wang Hai. If he was in the lower realm, the Heaven's Wrath Needle would have already entered his body. However, because he was in the Domain Realm, it could not penetrate his body. What shocked everyone was that Wang Hai could not resist the small Heaven's Wrath Needle and was forced to retreat. In the end, his body hit the wall in the distance and stopped. Patter, the Heaven's Wrath Needle fell to the ground. The sound was so clear that everyone could hear it. Because the surroundings were too quiet. When Zhang Changtian released the needle, the two forces collided, and his figure staggered back dozens of steps before stopping. He was the one who released the needle, but he was also injured. If it was only 5 meters just now, he would definitely vomit blood. How terrifying! Pooh! The next moment, Wang Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. "Brother Wang." Zhang Changtian rushed over to Wang Hai. "I'm fine." Wang Hai stretched out his hand, wiped it, and stood up. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Domain Realm cultivator had blocked it, but he still vomited blood and was injured. Was this not too exaggerated? Wang Hai stood up and cupped his fists. "I wonder which powerhouse auctioned the Heaven's Wrath Needle. I admire its power. I can guarantee that as long as one's realm has not reached the Domain Realm and is still in the lower realm, they will be instantly killed by the Heaven's Wrath Needle. Whoosh, everyone was in an uproar. Quick, get my father to transfer money. I must get the Heaven's Wrath Needle. Chen Cheng stood up excitedly and hurriedly said. As long as they had the ability, everyone was calling their families to transfer money. The shock that the Heaven's Wrath Needle gave them was simply too great. It could instantly kill a lower realm cultivator. Simply put, they would not be afraid when facing a lower realm cultivator. They could even use it to kill a lower realm cultivator and quickly increase their cultivation level. In other words, this was a secret trump card to save their lives. Tens of millions. Even if it was tens of millions, they had to get it. This might be related to their second life. It was worth it no matter how much it cost. Zhang Changtian was truly shocked. Lin Xian could actually take out such a heaven-defying item. He was truly convinced. Because this item is indeed extraordinary, everyone might not have prepared much. Then, I will give everyone 10 minutes to prepare. 10 minutes later, the Heaven's Wrath Needle will be officially auctioned. Prepare for what? Of course, it was to prepare money. It was estimated that 50 million was the minimum price for the Heaven's Wrath Needle. Chapter 295. Lin Xian stretched and asked, "Can I get some of the money from the auction?" "No way." Lin Xian, hey. You can say no. Isn't that a little too heartless? Do I need to have feelings for you? Linglong Shui glanced at Lin Xian. Damn. No matter what, we've had a wonderful time together. Before Lin Xian could finish his sentence, Linglong Shui sealed his mouth again. One more word and I'll kill you. Linglong Shui said coldly. If this was in the past, Lin Xian would be afraid of such a threat. But now, Linglong Shui's threats were no threat to Lin Xian. He didn't know why, but it was probably because he felt that Linglong Shui wouldn't kill him. That's right. If she still wanted to kill Lin Xian with 22 favorability points, then her favorability points would be useless. What's wonderful? Bing Lingyue's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Cough, Lin Xian could speak again. He quickly said, wonderful movies. Yes. That's it. Movies. Bing Lingyue revealed a surprised expression. Linglong Shui was also stunned. What's a movie? Lin Xian, it's like watching TV, but on a bigger screen. It must be very interesting. Lin Xian, damn. Don't tell me he's going to watch a movie with them. I want to go. Bing Lingyue said proudly. When she was the Empress, she didn't just say that. She directly ordered whatever she wanted to do. Can we go tomorrow night? Lin Xian asked. On second thought, if he were to watch a movie with such beautiful girls, he could just order 3 of them together, one on each side. TSK. In a dark theater, he could deliberately order a horror movie. The 2 girls would be so scared that they would crawl into his arms. Wow! It felt good. Tomorrow night is the peak of my life. Not tonight. I see. Tonight, I have a performance at my college. I want to perform too. I want to sing a song. Linglong Shui, really, at that moment, she didn't know why she wanted to laugh, but she held it in. I want to see it. Lin Xian, okay. Just come with me when the time comes, but, Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, when the time comes, I'll buy you 2 caps to wear. Why? Please, I'm the star of the show tonight. If you 2 go over, it won't be good if you steal the limelight. Based on their appearances, such a thing could really happen. Okay. Also, when you two go over tonight, stay in one place and don't show off. If they were to show off, it would be the end. Got it. They weren't the type to show off. They hadn't seen a performance before. They didn't expect that their first time would be watching this guy's performance. It should be interesting, right? At this moment, everyone was ready. Those who needed to transfer money had already done so. The amount of money they could raise was definitely their limit. Because this Heaven's Wrath needle was indeed a bit of a fantasy, but it was real. That would be too shocking. Everyone, 10 minutes have passed. Now, the auction for the final item, Heaven's Wrath needle, will officially begin. I will personally auction it for everyone. Zhang Changtian said. President Zhang, let's begin. Okay, let's begin. After our negotiations, the starting price of the Heaven's Wrath needle is 20 million. Each increment must not be less than 1 million. Lin Xian, wow. The starting price is 20 million, then the final price should be 50 million. Damn. Little Fairy works every day and only earns this much in a year. This group of rich people auctioning a good item and the price is already this much in 10 minutes. Sigh. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This world was so unfair. 21 million. Someone immediately made a bid without any hesitation. 22 million. 23 million. The price was increasing crazily by 1 million each time. In a short period of time, the price had reached 40 million, and there were no signs of it stopping. Not to mention stopping, there were no signs of it stopping. After this person bid, the next person immediately followed. 50 million. At this moment, Chen Qing couldn't be bothered to drag it out and directly increased it to 50 million. This increment of 1 million, when would it end? Young Master Chen is so generous, increasing the price by 10 million in one go. Even so, I can't lose, right? 60 million. A voice came from another private room. Chen Qing frowned. Who was this person? In the private room, if Lin Xian saw this person, he would definitely recognize him. Wasn't that Zhang Tian? However, Lin Xian could roughly recognize him from his voice. But he didn't think that way. Zhang Tian also needed this. Whether it was to deal with Qin Shaotian or something else, as long as he had this Heaven's Wrath needle, it would definitely be good. Who are you? Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian did not hide his identity and directly said. So it's young Master Zhang. Hearing this identity, Chen Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Zhang family was strong, his Chen family was not weak either. It wasn't certain who would be better between the two of them. 70 million. Chen Qing said without hesitation. His limit was 90 million. Exchanging 90 million for a life, it was not a loss. Zhang Tian frowned. His limit was also 90 million, but neither of them knew the other's limit. 80 million. When the two of them started to raise the price by 10 million, the rest of the people lost their confidence. Who could withstand this? 90 million. Young Master Zhang, are you still going? Chen Cheng's eyes were slightly red. Zhang Tian clenched his fist slightly and then lost his temper. 90 million, he couldn't take it anymore. Young Master Chen is so generous. Then I'll give up. Zhang Tian said unwillingly. Is there anyone else who wants to compete? Chen Cheng's voice sounded. No one responded. Zhang Changtian was secretly surprised. 90 million, it had probably broken their auction record. Is there no one else? Zhang Changtian asked. 90 million going once. 90 million going twice. 90 million, 100 million. At this time, a voice came from Lin Xian's private room. Zhang Changtian was stunned. Why was Lin Xian auctioning his own item? However, he soon understood. He was trying to drive up the price. Chen Qing thought that 90 million was a sure win, but who knew that another 100 million would appear? Could he afford it? This brother, auctions are all about authenticity. 100 million, can you afford it? Although he didn't believe it, he had to be prepared. Quickly borrow 20 million from my father. Young master, 90 million is already the limit. Quickly, yes. Lin Xian laughed and said, who wouldn't want such a good item? It's only 100 million, of course I can afford it. If I can't, why do you think this young master can be in this VIP room? Actually, Lin Xian couldn't afford it. Chapter 296. However, he felt that since Chen Qing had raised the price like that, he must have the Heaven's Wrath Needle. If he could raise the price with just a word, why not? Of course, it was also quite risky. Because if he did not want it, wouldn't the Heaven's Wrath Needle return to his hands? However, in Lin Xian's view, 100 million was nothing to a young master with such a net worth. Chen Qing gritted his teeth as the money entered his account. 110 million, this was definitely his limit. It was impossible to raise it any further. If Lin Xian wanted it again, he would not be able to compete anymore. Then I'd like to see if you can still compete with this young master. 110 million. Whoosh, everyone exclaimed. 110 million. A Heaven's Wrath Needle. In a sense, this price was not high. Because the rarer an item was, the more expensive it was. They had never seen such an item before, so it was normal for the price to be higher. However, because it was in a different place, this was Tianhua City. If it was auctioned in Tiandu, the price might be several times higher. However, 110 million was actually enough. After all, this Heaven's Wrath Needle was only a one-time item, not a spiritual artifact that could be used all the time. It would be gone after it was used. However, in a sense, if he met an opponent that he could not beat and had not reached the lower realm, then this could save his life. 110 million for his life, it was a huge profit. Young Master Chen is amazing. This is the second time I've said that to you tonight, but I still admire you. Lin Xian said while holding back his laughter. Damn! 110 million. This was double of what Lin Xian had expected. Then, do you still want to compete? No more fighting, no more fighting. At this time, Zhang Changtian said, anyone else? 110 million going once. 110 million going twice, 110 million going thrice, sold. Phew, both sides breathed a sigh of relief. 110 million, how long can you spend in the human world? Linglong Shui asked. That depends on what you do. If it's normal, it's enough for an ordinary family to spend for a lifetime. If you wander around, it might be gone in a minute. Linglong Shui, anyway, I can sell it again. Really? Please pack. That was what Lin Xian thought. Chen Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, there was no one else competing. What he didn't know was that he had been tricked by Lin Xian. With that, the auction came to an end. Of the tens of thousands of people here, 90% of them had paid the entrance fee to broaden their horizons and watch a show. They had not expected to see such a show. It was indeed quite satisfying. After a while, Zhang Changtian arrived at Lin Xian's private room. After entering, he saw two women who were so beautiful that they shocked him. He had never thought that Lin Xian would have two such beautiful women. Furthermore, when facing a lot of people, such a strong warrior would be able to sense something. However, when facing Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue, he only felt that he could not see through them at all. These two people's restrained auras were too terrifying. He thought of the aura that had suddenly emanated from this place. That aura couldn't have been released by one of the two women, right? That was impossible. Lin Xian could not possibly know such a level of existence. But their temperaments made Zhang Changtian feel an impulse to submit to them. It was as if they said to kneel down, he would really kneel down for them. Of course, it was impossible in reality. It was just a feeling. Young Master Lin, this is what you got from the auction. Zhang Changtian handed a card to Lin Xian and said, after deducting 2 million in taxes, it's a total of 108 million. Lin Xian took the card and said with a smile, "Thank you, President Zhang. It's my duty." Zhang Changtian smiled and said, "Well, if there are any similar treasures in the future, you can continue to auction here." Lin Xian nodded, "Don't worry, if there are any more, I will naturally. And then I'll take my leave first." Zhang Changtian then walked away. From the beginning to the end, he only glanced at them once when he came in. He did not know why, but he did not even have the courage to look at them a second time. "Here." Lin Xian handed the card to them and said, "On the back is the password. How do I use this?" They were used to paying with their mobile phones. This was the first time they were using a card. I'll help you set up the password. You can continue to pay with your mobile phones. Are you sure you don't want to share some with me?" Lin Xian asked. "Is this a lot?" Linglong Shui asked. Of course, they knew this number. Of course, this number was a lot, but they did not know how much it would cost to buy something in the human world. However, Lin Xian felt that this 100 million could be spent for a while, right? Linglong Shui thought for a moment. Lin Xian had indeed helped her a lot. "Then I'll give you some." "Ha ha ha. I'm kidding, I don't want it." Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. However, he was still quite happy. This Linglong Shui had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. "I'm also kidding." "Lin Xian, then I'll get going first. I still have to rehearse in the afternoon. You can go to Tianhua Academy at 6:30 p.m. How do we get there?" "We'll take a taxi. Or, you can give me a spot and I'll go there directly." Lin Xian, all right, he forgot that she was a void fox. She could use the power of space as she wished. Teleporting a few kilometers was extremely easy. "Oh right, how big is this 10,000 attractors heavenly prison?" Lin Xian asked. He had never used it before. It would be bad if he couldn't control it. The size depends on how much power you use to release it. Linglong Shui replied. "Like me." Linglong Shui pondered for a moment and said, "About a mystic heaven realm 1 star. It should have a range of about 5 meters. That's not necessarily true." "Then what about the power you release? What kind of power are you referring to?" "Full power. Tianhua City can be completely absorbed in a minute." Lin Xian, sorry, I'm disturbing you. Fuck. Tianhua City can be directly sucked in. Fuck. Is this the power of the virtualization stage? Lin Xian realized that it was indeed a wise choice to not let the virtualization stage participate in the war between races. Otherwise, a city with millions of people would be wiped out with a raise of a hand. Who could withstand that? There was no way he could withstand it. Just when you think that the virtualization stage is very strong, in front of the heavenly Tao realm, the virtualization stage is just an ant. Bing Lingyue said at this moment. Does the heavenly Tao realm really exist? Lin Xian didn't know anyway. It exists, but it's very rare. The virtualization stage is also very rare. Even the heavenly venerables are not many. Bing Lingyue said. When I reach this realm, I'll definitely let you warm my bed. Wahahaha. Lin Xian ran off after saying that. Chapter 297. Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue were stunned. In that instant, Lin Xian was nowhere to be seen. Damn it. Linglong Shui clenched her fists. Linglong, I think he's flirting with us. Bing Lingyue said. Kill him. Are we really going to kill him? Linglong Shui was speechless. If she really wanted to kill him, Lin Xian would have died a long time ago. But she did not understand why she did not want to kill Lin Xian. No, to be precise, it was not that she did not want to kill him. She really wanted to kill the man who took her virginity. But she could not do it. Her conscience was telling her that she could not kill him. Even when Lin Xian had dared to take liberties with her on multiple occasions, she had never been angry. Instead, she would sometimes feel shy. She was going crazy. Forget it. Linglong Shui shook her head. I think so too. After all, he is the first friend I met since I woke up. Friend? Linglong Shui asked Bing Lingyue in surprise. Isn't that right? Linglong Shui was stunned. Lin Xian was her friend. Was he? She did not know. She did not remember having any friends. What was a friend? She did not know what a friend was. There were 2 void foxes in total. They were her and her sister. Before her younger sister joined the Myriad Demon Alliance, the 2 of them were basically together all day long. They did everything together and spent most of their time cultivating. Her younger sister would also go out and play, but she rarely did. That was why she did not have any friends. She only knew them. To be honest, she did not know what it was like to be friends. Was Lin Xian her friend? What was the feeling between friends? What is it like to be friends? Linglong Shui asked. Bing Lingyue was surprised. Why would Linglong Shui ask such a question? Actually, I'm not too sure. Bing Lingyue said after thinking for a while. She was the Empress, but to be honest, would she have any good friends? It was very difficult. It was not only because of her, but also because of her identity, job, and status. The friends in her memory were from a long time ago. They were still stuck in her childhood, but her memories of that time were blurry. Then why did you say that Lin Xian is your friend? I don't know either. That's right, why did she subconsciously say that Lin Xian was her friend? Maybe after spending some time with him, I'll understand what a friend is. Or maybe it's useless. Bing Lingyue said. Friends. If Lin Xian knew about this, he would definitely be pissed. In his eyes, girls only cared about chasing after you and having a girlfriend. Nothing else existed. At this moment, Lin Xian had arrived at the rehearsal area of Tianhua Academy. Tianhua Academy was one of the 3 major academies in Tianhua City. It was an especially large place. Usually, there would even be some celebrities who would come to perform. There would also be banquets held during major festivals. Hence, it was more prosperous in this area. There was an extremely large indoor stage that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this moment, a group of people were rehearsing here. During the rehearsal period, outsiders were not allowed to enter. If they did, the performance would be revealed. Only relevant people could be here. Lin Xian was being forced by Ling Ying backstage to wear an ancient costume. Beside him was a group of young ladies who had already changed into their costumes. They were especially beautiful. I say, let's not change yet. There are still a few hours left. Let's wait until the actual performance. Can't we rehearse like this now? Linging thought for a while and nodded. You're right. I've finished the script. Let's go rehearse now. I like the silence. Lin Xian said seriously. Linging, forget it. You're just afraid that you'll embarrass yourself in front of so many people. Linging rolled his eyes. Hee, as expected of the little Ying that I've entered a few times. You know me well. Lin Xian grinned. Enter what? Linging was slightly stunned. A second later, she reacted. Bastard. No matter what, he was never serious and always had a glib tongue. If not for the fact that there were so many people here, this guy would definitely get physical. Then let's go to the villa in the Sky Marshal Court. There's a karaoke room there. Wow. There's a karaoke room too. Of course. The main thing is that we have to remember the division of labor, the songs, the movements, the positions, and other aspects of the musical. Finally, we'll rehearse on this big stage. Linging said. Wow. So much. Let's just sing a song. Why do we have to do a stage play? You promised me. Linging even spoke in a coquettish tone. Okay. I'll try my best. Then, the two of them left the place and headed to the villa where the Sky Marshal Court experts were. Oh, right. I've done what you asked me to do. Linging said to Lin Xian. Good. I understand. Let's see how it goes tonight. Even if he wants to make a move, it won't be tonight. With how cautious he is, he'll definitely observe for a few days. Lin Xian said. With how cautious he is, we won't be able to stop him even if we don't have someone strong. Moreover, his ice attribute is very strong and it's the strongest control attribute. If he wants to escape, it won't be easy. Besides, he'll definitely cover his face. You won't be able to find any evidence. Lin Xian said, don't worry. As long as Sister Qianqian acts well, it'll be useless even if he covers his face. Just make him show his face for a second. Sister Qianqian. Oh. Linging understood what Lin Xian meant. Wang Qianqian's strength was at mysterious heaven stage. If Qin Shaotian did not think of that, he would have made a mistake. Then, the two of them went to room K and started rehearsing. There was no one in the villa today because Qin Shaotian was also rehearsing there. As for Han Chuxue, she was indeed going to come. However, as an audience member, she would probably only arrive when the sky turned dark. There were other experts as well, but not many of them would stay here during normal times. When Lin Xian sang the first line, Lingning broke down. Big brother, aren't you tone deaf? I told you I'm tone deaf. Lin Xian shrugged. Oh my god. If you sing badly, it'll be easy for you to fall out of line. In a musical, the focus was on the stage. The various special effects on the stage, the mood of the song, and the performance of the singer were all very important. If any of these aspects were not good enough, the whole scene would be ruined. No. There's still 5 hours. As long as you're not stupid, there's still time. Lin Xian. Lin Xian swore that the next 5 hours would be the most torturous time he had ever spent with a beautiful girl in his life. Phew, Linging wiped the fragrant sweat off her forehead. The sky outside was already dark. Finally, everything was done. Is it okay? Lin Xian smiled and hugged Ling Ying's waist. Okay my ass. I'm so tired. Fuck. I'm the one who's tired. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. He looked at the lady's watch on his wrist and said, "There's still an hour. We'll rehearse for 20 minutes 3 times. That should be enough. Let's go." "Wait, there's still an hour. There's no one here. It's just the 2 of us. Let's get down to business first." Lin Xian grinned. Chapter 298. Really? Ling Ying really wanted to kill Lin Xian with an icicle. Get lost. What time is it? It's going to start in an hour. We need to arrive 20 minutes early. Excluding the 20 minutes of rehearsal, we only have 20 minutes left. Ling Ying really wanted to cry. Time was so tight, what was this guy thinking? It's fine, it's fine. I'll hurry up. 10 minutes is over. Ling Ying, she didn't know how long Lin Xian would take. Pay. She was actually thinking about this. Get lost. Hurry up and leave. I'm not leaving. Lin Xian lay on the sofa, motionless like a corpse. Really, I've been suffocating for the past 2 days. I won't leave if you come. Lin Xian began to act shamelessly. Big brother, can we go home tonight? Ling Ying really wanted to cry. Hee, you said it. Lin Xian stood up with a smile. Ling Ying really wanted to go crazy. Damn it. Ling Ying wanted to cry but had no tears. Let's go. Lin Xian smiled and walked out. Ling Ying really wanted to throw all kinds of big moves at Lin Xian. Even if he couldn't hit Lin Xian, he could tear down the house. How annoying. She followed Ling Ying to the huge stage and began rehearsing. Strange, why is Lin Xian so close to Ling Ying? They're even acting in this kind of musical. Originally, everyone knew that they were acting in a musical, but when they saw what kind of musical they were rehearsing, they were stunned. This was totally a romantic musical. Fuck. Who was Ling Ying? Tianhua Academy's second most beautiful woman, comparable to Han Chuxue, was actually acting in this kind of romantic musical with Lin Xian. They even held hands a few times throughout the whole process. Qin Shaotian frowned as he looked at the 2 of them. His hatred for Lin Xian grew even deeper. However, there was still a very important matter for him right now, and that was the arcane body stage friend that Ling Ying had mentioned. If she was an ice elemental genius, her realm was also suitable. She could be his target at this time. Time was tight. Lin Xian and Ling Ying rehearsed 3 times before they finished. These 3 performances could not be said to be too successful. Every time, he felt like something was missing. Ling Ying could only hope that when the time came, he would be able to perform exceptionally well. I'll go pick up Little Fairy and a few other friends. I'll go with you. Ugh, forget it. People will talk about it. Lin Xian said. Then go. I'll go pick up Han Chuxue. Does she even need to? Lin Xian asked. That's true. Han Chuxue was an influential figure in the Tianhua Academy and she naturally knew about this place. She could even easily get herself the best viewing spot. However, Lin Ye and the rest needed Lin Xian to pick them up. Since they were his friends, he would bring them to the best seats. Ling Ying had already helped to arrange these seats. They were going to perform for the finale. The entire performance was about 2 hours long. Hence, there was no rush for them to change their outfits. Even Lin Xian and Ling Ying could watch more than half of the performance before going backstage. Outside, tens of thousands of students from the Tianhua Academy rushed into the performance hall. Of course, they were looking forward to it. This time, there would be many experts from the Sky Martial Court performing. There was even Ling Ying. Without a doubt, Ling Ying and Lin Xian's performance would definitely be the most anticipated. Lin Ye stood in front of the huge performance hall. Looking at the large group of students entering, she did not know what to do. As for her, she was dressed in a white dress. She was really dressed to the nines. She was probably dressed to the nines for a banquet. Standing there, her appearance, aura, and other things naturally attracted a lot of attention. "Hey, pretty lady, which class are you from? How come I've never seen you before?" A few guys came over to strike up a conversation with Lin Ye. They were extremely shocked. Since when did the Tianhua Academy have such a beautiful goddess? Logically speaking, she should have caused a stir. Why was it so quiet? "I'm not a student." Lin Ye replied politely, but there was a hint of coldness in her tone. She was like that. Towards people she did not know, she had a natural resistance. Perhaps it was because of her experience. "Ah. Then you are." "She's my little fairy." A voice sounded. Lin Xian's figure walked over. "Little Xian." Seeing Lin Xian, Lin Ye seemed to have found her backbone. Lin Xian. Of course, they also knew Lin Xian. "Disperse, disperse." Lin Xian waved his hand. The few of them walked away, puzzled and confused. Lin Xian. At this moment, a voice sounded from the side. Xiao Runing walked over. "Miss Xiao." "Ah yeah." Seeing Lin Ye, Xiao Runing smiled and held her hand. "That's great. Miss Xiao, bring our little fairy to her seat. I'll go pick up a few more friends." "Girls?" Xiao Runing's mouth curled up as she looked at Lin Xian and asked. Yes." "All right, go ahead." Xiao Runing smiled. Then, Lin Xian walked towards the main entrance. Lin Xian. After taking a few steps, Lin Xian bumped into Yi Yi and Lu Yufan. Lu Yufan was extremely unhappy. She was his girlfriend. It had been a few days, but Lin Xian had not come to play with her. "Damn it. Lin Xian, I heard from Yi that you're going to act in a musical with Senior Ling Ying." Although she was unhappy, she couldn't show it, right? "Yeah, after all, someone needs to hear my moving voice." Wretch, Yi smiled and said, "Why didn't I see you rehearsing?" She was the female host and had been rehearsing by heart in the afternoon. However, she didn't see Lin Xian. "Oh, I just started rehearsing." "You weren't there." "I went to look for Fan Fan." Yi whispered. "Then let's go in." Lu Yufan said. "You guys go in. I'm going to pick up a friend." Girls were super sensitive. When they heard Lin Xian say the word friend, they instinctively thought that it was a girl. It mainly depended on the person. Lin Xian had given them such a persona. He only had female friends and no male friends. Speaking of which, other than Wang Fugue, Lin Xian didn't seem to have any male friends. This was too exaggerated. Why was he so comfortable with it? Was it because he had too many girls around him that he didn't even have the heart to make male friends? It seemed so. "All right, then I'll go in with Yi." Lu Yufan waved her hand and then held Yi's arm as they walked in. Phew, Lin Xian took a deep breath. It was over. He suddenly realized something. Wang Xintong was also coming, and Lin Xian had given them a row of seats that were very close to each other. If they talked about themselves and revealed that they were Lin Xian's girlfriends, then wouldn't Lin Xian win? That couldn't be, right? Because Wang Xintong wasn't familiar with them. Did they know each other? Lin Xian could only pray. In front of him, there were two women wearing caps with their heads lowered. Their footsteps were slightly hurried as they walked towards him. It felt like they were two criminals. Lin Xian didn't recognize them at first because they had lowered their heads and were wearing caps. However, this fragrance, hey, Xiao Linglong, little icy. Chapter 299. The two girls stopped in their tracks and looked at Lin Xian. I say, can you two stop acting like criminals? Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. The two of them were like the villains in those detective dramas who could hide themselves and enter public places. This wasn't what made Lin Xian laugh. What really made Lin Xian laugh was that they were too cute. Two beauties of this level, in this unfamiliar environment, were behaving in a completely different way from their status and temperament. It was fine if one didn't know. The main thing was that Lin Xian knew who they were and didn't feel that they were doing anything silly. However, compared to their status and temperament, their behavior seemed silly and cute. Didn't you say to wear a cap? Linglong Shui retorted. Okay. My pot, okay. Let's go, I'll bring you to your seats first. Then, Lin Xian led the two girls through the crowd. Lin Xian realized that he really was an idiot. At that time, in order to save trouble, he had reserved seats for them from the front to the back. He only considered the best place to watch and forgot that something might happen if they met. However, this was according to the order of each class. If he didn't bring them to their previous seats, they wouldn't have a good viewing experience. Lin Xian was still thinking for them. Forget it. We'll meet them sooner or later. Also, little Miao Miao and little Ying Ying will know each other. They can be the middleman. Lin Xian calculated in his heart. Let me tell you first. Later, the girls next to you are all my friends. Even if you don't want to know them, for my sake, don't ignore them, okay? For your sake. Will it work? Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian realized that this girl was used to teasing him. Okay. Then, I'm begging you, okay? Begging this sovereign. Linglong Shui said proudly. She was probably unhappy that Lin Xian had tainted her innocence. She could only vent her anger like this. Because she couldn't kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian, big sis, I'm serious. Bing Lingyue said slowly, Linglong is joking. Don't worry. Little Icy is still the best. I love you. Achoo. Everyone around couldn't help but sneeze as their bodies trembled. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This empress couldn't be teased either. I won't say anything, okay? Lin Xian shrugged helplessly and led them to the reserved seats. Over there, Lu Yufan, Lin Ye, and Xiao Runing were sitting together. Of course, Ling Ying was also there. He did not need to appear for the time being and had more than an hour to watch the show. You guys sit here. Then, Bing Lingyue and Linglong Shui sat directly behind Lin Ye and the rest. The few girls in front turned their heads and looked at Lin Xian first. After that, their attention was all on them. Ling Ying had seen them before. Although they were wearing caps now, he could still see their faces. Lu Yufan, Lin Ye, and the rest were stunned. So beautiful. Ah. Little fairy, they are my friends, Bing Lingyue and Linglong Shui. This is my sister, Lin Ye. This is my teacher, Xiao Runing. This is my friend, Lu Yufan. You know this one. I'll be leaving first. After introducing Lin Xian, he left as if he was escaping. He hoped that they could be more peaceful. It was not suitable for him to stay there. Lin Xian's sister, teacher. Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue were slightly stunned. That was a very important person to Lin Xian. They could be lawless, but of course, they understood the ways of the world. Hi. Hello. Linglong Shua couldn't get used to it and said. Really, she had never said anything like, "How are you guys?" in her entire life. This was the first time. Bing Lingyue too. They were also surprised. There were so many beautiful girls around Lin Xian. All of them. Lin Ye and the rest were even more surprised. Lin Xian's two friends were too beautiful. Although they acted very normal and tried their best to act normal, their temperament could not be hidden. This temperament even surprised them. What kind of family did they come from to have such temperament? Lin Ye then turned around and gently held Linglong Shua's slender hand. She smiled and said, "Little Xian's friends are our best friends. Isn't it hot here? You can take off your cap." Linglong Shua was slightly stunned. Then, she said, "He doesn't want me to take it off." She did not understand why she listened to Lin Xian so much. Perhaps it was because of her ignorance, but she just felt that Lin Xian's words were not harmful to them. Ugh, if they took off their caps, their beauty would be more obvious. However, if they wore it, it would give them a different style. If they took it off, their noble temperament could not be hidden. This was because they were completely presented here. No matter how they tried to hide it, their temperament could not be hidden. Xiao Runing and Lu Yufan's inner monologues were inexplicably the same at this moment. Lin Xian had not appeared in the Sky Martial Court for a few days because he had gone to flirt with girls of this level. Damn it. Achoo, Lin Xian rubbed his nose. Was someone thinking about him? Then, the system notification of the girl's unhappiness and jealousy appeared in his mind. No, Wang Xintong can't be with them even if I die. I'll explode. He had just received a call from Wang Xintong, and then a call from Miao Xiaomiao came. The two of them did not know each other, but they were standing very close to each other because of fate. Lin Xian. Wang Xintong ran over happily when she saw Lin Xian. Miao Xiaomiao and Wang Qianqian naturally saw Lin Xian as well. Just as they were about to greet him, they saw a beautiful girl running over happily. They were slightly stunned. Bastard! Ding! Sensed Miao Xiaomiao's jealousy. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Then, he brought Wang Xintong to Miao Xiaomiao and Wang Qianqian and introduced them to each other. It was a strange feeling. People who were so close to each other did not know each other, but they were all Lin Xian's friends. Sister Qianqian, the three of you can stay together for now. I'll arrange your seats. I'll have to trouble you later. Lin Xian said. No problem, but don't I need to rehearse? Wang Qianqian asked. No, it's very simple. You just need to freeze the stage. Do you want it to snow? I can use the wind attribute in Sister Qianqian's ice crystals to create a scene of snow. Miao Xiaomiao asked curiously. Someone will create snow if it snows. That won't be necessary. All right. Then, Lin Xian brought the three of them to the studio. Not far away, a girl wearing a simple white jacket saw this scene. Her attention was mainly on Lin Xian. Han Chushua frowned slightly. She could only see the side of his face. This side of his face was similar to the side of his face when he turned and ran away that night. Chapter 300. Han Chushua thought it might be a coincidence, so she didn't think too much about it. She walked inside. Lin Xian led them to a seat about 10 meters away from Lin Ye. However, there were a few rows of people in between, so it was impossible for them to bump into each other. Damn! Lin Xian was stunned when he turned around. What was going on? Why was Lin Ye sitting between Linglong Shua and Bing Lingyue? Moreover, he was holding each of their hands in one hand, chatting and laughing with them. The reason why he could see them smiling was because they would look at each other from the side when they were talking. Lin Xian could only see the side of their faces, so he could naturally tell if they were smiling or not. Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue were also smiling. What the hell? Was this a professional smile or a genuine smile? Come to my house for dinner when you have time. I'll cook for you, Linya said with a smile. Linya couldn't tell who was older between Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue. Therefore, she didn't call herself older. She only felt that these two girls were too beautiful, and their auras were too noble. If they could get together with Lin Xian, it would be a wonderful thing. Can I? Linglong Shui asked tentatively. She realized that she liked this kind of ordinary life. She even tried to get used to it and make friends. Moreover, Linya gave her a very good feeling. Of course. You are little Xian's friends, so you are my good friends, Linya said with a smile. Okay, by the way, Linglong, Lingyue, how old are you? Linya could tell how old they were. She felt that they were older than her, but she couldn't tell. 1100, Linglong Shui was about to say her age when she realized something. She had lived for more than 1,000 years. However, a void fox had a lifespan of 1,000 years even if she didn't have any cultivation. She couldn't be treated like a normal human. 23. Linglong Shui said. 23, I'm also 23 years old. I'll be 24 soon. I should be older than you, right? Linglong Shui nodded slightly. Xiao Runing knew Linya's painstaking efforts to find a girlfriend for Lin Xian, but Lin Xian didn't lack a girlfriend. She was used to it. But Lu Yufan was unhappy. Jealous. Sob sob sob. Ling Ying. How should I put it? I'm already used to it. Where is Ling Yu? Ben. I'm also 23. They were very smart. Although they hadn't adapted to this era, they knew that telling the truth would cause a lot of trouble. Ahaha, that, little fairy, why are you sitting with them? Miss Xiao is in the front row waiting for you to chat, Lin Xian hurried over and said. It's all right. Linglong Shui said gently. Lin Xian's mouth was wide open. What the fuck? You're Linglong Shui. Who are you? Hurry up and leave her body. Really? Linya had a magical power that could make all kinds of girls gentle. No, to be precise, it might be because of Lin Xian, because they knew that Linya was Lin Xian's older sister. Xiao Runing also smiled. It's alright, we're all friends. Besides, I can chat with them too. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I'm leaving. It wasn't good to stay here for long. He'd better go sit with Miao Xiaomiao and the others. Then you have to call me Big Sister Linya. Linya smiled. To have Linglong Shui, who had lived for more than 1,000 years and was at the virtuality realm, call her Big Sister, if it was anyone else, she would have died already. However, Big Sister Linya. If Lin Xian was here, he would kneel down to Linya. Big Sister, you're the best. Big Sister Linya, this is for you. A purple fruit appeared in Linglong Shui's hand and she handed it to Linya. This is. Eat it when there's no one around. It's good for your body. Really? Linglong Shui didn't know why. Why was she willing to call Linya Big Sister? Why was it that when Linya was around, she seemed to become a different person? She forgot her identity and her strength. She didn't even know. She didn't even realize it. She even felt that they were getting along very well. Was it because she felt comfortable making friends? Or was she Lin Xian's big sister? Actually, it was both. Somehow, Lin Xian's position in her heart had become deeply rooted. Even if Lin Xian disappeared from her world forever, she would never forget Lin Xian. She might even not get used to it. She might have already fallen in love with a sloppy lecher who always made her want to beat him up. There was a saying that went, "A woman dresses up for the one she loves." However, this saying also extended to another realm. In front of someone you like, or care about, or someone special, a person, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, would definitely present a different aspect. Of course, if you like someone, after confirming their relationship, it wouldn't be so accurate. But if you don't have a confirmed relationship, it would definitely be accurate. Look at Ling Ying and Lu Yufan. They were so obedient in front of Lin Ye. Ling Ying was super obedient and took the initiative to cook. But with the innocent Lin Xian, she kept saying that she was hungry and asked Lin Xian to cook for her. This was the difference. Maybe Ling Long Shui was the same. Lin Xian had a special meaning to her. Knowing that Lin Ye was Lin Xian's big sister, she would also treat her special. As for Bing Lingyue, of course, she didn't like Lin Xian. However, she was obedient because of Ling Long Shui. In many aspects, she did things based on Ling Long Shui. If Ling Long Shui hated someone, she would kill that person without a second thought. Ling Long Shui was obedient in front of Lin Ye, so she had to be obedient too. Why don't you let us sit with your sister? Big sister Ling Ying is there. Big sister Ning Ning is there too. Why don't you let me go? After Lin Xian sat down, Miao Xiao Miao looked at Lin Xian unhappily. Lin Xian had a headache. Outsiders only saw that he had many beautiful girls around him. However, when there were many beautiful girls around him, trouble came with it. You're just a little kid. You don't understand. Firstly, my IQ is higher than yours. Secondly, I'm not young anymore. Miao Xiao Miao puffed out her chest in defiance. She didn't know if it was subconscious or not. All right. It's useless no matter how hard you try. Miao Xiao Miao was speechless. Ah. Then, she went crazy. Hey. Image. There are tens of thousands of people here. Lin Xian quickly said. Miao Xiao Miao looked at the people around her and let go of her hand. Lin Xian then explained, "It's not that I don't want you to go. It's just that it's not convenient." Why is it not convenient? Miao Xiao Miao asked. Wang Xintong glanced at Lin Xian. She might have guessed something. She wasn't stupid. It was hard to say if this girlfriend of hers was the only one. However, she felt that it wasn't bad to be able to accompany him. She pretended to be stupid. Perhaps it was smart of her not to expose him. Lin Xian had a headache. As expected, it wasn't easy to be a scumbag. Chapter 301. Look, there are so many people over there and you don't know them. It'll be troublesome if you go. Lin Xian didn't know what he was saying anymore. First, I know them. Second, what's the trouble? There are still empty seats over there. Okay. Go ahead. Lin Xian said helplessly. It didn't matter if Miao Xiao Miao went. Humph. Miao Xiao Miao snorted proudly and walked over. She knew Xiao Runing and Ling Ying, so she had a reason to go. Sister Qianqian, you're not going. Wang Qianqian smiled and said, I'm not going. I don't know them. Tong Tong, where are you? I'm not going either. I'll stay here and chat with Sister Qianqian. Wang Xintong said with a smile. But how should she put it? She didn't feel comfortable. She wasn't stupid. Why didn't Lin Xian let her go in the beginning? It must be because it wasn't convenient. There were only girls over there. How could it be inconvenient? It must be because it wasn't convenient for her. She was Lin Xian's girlfriend. Either one of the girls over there was Lin Xian's girlfriend, or Lin Xian didn't want her identity to be known and affect him from picking up girls in the future. Anyway, that was what Wang Xintong thought. He was a real scumbag. She guessed right. Lin Xian was really like that. He was afraid that Wang Xintong, Ling Ying, and Lu Yufan would meet and talk about him for no reason. If that happened, he would collapse. Although Wang Xintong felt wronged and felt that it was indeed Lin Xian's fault, she wouldn't say it out loud. Unless they met face to face and Lin Xian saw her, then she would say it out loud. Because she felt that this was quite good. She didn't know anything. Lin Xian was also very good to her. If Lin Xian was really a scumbag, he would have pushed her down a few times and wouldn't have stopped. Wang Xintong comforted herself like this. Alright, I won't go either. I'll stay here with you. Lin Xian grinned. He wanted to go, but he couldn't. That was a forbidden area. On the other hand, the attention attracted by this group of beautiful women was self-evident. But it was still okay. After all, they were here and only a group of people who were very close to them could see them. Therefore, the commotion wasn't that big. Moreover, Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue were inexplicably obedient to Lin Xian. They hadn't even taken off their caps yet. Basically, all the students had already taken their seats. The instructors from the Sky Martial Court and the Tianhua Academy had also arrived. Of course, their position was also the best, not far in front of Lin Ye and the others. The banquet started at 7 p.m. sharp. It was now 6:50 p.m. The dean of the Sky Martial Court, Chen Yibo, walked up the stage and gave a speech for about 5 minutes. After that, the lights in the hall went out and the surroundings were plunged into darkness. Only the huge stage had a faint flickering light. Click.2 spotlights shone on both sides of the stage. Then, 2 figures slowly walked out. Yi Yi and Qin Xiaotian. Wow! Instantly, screams, applause, and cheers came from the crowd. Regardless of whether it was Qin Xiaotian or Yi Yi, they were both influential figures in the Tianhua Academy. One was one of the most powerful experts, the other was one of the most beautiful girls in the academy. It was normal for them to have such cheers. Yi is very beautiful today. Wang Xintong said softly beside Lin Xian. They could only be said to know each other. However, they weren't good friends because they didn't have much interaction. Yes. Yi was wearing a white evening gown for such an occasion. She was also tall and could afford to wear such an evening gown. Perhaps the only flaw was that she was still a little immature. In another 2 years she would definitely be even more beautiful. As for Qin Xiaotian, he was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. He looked quite human. After the applause and cheers died down, Qin Xiaotian and Yi began the normal opening of the banquet. Then, one after another, they started to perform. Isn't that Han Chushua here? Isn't she nearby? Lin Xian looked around curiously. He had seen photos of Han Chushua before. However, all he could see was her back. Logically speaking, she should be sitting with Ling Ying. However, Ling Ying and Lin Ye were sitting together. Lin Xian didn't see a particularly beautiful figure there. On the other hand, Lin Ye, Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue were chatting happily. Lin Ye was simply too satisfied with them. They were beautiful, elegant, and well-mannered. Their speech and actions were very elegant. She didn't know where Lin Xian had met such beautiful girls. Linglong Shui was even more abnormal. She smiled and chatted with Lin Ye the whole time. Lin Xian had known Ling Longshui for a short period of time. He had spent a lot of time with her, but he had never seen her smile. However, when she was with Linya, she actually smiled so much. Lin Xian expressed that he didn't know how beautiful Ling Longshui was when she smiled. He really wanted to see it once. However, he only saw the side of her face every time. Ling Longshui. How should she put it? She really didn't understand why she had changed. Was it because of Lin Xian? She wasn't sure. Anyway, she only knew one thing. She liked the feeling of being with Linya. She liked the feeling of being with her. It made her feel relaxed. There were no more things that troubled her. She was even willing to talk to Linya about things or experiences that she found interesting. She felt that maybe this was the kind of friend that Bing Lingyue was talking about. She and Bing Lingyue were friends, but with Linya, they should be considered friends, right? Sister Linya, are we friends? Ling Longshui glanced at Linya and asked. On the stage, a few beautiful girls were singing and dancing. Linya nodded, of course. This is what friends are like. Ling Longshui's lips curled up slightly. Not bad. That's right. She liked this feeling. She only regretted one thing now. Why didn't she come to live in the human world earlier? The human world, the interactions between humans, and the various things in the human world were so interesting. Of course, there were bad people here, but she felt that there were more good people. And the interactions between monsters? It was very scary. She was neutral, so it was fine. No, to be precise, she was strong enough to avoid some things. However, the monsters in the lower levels might get along well with each other, but who knew that they all had thoughts of killing each other and taking the treasures of the other? This was a monster. Between monsters, besides being close to each other, it was more of a mutual benefit. They might have to worry about being stabbed in the back. Humans might be worried too, but it was definitely not as scary as monsters. For a moment, she even wanted to stand on the side of the humans because she didn't want such a beautiful scene to be destroyed in a war between different races. But she couldn't do it. The Void Fox was strong in the Absolute Realm, but she couldn't go against the entire monster race and the Myriad Monster Alliance. Chapter 302. Lin Xian saw that Ling Ying left his seat and went to a corner. The corner was close to the front, but because it was at the edge, no one sat there. However, there was a girl in a white coat sitting there alone. Many people noticed her, but no one went over. Why don't you sit in the middle? Ling Ying sat next to Han Chuxue and asked with a smile. It's all the same. Han Chuxue replied faintly. Go, I'll introduce you to some friends. Han Chuxue shook her head, no need. She didn't like to make friends. To be precise, it wasn't that she didn't like it, but with her personality, she didn't want to make friends. Who didn't want to have a lot of friends? You're still not going on stage. Why? You're leaving after watching. Ling Ying asked with a smile. Han Chuxue nodded. Then you'll have to watch until the end because my performance is the finale. Han Chuxue didn't have much of a reaction. I heard that you're acting in a musical with a guy. When Ling Ying invited Han Chuxue to watch, he only said that she had a performance, but he didn't tell her what she was going to perform or how many people she was going to perform with. Han Chuxue only knew about it when she heard other people's discussions. Yeah, you know him, that Lin Xian. Ling Ying said. I don't know him. Han Chuxue shook her head slightly. Let's go, I'll introduce you to him. Although this person is quite an idiot, he's still quite good. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely be unhappy. You idiot, your whole family is idiots. Fuck. Of course, Ling Ying didn't mean to scold Lin Xian. Not interested. But, why are you so close to a guy? Suddenly, Han Chuxue remembered that day at Ling Ying's house. She saw something bad in the trash can. Could it be that it was that Lin Xian? That shouldn't be possible, right? However, Lin Xian's reputation in Tianhua City had been growing recently. First, he had saved dozens of people from the Sky Marshal Court. Then, he had the space attribute. Later, he had saved many people from Lin Feng City. Needless to say, he was outstanding. Han Chuxue was also slightly surprised, but she was not interested. Because her heart already belonged to someone else. Although that person was already dead and had changed her, it was still difficult for her to get over it in a short period of time. Ahahaha, making friends. Ling Ying laughed. Han Chuxue also knew Ling Ying very well, just like how Ling Ying knew Han Chuxue. That's right, Ling Ying did like to make friends, but to be honest, they were only true friends. There weren't many other good friends, let alone making friends with a boy. Even acting in a show with a boy was something that Han Chuxue felt was impossible. It must be an extraordinary relationship for this to happen. It had to be said that Han Chuxue really knew Ling Ying. You're my friend, and so is Lin Xian. Do you think it's wrong for me to introduce you to each other? If you don't get to know him, you're not giving me face. Ling Ying also didn't understand why he wanted to introduce her boyfriend to her best friend. Wasn't she afraid that something would happen between them? Of course, he wasn't afraid. He knew Han Chuxue too well. It was impossible for anything to happen between her and Lin Xian. Moreover, Han Chuxue's heart was now firmly locked by the man who died for her. It was even more impossible for anything to happen between them. Perhaps Ling Ying introduced them to each other because he felt that Lin Xian's flamboyant personality might have a good influence on Han Chuxue. It might even help her walk out of the haze. No way. Han Chuxue said decisively. Ling Ying, how boring. Sigh, you'll be a widow for the rest of your life. Ling Ying sighed. Han Chuxue didn't respond. Hey, I say, what's the point of liking a dead person? Ling Ying couldn't stand Han Chuxue anymore. He couldn't help but raise his voice. They had argued about this countless times. Ling Ying understood Han Chuxue's feelings, but he felt that it wasn't worth it for her. Based on what? I don't know. You're avoiding it again. Ling Ying shook his head secretly. She always used, I don't know, to avoid this question. Perhaps. Han Chuxue really didn't know. Forget it, forget it. You can just stand here and wait. Ling Ying walked away angrily. After about half an hour, Lin Xian and Ling Ying went backstage to change. Sister Qian, we should go now. Lin Xian received Ling Ying's message and said to Wang Qian. Okay. Lin Xian glanced at Wang Xintong and said, why don't you go sit with Fan Fan and the others? Wang Xintong smiled and shook her head. No need. I'll just sit here. Okay then, I'll go first. Good luck. Then, Lin Xian brought Wang Qian backstage. Ling Ying had already changed into her costume backstage. She was wearing a blue and white ancient dress. It was really beautiful. She was putting on makeup under the hands of the makeup artist. Actually, with her talent, she could do without makeup. However, if she put on some makeup and tied up her hair, the effect would be better. Lin Xian and Wang Qian had already decided on the time. At which point in the song, she needed to change the scene into a world of ice and snow. At which point, she needed to cancel the power of ice and snow. It was very simple and didn't require too much manipulation. There was a skit going on in front of the stage. It was about 10 minutes long, so Yi Yi and Qin Xiaotian had time to take a break. Senior Ling Ying, you're so beautiful. Yi Yi couldn't help but say enviously when she saw Ling Ying's appearance. You're very beautiful too. Ling Ying said with a smile as the makeup artist did her makeup. What about me? Lin Xian looked at Yi Yi and asked. Why aren't you changing? Yi Yi looked at Lin Xian and whispered. It's easy. Just put it on. Then, Lin Xian took his clothes and took off his jacket and pants on the spot. Hey, hey, hey. Are you a hooligan? There's no changing room. Ling Ying really couldn't stand Lin Xian, this bastard. There were still many people around. It's fine. It's not like I'm empty inside. Lin Xian quickly changed into his costume. He was wearing a white ancient dress with a sword at his waist and a fan in his hand. He indeed looked a little like a human. Come over and put on some makeup. Another makeup artist said with a smile. I also need to put on makeup. I feel that I'm quite a natural beauty. I beg of you. Don't be so confident, okay? Ling Ying said helplessly. Lin Xian, Yi Yi, who was beside him, held back her laughter. You also need to put on a wig, the makeup artist said with a smile. All right. Lin Xian swore that this was definitely the only time he would put on makeup. Qin Xiaotian walked over. His first attention was on Wang Qianqian, who was beside him. Wang Qianqian naturally saw Qin Xiaotian and knew that he was the target. However, she didn't give him a second look. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he became suspicious. Chapter 303. Qin Xiaotian smiled and asked Ling Ying and Lin Xian, You really don't need me to set up the scene. Ling Ying said, No need. My friend is already here. Although you might do better in the mysterious heaven realm, my friend's mysterious body realm is enough. Ling Ying's outfit was complete. She was so beautiful that she could die. Even Lin Xian wanted her to not take it off. She could wear it home tonight and do something. It would definitely be comfortable. Wang Qianqian said slightly, Hello, I'm Wang Qianqian. Nice to meet you. Qin Xiaotian smiled slightly, Qin Xiaotian. I know you. Wang Qianqian laughed softly. Oh. Qin Xiaotian, you're very famous in Tianhua City. You flatter me. Qin Xiaotian laughed in his heart. Could this Wang Qianqian be an admirer of his? Even if she didn't reach the level of an admirer, she should have a good impression of him, right? In that case, if he could ask her out, it would be easier to make his move. After all, if he simply followed her and wanted to find a place where there was no one around, it would be too difficult to make a move. No. You're really famous. Many of my friends have heard of you. Wang Qianqian showed a slight look of admiration. It was very slight, but it could be felt. Lin Xian held back his laughter. This Wang Qianqian had the potential to be a movie queen. And she had a good grasp of it. After all, she was 26 years old, but no one could tell that she was 26 years old. Lin Xian had personally experienced it. And I'm also of the ice attribute. Your ice attribute's power is what we want to imitate. Qin Xiaotian smiled slightly. It's not that powerful. It's just rumors. Of course it's powerful. Qin Xiaotian smiled but didn't say anything. Actually, I'm more powerful. Lin Xian said with a smile. Yes. Young Master Lin is the powerful one. Qin Xiaotian said. If Lin Xian praised Qin Xiaotian at this time, it would make him suspicious. Thank you for your support, young Master Qin. Ha. Lin Xian smiled. After 10 minutes, Lin Xian was also done with his makeup. Long gown and folding fan, white clothes fluttering in the wind. However, it was indeed necessary to put on some makeup. With such a long gown and folding fan, white clothes fluttering in the wind, coupled with your dark skin, it would look like a drama. Of course, Lin Xian wasn't too tanned, but he wasn't a pretty boy either. He still needed to whiten his skin. Yi and Qin Shaotian went to host, while Lin Xian stood up backstage and walked around. How is it? To tell the truth, Ling Ying was stunned. Lin Xian's appearance wasn't too good, but it wasn't bad either. He usually had bangs, and Lin Xian with bangs was indeed quite handsome. However, for some people, having bangs and not having bangs was completely different. Ling Ying had seen Lin Xian without bangs before. It was alright, not bad. However, when he removed his bangs and changed into an ancient costume, coupled with an ancient wig, it really gave off the feeling of a hero that Ling Ying had once imagined. In his imagination, Lin Xian was invincible, standing on top of a mountain, with the breeze blowing his clothes and hair, hugging her. Wow! Wait, the invincible hero suddenly turned into a sloppy Lin Xian. The atmosphere that was suddenly created was gone. Ding! Feeling Ling Ying's infatuation, scumbag man points plus 10,000. Ding! Little sister is disappointed, scumbag man points plus 10,000. Lin Xian, this Ling Ying was crazy. Hey, hey, hey! Lin Xian waved his hand in front of Ling Ying. After a few moments, Ling Ying finally reacted. His pretty face was slightly red, and he quickly coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Wahahaha, you were stunned by my handsomeness. Lin Xian laughed with his hands on his waist. Wang Qianqian, who was beside him, was holding back her laughter. As expected, it was still Lin Xian. The moment he opened his mouth, the feeling of a hero was instantly gone. However, to be honest, Wang Qianqian was also stunned. As long as Lin Xian didn't open his mouth, his outfit really suited him. No way! Ling Ying muttered. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and said, "It's alright, it's barely acceptable. At least the audience won't see it. That's it. I beg you, don't say anything. You'll lower yourself if you do." Lin Xian, do you really want me to speak like this? Baby? Lin Xian suddenly pressed Ling Ying against the wall with a deep and magnetic voice. His eyes were incomparably deep as he looked into Ling Ying's eyes. The people around them were stunned. Damn! Lin Xian was pressing Ling Ying against the wall. Really, her heart was pounding. Lin Xian felt a little interesting. This feeling was just right for the male lead of this musical. No, 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 she wanted to push Lin Xian down. Ling Ying slowly closed his eyes. Lin Xian, I say, big sister, why did you close your eyes? Ling Ying, bang. Then, she blushed and kicked him. Luckily, Lin Xian reacted quickly. Damn! This girl couldn't have been asking for a kiss just now, right? Lin Xian was dying of laughter in his heart. Was he really that handsome? Was he that attractive to girls? Ling Ying's face was red. She was embarrassed and angry. Bastard! God! Just now, she actually couldn't help but close her eyes and wait for Lin Xian to kiss her. Was this still her? When did she become such a love-struck fool? But, she really didn't understand why she closed her eyes for no reason. There were so many people around. Was it because Lin Xian gave her that special feeling? Damn it! The most infuriating thing was that this guy actually said it out loud. It was too infuriating. This feeling was like a boy sending a girl home, and the girl asking him if he wanted to go upstairs for a drink. The boy would have the wrong idea. After going upstairs, he would ask the girl for a drink. Actually, the girl didn't have any intention of hinting. She was really just asking if he wanted a drink. Then, the boy would feel awkward. That's right, Ling Ying had a similar feeling at this moment. Damn it. But to be honest, you're really handsome. You really have a white robe fluttering in the wind. It's the kind of feeling that girls yearn for in their hearts. Wang Qianqian said from the side. Really? Lin Xian looked at Wang Qianqian and raised an eyebrow. Provided that you don't speak. Lin Xian looked at himself in the mirror narcissistically. He really did have such a feeling. Sigh, indeed. The most troublesome thing is waking up every day. Lazing in bed? Ling Ying asked. No, after waking up and washing up, I feel troubled looking at myself in the mirror. Why do I have to be so handsome? Ling Ying, go to hell. A few of the young ladies laughed and said, but Lin Xian, you're really suited for ancient costumes. This is purely based on fate. You can consider acting in ancient costumes. I guarantee that you'll be chosen by the director. You'll definitely become a big star. That awesome. You have to believe that we girls have the same taste. When watching TV, it's all about the appearance. Your appearance is just average, Lin Xian, but when you're dressed in ancient costumes, it's really a qualitative leap. You'll be popular. Lin Xian also wanted to act. It just so happened that Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyue liked to watch TV. Wahahaha. Chapter 304. Of course, Lin Xian was just thinking about it. He did not have the energy to do such a showy thing. This was because the era did not allow it. Life was worth it and the future was promising. He had other things to do. Perhaps in the future, the things he would do would be even more dazzling than what he did on that dazzling stage and the big screen. Are you nervous? Ling Ying asked. To be honest, even she was nervous. This was her first time. Lin Xian was a little nervous as well, but he was much better. He did not put on airs and did not want to embarrass himself or perform perfectly. He just wanted to do his best. Ling Ying did not put on airs either. She just wanted to give a beautiful performance with Lin Xian. Time passed slowly. Lin Xian, Senior Ling Ying, it's your turn next. Get ready backstage. Yi ran over and shouted. Coming. Then, Ling Ying, Lin Xian, and Wang Qianqian walked over together. 5 minutes later, the second last performance was over. Accompanied by a round of applause, Yi walked onto the stage. Next up is the last performance of this year's gala. Lin Xian from the Sky Martial Courts Junior Class and Ling Ying from the Sky Martial Court Senior Class will be performing the musical, The Snow Between the Brows. Please enjoy. Wow, most of the people present had been waiting for this performance. Whether it was Ling Ying or Lin Xian, they were both influential figures in Tianhua Academy. Especially when the two of them were performing in a musical together, it was even more exciting. Lin Ye and the rest were chatting. When they heard that it was Lin Xian's performance, they immediately stopped and focused all their attention on the pitch-black stage. It was extremely quiet, the prelude slowly played. The lights on the stage lit up. Along with the lights on the stage, snow began to fall on the stage. Behind the stage, there was a big screen. This allowed the people in the distance to see everything on the stage clearly. Accompanied by the sad and beautiful background music, a voice slowly drifted over. The so-called Jianghu Road is nothing more than her holding an umbrella and saying, then came the voices of men and women, don't let me down. Lin Ye was shocked. This is little Xian's voice. She could tell that this was indeed Lin Xian's voice, but how could Lin Xian produce such an emotional and heart-tugging voice? Sound was also a must-have in a musical. If it wasn't good, then they would just leave the show. However, Lin Xian's voice, coupled with the falling snow and the background music, made many people subconsciously place their hands on their hearts. So, the two figures turned into two streaks of light and rushed towards the stage. Accompanied by the heavy snow and music, they actually started a sword fight on the stage. Ling Ying's beauty was within everyone's expectations, but when they saw the white-robed Lin Xian, they were all stunned. Everyone was shocked, but there were three people who were more shocked than anyone else. In the distance, when Han Chuxue turned from Ling Ying to Lin Xian, she even subconsciously stood up. Her beautiful eyes shone with a strange splendor, and there was even a trace of sparkling in them. The sparkling splendor in her eyes accompanied the splendor, this face. It's him. Is it him? The person in her memory had bangs. Moreover, it was still dark, so it wasn't too clear. It was an ancient costume. There was a slight difference. But when she saw this face, she subconsciously felt that it was him. No. He's dead. It's a coincidence, it's a coincidence. Han Chuxue comforted herself and slowly sat down, but her heart couldn't calm down. Her beautiful eyes stared intently at the stage. She wanted to confirm it was very simple. She just needed to see Lin Xian without the ancient costume and wig. She really wanted to know. The other person was Linglong Shui. When Linglong Shui saw the current Lin Xian, her first reaction was that he was the person in the portrait at the place where she saw Bing Lingyue in the deep cold valley. It was too similar. Lin Xian was somewhat similar. When he put on this white shirt and removed his bangs, it was as if the person in the portrait had run out. She furrowed her brows and reached out. Her slender fingers drew something in the air in front of her. A few seconds later, the portrait that existed in her memory appeared in her hand. She really held the portrait up and compared it with Lin Xian on the stage. Sister Linya, take a look. Linglong Shui handed the portrait to Linya. Ah. Linya focused on the performance that surprised her. Then, she turned to Linglong Shui and took the portrait. Isn't this little Xian? Did you draw it? Do you think it's him too? Linya pondered for a moment and then compared it with the portrait. Yes, the white shirt, the dancing sword, and the star mole beside his nose are all in the same place. Phew, Linglong Shui took a deep breath. Was it really him? Was it not a coincidence? No, it was too similar. She might have denied it before. But now, when Lin Xian wore the ancient costume and danced with the sword, it was too similar. She glanced at Bing Lingyue beside her. Bing Lingyue's attention was all on the stage. Her hands were on her chest. Her beautiful eyes were twinkling. She was the third person to be surprised. It was not that she was surprised. It was just that, there was a strange feeling in her heart. It was very, very strange. It felt like déjà vu, but it did not feel like it. The audience was extremely quiet. In the previous performances, they would watch and chat. But this performance inexplicably stirred their hearts. They watched attentively. Ling Ying's first line stunned the audience. Lin Xian's second line was not out of place at all. Swoosh, half of the stage turned into a world of ice and snow. The snow was still falling. Hey, you've been here all this time. You haven't gone anywhere else. Are you waiting for someone? Lin Xian stood in front of Ling Ying and looked at her affectionately. He was really, inexplicably immersed in this performance. It was as if he was really experiencing this part and saying this sentence from the bottom of his heart, I'm not waiting for anyone. No one will come, Ling Ying said softly. You've been alone for so long. Haven't you thought of going somewhere else? The entire play was perfectly acted out, and even Ling Ying was immersed in it. Wow, when they walked off the stage, the audience was in disbelief. Lingyue, Linglong Shui turned to look at Bing Lingyue. She was crying. Bing Lingyue wiped her tears and smiled at Linglong Shui. You are crying. Bing Lingyue wiped her tears again. I don't know. This performance is too touching. Chapter 305. No. It wasn't that the show was too touching, but she had a very uncomfortable feeling in her heart. She didn't understand why it was like this. Perhaps Linglong Shui knew more than her. She was wondering if she should tell her about the portrait. No, she didn't know what to do. She felt that she should ask for Lin Xian's opinion first. Backstage, Ling Ying excitedly pounced on Lin Xian and hung on to him. The audience was stunned. Really? You're amazing. Ling Ying said from the bottom of her heart. She had to keep this show for the rest of her life. Really? Lin Xian grinned. Ling Ying jumped down from Lin Xian's body and looked at the stunned audience. Then she tidied her hair and knew that she had lost her composure. She coughed dryly and said, "Hurry up and change your clothes. Once you get off the stage, you won't have that feeling anymore, understand?" Really? On stage, Lin Xian gave her the feeling that she really wanted to pray to the sun. But now, forget it. This guy was still the same guy. Although everyone was shocked, they remembered that this was Ling Ying. She was the most unfathomable goddess, so they didn't think too much about it. Sister Qianqian, thank you so much. Lin Xian said to Wang Qianqian gratefully. Then he secretly gave her a look. Wang Qianqian naturally understood what Lin Xian meant. Lin Xian wanted her to be careful and pay attention. Qin Shaotian didn't see this scene because he was hosting with Yi Yi. In other words, they were going to end the show. After that, Lin Xian and Ling Ying went to the dressing room to change. Outside, after Yi Yi announced the end of the show, everyone dispersed. Han Chuxue quietly followed the crowd out. Wow, wow, wow. Lin Xian really felt like a different person just now. Lu Yufan said excitedly. Miao Xiao Miao also nodded repeatedly. Really, this kind of feeling was too much for a girl. How great would it be if Ling Ying was them? I really envy Ling Ying. Ling Long, I want to drink wine. I don't know why. Bing Lingyue whispered to Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui was slightly stunned, and then she nodded. She turned to Linya and said, "Big sister Linya, Ling Yu and I have some matters to attend to, so we'll head back first. We'll be guests at big sister Linya's house when we have time." All right. Slow down. After that, Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue left. Of course, they had exchanged contact information. Wang Xintong was very envious. She also wanted to be like Ling Ying, but unfortunately, she was not. She left after sending a message to Lin Xian. She knew that Lin Xian still had many friends here, so there was no need for her to stay. I really suspect that the Lin Xian on the stage just now was a substitute. Xiao Runing said helplessly. Of course, it was just a joke, but it really broke her previous impression of Lin Xian. It was completely overturned. Who wasn't? Linya was the same. Linya said softly, "Maybe, he has a talent for acting." Maybe. Xiao Runing smiled and said, "Do you want to go shopping? It's only 9 o'clock. The time is just right." Wow. I want to go shopping too. Hearing their words, Lu Yufan couldn't wait to say it. Let's go together. Lin Yi smiled. Then let's wait for Lin Xian and Yi. Him. He probably won't go shopping. Lin Yi said helplessly, let's wait for Yi. Xiao Ying should go too. After that, they agreed to go shopping together. Ling Ying didn't go. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, but that she was stopped by Lin Xian. Lin Xian wouldn't let her go. What? I want to go shopping with Sister Linya and the rest. Ling Ying watched as the few of them left Tianhua Academy's main gate. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian unhappily. Let's go home and get down to business. You don't know how suffocating I've been for the past few days. Coincidentally, little fairy isn't home, hee hee hee. Ling Ying, wow. Are you crazy? Ling Ying, no. Didn't we say we'll talk when we get home tonight? We'll talk after Sister Linya and the rest are done shopping. Ling Ying mumbled softly. No, I can't hold back anymore. And now is now, and later is later. This is the second time. Ling Ying, are you a bastard? Hey, do you want to see the wild side of your man? Lin Xian grinned. I just want to give you a slap. Ling Ying said angrily. Then I'll give you 1,000 slaps. Ling Ying, get lost. Miao Xiaomiao had also gone shopping with Linya and the rest. Wang Qianqian had just chased after them. After all, from Qin Xiaoqian's point of view, Wang Qianqian and Ling Ying were good friends. Moreover, she had to go back alone because she wasn't sure if Qin Xiaotian would follow her. Anyway, as long as he followed her, Wang Qianqian would definitely sense it. After all, her cultivation level was 1 star higher than Qin Xiaotian's. Once she sensed it, she would contact Lin Xian, and Lin Xian would rush over as fast as he could. Sister Qianqian, Qin Xiaotian is behind us. He might follow you tonight, but with how cautious he is, he definitely won't make a move. Be careful. Lin Xian whispered to Wang Qianqian who had just walked over. Got it. Qin Xiaotian and his friend were talking and laughing behind them. Indeed, although he was talking, his attention was still on Wang Qianqian and the rest. Then, the three of them walked to the gate while talking and laughing. There were too many people at the gate. After all, more than half of the tens of thousands of people were going home after watching the performance. However, there was a place where there were more people because there was a figure standing beside a tree. Her attention was on everyone leaving the school gate as if she was waiting for someone. Many people looked at her from afar and secretly took pictures of her, but there were really not many who went over to talk to her. Because they didn't dare. Only the masters of the advanced class would dare to talk to her, but they all knew that Han Chushua couldn't be talked to. Because she wouldn't even care about you. The three figures walked out while talking and laughing. Naturally, Han Chushua saw them. When her gaze fell on Lin Xian, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glisten with tears. It was a completely subconscious expression of her emotions. It's him. It's him. Chushua. Ling Ying raised his head and saw the exceptionally eye-catching figure under the tree through the crowd. He was slightly surprised. He thought that Han Chushua had gone back. Was she waiting for her here? Lin Xian, that's Han Chushua. Let's go, I'll introduce you to her. Ling Ying said to Lin Xian. Then I'll go back first. Then, Wang Qianqian and the rest parted ways. Qin Xiaotian, who was behind them, had just reached here. Lin Xian and Ling Ying walked towards Han Chushua. Lin Xian looked at Han Chushua. She was indeed beautiful. She was indeed Tianhua Academy's #1 beauty. Chushua. Why are you crying? After walking closer, Ling Ying looked at Han Chushue in shock. Chapter 306. Really? Ling Ying and Han Chushue had known each other since they were young. She had always been like this. She was cold and didn't talk much. Ling Ying had seen Han Chushue get hurt when she was young. She remembered clearly that Han Chushue only had tears in her eyes from the pain, but she didn't cry out loud. She had been like this since she was young. This was the first time Ling Ying saw Han Chushue's tears gathering from her cheeks to her chin and then falling to the ground. Of course, she was shocked. Why was she crying? What happened? Lin Xian didn't know much about Han Chushue, but he didn't think that such a woman would cry, right? Not to mention in front of so many people. Really, when these people saw Han Chushue like this, they swore that this was the most bizarre, most unbelievable, and most shocking thing they had ever seen in their lives. Han Chushue had always been the goddess of ice and frost. She was so cold that no one dared to strike up a conversation with her. Even if they did, she wouldn't even look at them. However, she actually revealed her true feelings here. Why? Damn. Han Chushue is crying. Damn it. What's going on? Could it be that she was moved by the musical that Lin Xian and Ling Ying just performed? Moved my ass. If she could be moved, then she wouldn't be Han Chushue. Even if she was moved to tears, she wouldn't cry here, in front of so many people. Really, Han Chushue's scene made everyone's hearts completely collapse. What the hell is going on? Chushue, what's wrong? Ling Ying frowned and walked in front of her. Han Chushue's eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. Ling Ying naturally saw Han Chushue's eyes. She turned her head and found that Han Chushue's eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. She revealed a surprised expression. What was going on? Lin Xian was also stunned. Of course, he could see that Han Chushue's eyes were fixed on him. What was she going to do? Was she going to force herself on him? The next scene left everyone dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Han Chushue ran towards Lin Xian and threw herself into his arms, burying her head in his chest and sobbing. Fuck. 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 What the hell is going on? This is Han Chushue? Who are you? Get out of her body. Caw caw caw, everyone couldn't help but take pictures of this shocking scene. His heart was bleeding as he patted it. The goddess that they all adored was actually crying in another man's arms. Oh my God. Some of them were more fragile, and tears began to flow from their eyes as they patted the ground. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. What was going on? Ling Ying was even more confused. She also wanted to know what was going on. Qin Xiaotian happened to see this scene from behind. Han Chushue was his favorite girl. Because he couldn't pursue her, he temporarily stopped and turned to Yi Yi. Who would have thought that Han Chushue would actually throw herself into Lin Xian's arms? To be honest, Ling Ying wanted to pull Han Chushue out of Lin Xian's arms at that moment. Come out, that's my man. But she suddenly thought of something. Han Chushue wouldn't be like this normally. She wouldn't even cry. What did she care about the most now? It was the man who saved her in the beast territory and died. Even her obsession had completely changed because of that incident. Ding. Making a big sister cry is classified as a scumbag. Scumbag value plus 300000. Ding. Mission completion 50%. Scumbag value plus 100,000. Lin Xian was really dumbfounded. He didn't trigger any mission, so how did he complete 50% of the mission? Suddenly, Lin Xian realized something. Ding. Successfully triggered the mission teasing Big Sister. Due to unknown appearance and unknown name, mission penalty, none, mission progress, 50%, mission reward, sword skill heavenly lightning flash. Fuck. This was the mission that he triggered when he met the Netherworld Flame Lion in the Beast territory and saw an injured Big Sister. This Han Chushue was that injured Big Sister? Fuck. Han Chushue didn't know what she was thinking. She only knew that the change and influence that person had on her was simply too great. She could sit in the backyard in a daze all day long, just like that. It turned out that when Ling Ying said that Han Chushue was injured outside, a man saved her, she fell in love with that person, but he died, it was actually him. Han Chushue mistakenly thought that he was dead. But it was precisely because of this that Han Chushue's cold heart was moved. The smart Ling Ying guessed something. She once heard Lin Xian say that he did save a Big Sister in the Beast territory, but he didn't know who it was because her face was dyed red with blood. And Han Chushue just happened to be injured in the Beast territory and was saved by someone else. The timing also seemed to match up. She realized that she was an idiot. Such an obvious thing, why didn't she connect these two things together earlier? The main thing was that she didn't think of it. She didn't think that there would be such a coincidence in this world. Then now it was awkward. Ling Ying was Han Chushue's good sister, plus Han Chushue's current performance, she undoubtedly liked Lin Xian. And she was also Lin Xian's woman, she was her good sister. She had once made a bet with Lin Xian that he would be the one to fuck her and Han Chushue, but Ling Ying didn't think much of it. Now, it seemed that Lin Xian would be able to get Han Chushue effortlessly, so she was crazy. God. How did such a melodramatic plot happen to her? Hey, of course, Lin Xian already knew what was going on, but he really didn't know what to do. In other words, Han Chushue had been his target for a long time, which meant that he needed to win her over. He was looking forward to it, but now, there were too many people around, and Lin Xian was panicking. Big Sister, can you come out first? My clothes are all wet. Lin Xian reached out his hand and gently patted Han Chushue's thin back. Han Chushue really couldn't hold back and threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. After she finished crying and calmed down, she realized how immature her actions were. Then, she raised her head from Lin Xian's arms and let go of Lin Xian, wiping her tears. Sorry. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Xian one more time, turned her head and walked away. She really couldn't control herself. No matter how cold she was still a soft-hearted woman. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Tomorrow, no, maybe tonight, this would become the hottest topic in Tianhua Academy, Tianxing Academy, and Tianyang Academy. After all, Han Chushue was a famous person in Tianhua City. Chushue! Ling Ying shouted, then turned to look at Lin Xian and said, I'll go look for her first. Hey! I'm suffocating. Chapter 307. Lin Xian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Originally, he wanted to find Ling Ying to do some sweaty things at home, but he didn't expect Han Chushue to appear out of nowhere. Although it was a little cool, what should he do with his anger? It was already enough, but Han Chushue made it even more. Fuck. But, looking at Han Chushue's situation, Lin Xian felt that it seemed to be easy to win her over. Because there was no need for him to win her over, Han Chushue had won over herself. Who could withstand this? It was equivalent to saying that this was a completely unexpected gain. Young Master Lin, you and Han Chushue, what's the situation? Qin Shaotian couldn't bear it anymore. Originally, he wanted to follow Wang Qianshan, but after seeing this scene, he couldn't stay calm anymore. Han Chushue was definitely the woman he loved the most. He felt that in this world, only Han Chushue or Ling Ying was worthy of him, but this Han Chushue was actually so intimate with Lin Xian, even crying in his arms. He had to figure it out. Han Chushue, sigh. Lin Xian sighed and secretly shook his head. How should I say this? It's my fault. What's there to blame? Qin Shaotian frowned and asked. She wanted to be my girlfriend, but I already have a girlfriend, so she was sad. Now, my girlfriend is also unhappy, breaking the hearts of two girls at once. I'm also very desperate. Lin Xian sighed and then walked away. Qin Shaotian secretly clenched his fist. Believe. Half believe and half doubt. But, before this, he never believed that Han Chushue would cry in a boy's arms. This topic instantly fermented in the major group chats. Chushue, Ling Ying caught up with Han Chushue. It's nothing. Han Chushue had more or less recovered her calm. Lin Xian, the one who saved you in the beast domain, right? Ling Ying asked Han Chushue. Han Chushue hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. I don't know what to do. Just now. I couldn't hold back, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? Ling Ying smiled. Let's go to your house and have a few drinks. Ling Ying's mood was also extremely complicated. What should he do? Her best friend just happened to like Lin Xian, so there was nothing she could do. Lin Xian was distressed. He wanted to go shopping with Linya and the others, but he would be exhausted if he went shopping with so many women. Then, he quietly went back home and lay there like a corpse. At this moment, how he wished he had a beautiful big sister. Sob. Han Chushue also lived alone. She lived in a villa, but she didn't buy it herself. Her Han family already had a property in Tianhua City, so she was too lazy to buy a small house. Living in a villa wasn't because she was vain. The two girls were too lazy to cook, so they bought some along the way. Then, they went home and opened some wine. They drank and ate while chatting. At this moment, the two girls' hearts were in a mess, very messy. Han Chushue didn't care about what the outside world thought of her. For example, she hugged Lin Xian and cried in his arms. This would cause a lot of things to talk about, but she didn't care. She was just upset. She had found this person, and he wasn't dead. She should be very, very happy, but why was she upset? It was because of Ling Ying. Ling Ying and Lin Xian had a special relationship. She could roughly see that it might have been Lin Xian that night. The two of them might also be a couple. What about her? How could she fight with her best friend over a person just for her? Did she like Lin Xian? She already knew. That man was already deeply rooted in her heart. Too deep, too deep. They didn't have any interactions, but because of that incident, it had been fermenting in her heart for a long time. Even if she didn't like him, Han Chushue felt that she couldn't fall in love with anyone else other than him. She thought for a long time and understood this point. But it just so happened that he and Ling Ying had a very special relationship. As for whether they were a couple or not, she wasn't sure. She really hoped that they weren't. What about Ling Ying? The person Han Chushue had always loved wasn't dead. He was Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was her boyfriend. Han Chushue was also her best friend. She didn't want Han Chushue to continue like this. Then, how could he make Han Chushue return to her former self? Be together with Lin Xian. This was the only way. This was also the only way to completely restore Han Chushue. In fact, the reason why Han Chushue became like this was because of guilt. Guilt was the main reason. She felt that it was because she was the one who caused the death of that person, while she was still alive. He even saved her life. But now, guilt had already given birth to love. If she could have met Lin Xian earlier and knew that he wasn't dead, then Han Chushue wouldn't have needed to fall in love with him. She only needed to know that he wasn't dead, and the guilt in her heart would have disappeared. But, it had been too long. She thought about it day and night, and it slowly became ingrained in her heart. This kind of love derived from guilt was already inextricable. Simply knowing that Lin Xian wasn't dead, the guilt in her heart was indeed gone, and she felt a lot better. But what about that kind of love? Ling Ying was her best friend, and they had talked a lot. She also understood. She also knew that Han Chushue had fallen in love with Lin Xian. Perhaps this was the only way to make Han Chushue like a man. But why did it happen to be Lin Xian? Chushue, what are your thoughts now? Do you plan to be together with Lin Xian? Ling Ying asked. I don't know. Then are you sure you like him? I don't know, like. Maybe the person she liked was the person who saved her. But Lin Xian was the person who saved her. Then if Lin Xian confesses to you, will you be together with him? Han Chushue was silent. Her heart told herself that she would. Ling Ying saw her silence and also knew something. She sighed slightly in her heart. It was okay for her to be selfish, because she had the right to be selfish, because Lin Xian was her boyfriend. But she also didn't want to see her best friend continue like this. The guilt was gone, but she would still be disappointed, swayed by her emotions, and unable to recover from the setback. She didn't want to see that either. In the end, she made her choice. Come, let's drink this. Ling Ying smiled and clinked glasses with Han Chushue, and then drank it all in one gulp. Time slowly passed. Perhaps Han Chushue was drunk, but her face was red. She raised her head and looked at Ling Ying. Ling Ying, are you and Lin Xian a couple? Han Chushue asked. No. No, how is that possible? Ling Ying quickly explained. She wanted to say yes, but she chose to let Han Chushue walk out of the haze. Chapter 308. As for the relationship between Ling Ying and Lin Xian, she didn't know either. Let's just leave it at that for the time being and let Lin Xian have it easy. She could just let nature take its course. Ling Ying felt that she couldn't give up on Lin Xian and help Han Chushue. She didn't know when it started, but she really liked Lin Xian. She couldn't do it. However, she might be able to watch Lin Xian flirt with other young ladies. It wasn't that Ling Ying was magnanimous. Maybe she was used to Lin Xian hanging out with other girls, so she gradually accepted it. No girl could accept this. It could only be said that perhaps she could choose to turn a blind eye to it and tolerate it. She didn't know how long she would have to wait. She was also very confused. Isn't that so? Han Chushue raised her head and looked at Ling Ying seriously. Of course not. Han Chushue normally wouldn't ask such a question. It was probably because she was in a mess tonight and had drunk alcohol that she asked such a question. The last time I went to your house, I saw a pair of men's shoes. Ling Ying, that's my distant cousin. Coincidentally, Tianhua City might be very dangerous, so he came and ate at my house. I was afraid that you would misunderstand, so I didn't let him out. Ling Ying reacted quickly. Then why was there an unwrapped condom in the trash can? Ling Ying, it can't be. Han Chushue also saw this. Damn. Ling Ying couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Her mind was spinning rapidly, trying to come up with an explanation. It's strange. I bought a new set of clothes online. God knows what the store would put in the packaging. I opened it out of curiosity and found out what it was. But I just opened it and threw it into the trash can. Ling Ying really admired herself. Would they give that when you buy clothes? Han Chushua asked. Normally, she wouldn't ask. Today, she really drank a bit too much. Her face was red and she was drunk. Sometimes, she would even let out a cute burp. Later, I found out that the clothes I bought belonged to Qingqiu. That store was also that kind of store. In a fit of anger, I pushed the clothes away and gave the store 50 negative reviews. Maybe it's a habit of this kind of store to give that kind of thing, Ling Ying quickly said. So, that means, you and Lin Xian, we're just friends. And, Han Chushua nodded slightly and then drank the wine in one gulp. You plan to chase after Lin Xian? Ling Ying bit her lips and asked tentatively. Han Chushua shook her head. No, then what do you mean? It's enough, he is for him to save me. The guilt in my heart is gone. All that's left is to repay him for saving my life. Not knowing why, Ling Ying felt relieved after hearing Han Chushua's words. But, is that really it? But you like him. Ling Ying said. The one I like is the dead Lin Xian, not him. Han Chushua said faintly. Is that true? Maybe it's true. But Ling Ying felt that it's not true. Maybe Han Chushua was just comforting herself like this. Then, are you okay now? Han Chushua nodded slightly, N. Tianmu Conference. Han Chushua hesitated for a moment and said, forget it. I already said that I won't participate. When the time comes, I will think about how to repay Lin Xian. After that, I will return to Tiandu. Ling Ying, her beautiful eyes stared at Han Chushua. She still hasn't recovered. Sure enough. The Lin Xian in Han Chushua's heart was too deep. He was completely imprinted in her heart, including her love. If she really recovered completely, based on Ling Ying's understanding of Han Chushua, she would have gone to the beast territory to level up. Because she delayed for a long time, but she didn't, so she still hasn't recovered. Maybe she won't take the initiative to take that step, so she can only rely on Lin Xian to take the initiative to take that step. Ling Ying, Ling Ying, you are really magnanimous. Ling Ying secretly sighed. She even wanted her boyfriend to comfort Han Chushua. But there was no other way. Maybe with Lin Xian's flowery mouth, Han Chushua could really recover. But if this matter wasn't solved, Han Chushua would still be the same Han Chushua. She didn't want her best sister to become like this. She would rather be magnanimous and jealous. She put all the blame on Lin Xian. Why did you go to the beast territory for no reason? Why did you save a girl? Isn't it good to lie at home and be a fat otaku? Damn it. But if Lin Xian didn't go, Han Chushua would already be dead. Then I will give you Lin Xian's WeChat and contact information. When you think of how to repay him, you can directly contact him. Thank you. Hey, isn't this you? Why are you thanking me? Ling Ying was also helpless. If he gave her his contact information, with Lin Xian's personality, he would definitely hook up with Han Chushua. And Han Chushua actually liked him. In this case, if Lin Xian could do it, Han Chushua should be able to recover. Although she was unhappy and didn't want to, she had to do it. Achoo, Lin Xian, who was bored to death at home and playing mobile games on the sofa, suddenly sneezed. Ding. Feeling jealousy from Ling Ying, scumbag value plus 10,000. Ding. Feeling displeasure from Ling Ying, scumbag value plus 10,000. Ding, damn. Lin Xian's mind was filled with all kinds of notifications of Ling Ying's dissatisfaction towards him. The system was about to explode. What did I do? Lin Xian held his phone with a dumbfounded expression. He was innocent. He was just playing with his phone at home. Why did the system notification explode? He was so innocent and wanted to cry. When Ling Ying came home, he wanted to slap her and make her cry. After a while, Lin Xian sent a message to Ling Ying. She replied instantly, saying that she wouldn't be coming home tonight. Lin Xian, really, this guy's mentality directly exploded. Damn. He was about to explode. Ling Ying definitely wouldn't be coming home tonight. She was having a heart-to-heart talk with Han Chuxue. Ah. What should I do then? Lin Xian was annoyed by one girl after another. Oh right, isn't there still a little fairy here? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and then the corner of his mouth curved into a smirk. He waited and waited until it was past 11 o'clock. Linya finally came home with a pile of shopping spoils. Xiao Xian. Linya looked around and asked, Xiaoying didn't come home. She's sleeping at a friend's house tonight. She won't be coming back. I see. Are you hungry? I'll make you some supper. Linya changed his shoes. If you don't want to eat, I'll eat you. Chapter 309. Linya looked at Lin Xian, who was acting like a bad guy, and subconsciously took a step back. Hee, little fairy, why are you taking a step back? Lin Xian said with a smile. That feeling when you're acting is so good. Linya remembered that this was her little Xian, and he wasn't a bad guy. The main thing was, she really felt like a lamb in a tiger's den. Little fairy, you said it yourself that it's just acting, it's not the real me. Lin Xian threw his phone aside, and then walked towards Linya with a smile. Linya, I'll go make supper for you. Then, she ran into the kitchen as if she was escaping. Lin Xian looked at the cute Linya with a smile. Honestly, he felt that she was very cute. Little Xian, what do you want to eat? Linya poked her head out from the kitchen. I want to eat seafood noodles. It'll be ready soon. Outside, Linya ate some snacks while shopping, but after walking for such a long time, she was indeed a little hungry, so she made 2 bowls. Of course, her bowl was called a normal bowl, while Lin Xian's bowl was called a basin. After eating, Lin Xian and Linya sat on the sofa, watching TV and chatting. Linya's legs were held by Lin Xian, and he was massaging her legs. On the surface, it looked like a massage, but in reality, Lin Xian was also enjoying it. Little Xian, how did you meet Ling Long and the other girls? Linya asked curiously. Lin Xian being able to meet girls like Yi Yi and Ling Ying was already beyond Linya's expectations, but he actually knew those 2 extraordinary girls, which made Linya even more curious. You're talking about them. It's nothing. We met in the demonic beast domain, completed missions together, and went through life and death together. Slowly, we became friends. Lin Xian said. Although there was a suspicion of cheating, it was more or less the same meaning. Their temperaments are very good. Do you know them? It would be great if she could be your girlfriend. Lin Xian, didn't I say that I don't want anyone but you? Lin Xian said sweetly. Ding. Flowery words that do not match the facts, this is the behavior of a scumbag. Scumbag value plus 200,000. Lin Xian, fine. He admitted it. Don't you like it? They're really beautiful. Of course I do. As long as she's pretty and has a good heart, I'll like her. But I like you the most, little fairy. Sweet talker. Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. However, sweet talk was indeed very effective on girls, so she was quite happy. Oh, right. Linya suddenly thought of something and took out a purple fruit from her bag. What kind of fruit is this? You only bought one. Lin Xian curiously took it. What surprised him was that this purple fruit was actually emitting a faint spiritual energy. I didn't buy it. Ling Long gave it to me. I don't know what it is either. Linya said faintly. She gave it to you. If it was given to Linya by Ling Long Shui, with her ability, she could casually take out something very exaggerated. Yes, so I wanted you to see what it is. Of course, Lin Xian did not know what it was. Even the memories of the Imperial Physician's sacred technique did not have this. Perhaps it was only available on Earth or planet Aqua Blue. As for the Imperial Physician's sacred technique, Lin Xian did not know if it came from Earth or planet Aqua Blue. Did she say anything? Lin Xian asked. Ling Long said that eating this is good for the body. Ling Long Shui would not harm Linya. They got along quite well. Lin Xian could see that this was definitely something good. Then you eat it. I'll watch. Lin Xian was really looking forward to seeing what this mysterious purple fruit could do. You eat it. Although I haven't known Ling Long for long, what she said should be true. Lin Xian gently rubbed Linya's little head, making her look like a child. Linya's pretty face blushed. You eat it. Maybe it's not suitable for men. Lin Xian laughed. He was really touched. If there was anything good, Linya would definitely think of him. But what could he give Linya? Compared to her love, it was negligible. Linya looked at Lin Xian. She still wanted to leave all the good things for Lin Xian, even though she did not know what it was. Hurry up and eat it. Otherwise, I'll get angry and teach you a lesson tonight. Lin Xian glared at Linya. Linya's delicate body trembled. Bastard! This Lin Xian is becoming more and more of a hooligan. Can I eat it? Yes. Lin Xian nodded. I'll go wash it. Then, Linya took the fruit to the kitchen, washed it, and took it out again. If it was some kind of heaven and earth spirit item, it would only be useful if one of them was eaten. For example, if the fruit was split into two, and Lin Xian and Linya each took half, it would be useless. Half each. Linya said in a low voice. I'm not eating it. I'm so full. You eat it all. Hurry up. Oh, then, Linya's small mouth gently bit the fruit. Strange, what's wrong? Lin Xian asked curiously. Why does it feel like it melts into water? Linya said in surprise. The more it was like this, the more precious the fruit was. It was not water, but thick heaven and earth spirit energy. It's okay. This is a good thing. Let's eat first. The fruit was not big. It was about the size of a normal apricot. It was not much bigger than a ping-pong ball. Linya finished it in a few bites. How do you feel? Anyway, as a bystander, Lin Xian could feel the spirit energy around Linya's delicate body. This spirit energy was getting thicker and thicker. It's hot. I feel, there's a stream of air in my lower abdomen. Just as she finished speaking, Linya's small face revealed a surprised expression. Lin Xian could feel her realm rising. Rising, it kept rising. After about a minute, this aura slowly disappeared. Lin Xian revealed a surprised expression. As expected, Ling Long Shui gave Linya an extraordinary item. She probably saw that Linya's realm was not high. In this era, it was not good to have a low realm. So, she gave Linya this item. Little Xian, the system notified me that my realm has reached Arcane Body Realm 4 stars. Linya looked at Lin Xian in surprise and asked, Did I hear wrongly? Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. No. Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight confirmed that she had indeed reached arcane body realm 4 stars. This small fruit allowed Linya to rise by dozens of stars. At the same time, it also increased her realm by a large realm. This was something similar to an experience fruit. As expected, this was another way to increase a martial artist's realm. There was no need to kill monsters. The powerful energy contained in the spirit fruit could also increase a martial artist's realm. This was good news. It was compatible with the God's Child system. Many people knew about it, but it was too difficult to obtain this kind of spirit fruit. It was almost equivalent to not having this method. Chapter 310. With the help of Lin Xian's experience fruit, Linya had reached the spirit condensation realm. With the help of this mysterious fruit, she had reached the arcane body realm. This was good news. It proved that Linya was very powerful now. However, she did not have any attributes or martial arts techniques. She only had a short lifespan. Her body was much stronger than ordinary people. Her current attributes were even lower than martial artists of the same realm. But it was enough for now. Lin Xian felt that the most important thing was to get Linya's attributes back. Then, he would bring her to cultivate, learn martial arts techniques, and learn swordsmanship. This way, Linya could also become powerful. Lin Xian would not have to worry about her being bullied outside. For now, Linya, who was at the 4 stars arcane body realm, was enough to stay in Tianhua City. Lin Xian also received a very important piece of information. Those heaven and earth spiritual items outside could increase one's realm. There was no need to kill monsters blindly. But it was very difficult to get. Killing monsters, experience fruit, possible scumbag system missions, and heaven and earth spiritual items. These were all the methods that Lin Xian knew that could increase one's realm. Meditation and cultivation were useless. However, for those people in the past, including the demon race and Bing Lingyue, they could only meditate or refine some heaven and earth spiritual items to increase their realm. In short, having the God spawn system was a good thing. More killing, less meditation. I feel so strong. Linya clenched her fists and said happily. Lin Xian lightly pinched her rosy cheeks and said with a smile, "When the time comes, I'll find you some powerful martial skills. Then, I'll bring you to the demonic beast domain to grind levels. I'll nurture my little fairy into a formidable one." "There's no need," Linya said softly. I think this is enough. How can that be? And let me tell you, the higher your realm, the more youthful you can be." Of course, Linya knew about this. However, she didn't have such extravagant hopes in the past. Now that she had become more powerful, and after hearing Lin Xian's words, she really did have this thought. There wasn't a girl who didn't love beauty, even the naturally beautiful Linya. She thought about it for a moment. As time passed, as she slowly grew older, her skin would definitely slowly deteriorate. At that time, she definitely wouldn't be as beautiful as before. The higher the level, the slower the aging, and the skin would always be in its best condition. Who wouldn't want it? In the past, she didn't have any extravagant hopes for herself. She only hoped that she could live a good life with Lin Xian and give him a good life. No matter how tired she was, even if she was old, it was enough as long as Lin Xian was happy. Now that Lin Xian was on the right track, it was time for her to think about herself. And oh, the higher the level, the longer the lifespan of humans. It's said that when you reach the celestial venerable realm, you can live for 800 years. We don't have extravagant hopes of reaching the celestial venerable realm and living for 800 years. No matter what, we have to live for 500 to 600 years, right? Don't let me live for 500 to 600 years while you, little fairy, are only 100 to 200 years old. I don't want that. I still want to live with you for the rest of my life. Lin Xian hugged Linya in his arms and said softly. So, even if it's not for yourself, for me, you have to think about increasing your strength and realm. I will help you. Now, you can continue doing what you like. When I become more powerful, I can bring you along to become more powerful. And, Linya lightly nodded her little head, and then gently snuggled into Lin Xian's arms. Ding! You've made little sister feel touched. Scum man points plus 10,000. Lin Xian didn't understand. Wasn't it a good thing to make little sister feel touched? Why did it increase his scum man points? But regarding this point, Lin Xian also had some understanding. His guess was that no matter if it was positive or negative, as long as he could make little sister feel some kind of emotion because of his words, then it would increase his scum man points. That, little fairy, I'm going to take a shower. Ling Ying isn't here tonight, I'll go to your room. No. Linya quickly sat up from Lin Xian's arms and looked at him seriously. Now, Lian Yi was incomparably reserved, but when the time comes, she would have no choice but to let go of her reserve. Because she would grant Lin Xian's every request. When the time comes, it's not up to you. Help me run the water, I want to take a shower. Linya glared at Lin Xian, and then went to the bathroom to run the water for Lin Xian. On the other side, in Lin Xian and Linya's home, the two beautiful women, Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue, sat on the sofa, with some snacks and food in front of them. They didn't know how to make it, so they could only buy it. Of course, there were also a few bottles of wine in front of them. Bing Lingyue's emotions were very messy at this moment, no less than Han Chushue's. She didn't know why, but when she saw Lin Xian in the ancient costume, her heart surged with an emotion she didn't even know what it was. Linglong Shui, who was beside her, accompanied her to eat and drink, but she felt that Bing Lingyue's mood wasn't very good. Maybe she was drunk and would be fine after sleeping. But she still felt that she had to solve this problem. I'll go and get some fresh air. Linglong Shui said to Bing Lingyue, and then walked to the balcony, opened the window, and stood there, looking at the night view of the neighborhood. In fact, there was no night view, it was pitch black. After a while, she took out her phone and thought about the method that Lin Xian taught her before. Then, she dialed the number of the handsome guy who saved Lin Xian. Lin Xian had helped to change this number, so she didn't want to change it back. She had no choice. Lin Xian had just finished his shower and was humming a song as he prepared to barge into Linya's room. Then, his phone rang. When he saw that it was Linglong Shui calling, he was stunned. Oh right, he also wanted to ask if he could get a fruit like Linya from Linglong Shui. It was a natural treasure. The first one was useful, and the second one was useless. But Lin Xian also needed it. Hello, Xiao Linglong, what's wrong? You miss me so late at night. Lin Xian grinned. Get lost. Lin Xian, oh my god. She scolded him the moment she called. Damn. I said, please be polite when you call me. Otherwise, I'll hang up. Then please don't talk nonsense. Linglong Shui said coldly. Okay, what's the matter? Do you still remember the portrait that you saw at Ling Yu's place? Lin Xian replied with an Today, you're dressed exactly the same as in the portrait. Lin Xian, speaking of this, Lin Xian recalled carefully. At that time, he did look very similar to the portrait in the mirror. But a portrait was a portrait, not a photo. No matter how similar it was, it couldn't be guaranteed that it was the same person. What are you trying to say? Ever since Ling Yu saw your outfit at night, she was a little emotional. That person is the one she really loves. Maybe your appearance and outfit are almost the same as in the portrait, which made her think of something, but she didn't really think of it. I'm thinking if I should tell Ling Yu about this and ask for your opinion. Chapter 311. Lin Xian secretly rubbed his forehead. I say, big sister, why do you keep insisting on this matter? That's a portrait. Do you understand? It's drawn by hand. No matter how similar it is, it's not a photo on our phone. It might not even be the same person. Besides, I'm only 21 years old. What are you trying to do? It's true. If it was a few years ago, perhaps Lin Xian might believe it because he wasn't there at that time. Perhaps the time was right. However, it was a person from 800 years ago. How could he believe it? This sovereign only wants to ask you. Do you want to tell her? Why should I tell her? I'm not telling her. Lin Xian shook his head. Why? Didn't you say that it has nothing to do with you? Ling Longshui asked. But you don't think so. Moreover, little Bing Bing will be in trouble when the time comes. Do you think it's not good now? Lin Xian said. Ling Longshui fell silent. Was it good now? She felt that it was not bad. She was good friends with Bing Lingyue. She ate, drank, and played all day long. She experienced the life of a modern human. It was indeed very happy. However, she had forgotten about that person. Ling Longshui felt that it was unfair to her. But was that person really Lin Xian? She was actually not sure. Then that's all for now. Wait a moment. Don't hang up first. What's the matter? Lin Xian dryly coughed and asked, do you still have that purple fruit that you gave to my sister? There's still one left. Can you give it to me? Then what can you give this sovereign? Ling Longshui asked. What could he give Ling Longshui? He didn't know. However, he definitely had something that could interest Ling Longshui. It was just a matter of whether Lin Xian was willing to exchange it with her. I have something that can definitely interest you. However, I want to know how effective that fruit is for me. It can help you easily advance to the mysterious heaven realm. What would happen if I used it again in the mysterious heaven realm? Lin Xian continued to ask. At least 3 stars. 3 star, it was worth it to advance to 3 stars. Lin Xian was now at the 9 stars of the arcane body realm. He was only 2 stars away from advancing to the arcane heaven realm, and from the 10 stars to the arcane heaven realm, he could use the heavenly star fruit to advance, a fruit that can allow one's cultivation to rise by 1 star after consumption. First purchase price, 1000000. Every subsequent purchase price will be doubled. However, the price of the heavenly star fruit would double every time, so Lin Xian was considering whether or not to use the heavenly star fruit. However, he could use that purple fruit to advance to the mysterious heaven realm. The reason why Ling Longshui trusted Lin Xian was because he had indeed taken out a treasure that shocked her. What do you have? Ling Longshui asked. I have something that I don't think your little fruit is of the same value as me. Ling Longshui frowned slightly. You first. Lin Xian then asked, how pure is your void fox's space attribute? Ling Longshui frowned. This should be considered a secret to her. She hesitated for a moment, then said, 90%. 90% is around 90%. I can increase your space attribute's purity to 100%. I believe you can tell how valuable this is to you, right? What? Ling Longshui was shocked. She was a void fox, the ruler of the space attribute. Even so, her space attribute's purity was not the highest. After a long time, she had absorbed many space attribute's spiritual treasures and increased her space attribute's purity to 90%. This was enough to show how important this attribute was to her. This was an extremely important attribute. To her, increasing her space attribute's purity by 1% was an unimaginable increase to her space attribute. After all, she was in the arcane body realm. However, she had basically given up on increasing her space attribute's purity because there were almost no space attribute spiritual treasures in this world that could support her space attribute's purity. Now, Lin Xian said that he could increase her space attribute's purity to the maximum. How could she not be shocked? However, even she could not do it. How could a mere arcane body realm cultivator do it? No, he did have something that even Linglong Shui was shocked by. He could not be judged by common sense. The thing Lin Xian was talking about was obviously the attribute increasing medicine. Using 5 million scum man points to increase his arcane body realm was definitely not a loss. However, something that was not worth much to him was a priceless treasure to others. Lin Xian did not want to only exchange a small fruit from Linglong Shui. Normally, it was not a loss, but he could obviously exchange it for more things. What did he lack? For the time being, Lin Xian was not too sure. Powerful martial arts. Yes, awesome spiritual weapons were also possible. Or some heaven-defying tools were also possible. So, if I can take out this thing, what else can you give me? Lin Xian asked with a smile. If it's true, I can give you everything you want. Linglong Shui said. This thing was worth everything she had. Oh. Really? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Of course. Then, I want you. Is that okay? Linglong Shui fell silent. If you want to die. Linglong Shui said coldly. Lin Xian shrugged. Look, you said that you can give me everything I want. Now, you don't want to satisfy me. How can I be at ease and cooperate with you? Change it. Also, I don't know if you're telling the truth. Linglong Shui said. What's the point of lying to you? Lin Xian asked. Linglong Shui fell silent. Yes, it seemed like there was no point. Then what do you want? I said, I want you. Linglong Shui, beep, 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 the call was hung up. Lin Xian, damn. Women. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. However, he knew that Linglong Shui was interested. I'm going to find my little fairy. Lin Xian put away his phone and happily pushed open the door to Linya's room. Then, he was dumbfounded. Linya was asleep. Damn. Linya was lying on her side, facing Lin Xian. Her little face was resting on her arm. She seemed to be sleeping very soundly. It was probably a tiring day. After work, she went shopping the whole night. Sob sob sob, Lin Xian quietly closed the door. Linya was sleeping soundly. Lin Xian didn't have the heart to wake her up. Why is it so hard to find a girl to talk about life? Lin Xian bitterly returned to his room. That night, everyone seemed to have a lot on their minds. Ling Ying, Han Chushue, Bing Lingyue, Linglong Shui, and, the most miserable one, Lin Xian. Lin Xian was very unhappy in the first half of the night. However, he slept quite comfortably towards the end. Knock knock knock, Lin Xian's door was knocked. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Then, Linya gently pushed open the door. Chapter 312. Linya was really too cute sometimes. She opened the door and poked her head in. When she met Lin Xian's eyes, her pretty face turned red. Little fairy, why are you blushing? Don't tell me you're up to no good. Lin Xian sat up and grinned at Linya. Go away. I'm here to wake you up for breakfast. I'm going to work. What time is it? It's almost 8. Lin Xian, damn. I actually slept until now. Lin Xian scratched his head. God knows how he could sleep until now without a girl next to him. I'll go first. I've made breakfast for you. Linya said and walked away. After a few seconds, Lin Xian heard the sound of the door closing. Phew, Lin Xian picked up the phone next to him and found that someone had added him on WeChat. Usually, people who took the initiative to add Lin Xian were all v, little sister, alone at night, and so on. However, this time, it seemed like a normal person had added Lin Xian as a friend. Her profile picture was a cute cartoon character, but there was no mention of who she was. Lin Xian clicked accept and replied, want to go to bed. On the other side, Han Chuxue and Ling Ying were still asleep. The two girls drank a lot last night and were a little drunk. Han Chuxue was lying on the bed in a ladylike manner, while Ling Ying had his thighs around Han Chuxue's body. This was indeed in line with Ling Ying's personality. The phone rang. The two girls were strong. Although they were a little drunk, they would definitely be woken up by the noise. The two opened their eyes at almost the same time. Who would send you a message? Ling Ying yawned and hugged Han Chuxue's arm as a pillow. Han Chuxue twitched, but Ling Ying hugged her even harder. Don't even think about running. Han Chuxue looked at Ling Ying helplessly, then picked up the phone with her other hand. When she saw Lin Xian's message, she was stunned. Ling Ying sat up and took a look. Then, she secretly clenched her fists. That bastard. Ling Ying couldn't help but curse. Who else could this avatar be but Lin Xian? Fuck. They had just added each other as friends, and he didn't even know who the other party was. Don't tell me that this fellow is always like this outside, from day to night. I'll come back. Ling Ying grabbed Han Chuxue's phone and replied, Big brother, send me a picture. If you're handsome, I can ask you out. Han Chuxue, I'd like to see what this bastard is up to. Ling Ying was about to die from anger. This must be Ling Ying. When Lin Xian saw the reply, he inexplicably thought of Ling Ying. Fuck. It's definitely her. She's probably testing me on purpose. Then, Lin Xian sent a beautiful picture of Ling Ying and asked, want to ask me out? When Ling Ying saw that Lin Xian actually sent her a beautiful picture, her face turned red. Not good, this will make Han Chuxue think the wrong way. Lin Xian, I'm going to kill you. You actually secretly hid my picture, pervert. When Han Chuxue saw Ling Ying's reply, her previous doubts disappeared. So it was Lin Xian who secretly hid it, and Ling Ying didn't agree to it. That meant that they really didn't have anything to do with each other. She also didn't understand why she was relieved. Lin Xian was stunned. Ling Ying actually replied like this. Of course, he wasn't stupid, there must be a special reason. He naturally had to cooperate with Ling Ying and didn't continue this topic. Whose account is this? What are you trying to do? Test me. I already knew it was you. Lin Xian said. Actually, he didn't know. That sentence. It was just casually sent by Lin Xian, but he really didn't have such intentions. This is Han Chuxue's account, go find her for sex. Ling Ying angrily replied and then passed the phone to Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue glanced at Ling Ying's message, and for some reason, her face turned slightly red. Under normal circumstances, this kind of news wouldn't cause her to have any emotional changes. Lin Xian was stunned. Han Chuxue. This Ling Ying actually allowed Han Chuxue to add him as a friend. Fuck. That's too generous. This is the model girlfriend of the country server. Lin Xian grinned. Little Chuxue, love you. Mwah. Lin Xian then sent this sentence. Ding. Feeling jealousy and unhappiness from Ling Ying, scumbag man points plus 1000000. Ding. Feeling shyness from Han Chuxue, scumbag man points plus 10,000. Of course, mission progress, 60%. Lin Xian grinned, but his heart was still stunned. What? Han Chuxue is actually shy. Fuck. She couldn't have really fallen for him, right? According to what Ling Ying said, Han Chuxue wasn't the type to be moved by anything, but he just sent a message like this and she became shy. Fuck. It seems like the days of serious are just around the corner. Ha ha ha. On the other side, when Ling Ying saw Lin Xian's message, he wanted to go home and kick his door open. Damn it. This Lin Xian is doing it on purpose. He's doing it on purpose. Fuck. No, I know he's doing it on purpose, I can't let him control my emotions. Calm down, calm down. Fuck. I can't calm down. That's why, when two people are together, the more they care about the person, the more likely they will lose. Lin Xian is doing it on purpose to piss me off. You want Han Chuxue to add me as a friend? I'll piss you off to death. Then, Lin Xian sent another message. Little Chuxue, are you there? I'm free at noon, let's go out for a meal. Don't tell Ling Ying, it's just the two of us. On the other side, when Ling Ying saw Lin Xian's message, he really wanted to crush Han Chuxue's phone. Do you want to go? Han Chuxue lost her composure, she didn't know what to do. She, who was usually extremely smart, actually acted like she didn't know what to do at this time. Go. Give me the phone, I'll send him a message. Ling Ying said angrily. Ding. Felt Ling Ying's unhappiness and jealousy, scumbag value plus 50,000. Lin Xian grinned, then he received Han Chuxue's message. N. Come to Rose Paradise at noon, I'll treat you. Thank you for saving my life, I didn't tell Ling Ying. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, he really laughed until he was holding his phone on the bed and kicking his legs. This was obviously a message from Ling Ying. The simplest thing was that he received a system notification from Ling Ying's unhappiness and jealousy, which meant that she saw his message asking Han Chuxue out for a meal. This girl was definitely going to appear at their meal place to give him a surprise. Lin Xian saw through Ling Ying, after all, he had done so many times. Then, he smiled and sent a message, okay, don't tell Ling Ying that she has bad intentions towards me. Ka, Ling Ying clenched her fist. Bastard. Bastard. She hammered the pillow in front of her. Chapter 313. Han Chuxue looked at Ling Ying in surprise. She might lose her sense of propriety in this situation because she cared, but Han Chuxue's IQ was definitely online. She had never seen Ling Ying go crazy because of a guy's words, and she could probably see that Lin Xian said it on purpose. I'm not going. Han Chuxue then turned off her phone and said softly. I'm going, why not? I can't kick him to death. Ling Ying said angrily. I don't want to go. Han Chuxue said softly. Why? Han Chuxue didn't know. She didn't want to go. Of course she wanted to go, but she didn't know what to do. She had never eaten with a guy normally. Except for her family, never. Those so-called gatherings and whatnot were constantly invited, but she never went. She couldn't let go. Oh my God. Since when did she, Han Chushue, have such thoughts because of a guy? Don't you want to repay Lin Xian? You should treat him to a meal and thank him in person, shouldn't you? Ling Ying asked. Oh my God. How dare she instigate her best friend to get along with her boyfriend? Is she still a woman? That's true. Han Chushue muttered and then sat up. What are you doing? Ling Ying looked at Han Chushue. Wash up, put on makeup, and change my clothes. Ling Ying, hey, who told me that you never put on makeup and that it was a waste of time and life? I didn't believe you. That's right, Han Chushue was born beautiful and really didn't need makeup. Ling Ying was the same, but a woman would put on makeup for her lover. Ling Ying also understood this point. Han Chushue actually had to put on makeup to meet Lin Xian, my God. I just haven't eaten out for a long time, so it's better to put on some makeup. After saying that, Han Chushue walked into the bathroom. Ling Ying, she felt that Han Chushue's explanation was too far-fetched. Didn't she never put on makeup before going out for a meal? Did it have anything to do with not going out for a long time? Moreover, it wasn't that long, they just went out for barbecue a few days ago. It was all because of Lin Xian. Ling Ying was so mad that she grabbed her hair and messed it up. What a mess. According to Han Chushue's behavior, Lin Shui was the one who saved her. In her heart, apart from her family, Lin was the one who was the most important person. In Chushue was the one who saved her. In her heart, apart from her family, her family's family was the one who saved. Of her heart, in her heart, he was her only of was her family was her family was the one who was her family, of course, was of her was a her was her was the one who was 100 her. What annoyed her the most was that if Lin Xian took Han Chushue and Han Chushue became Lin Xian's girlfriend, she thought about it for a long time. She didn't know if she could accept it at that time. She definitely couldn't accept it, but she had to accept it. If that really happened, then what about her? So annoying. After a while, Han Chushue walked into the house and rummaged through her wardrobe. She took out a few pieces of clothing and placed them in front of her for comparison. Ling Ying, do I look good in this? Han Chushue asked Ling Ying. Ling Ying, usually, Han Chushue didn't care about what she wore. She wore whatever she liked and never asked Ling Ying if she looked good. A woman would doll herself up for her lover. It's over. This girl has really fallen for him. Lin Xian got lucky. This goddess-level beauty, the kind of Han Chushue that no man could catch up with, actually lost to Lin Xian. And Lin Xian didn't do anything. He only saved her. Damn it. So annoying. It looks good. Ling Ying nodded. What about this one? It looks good too, and this one. Which one is the best? Ling Ying, I say, Chushue, with your looks and temperament, you'll look good in anything. Then there must be something better. You're Lin Xian's friend, so you should know him better. What kind of clothes does he like? Han Chushue asked. She didn't even realize how big of a difference there was between her and before. It was completely done subconsciously. He likes it when you're naked. Ling Ying said. Han Chushue was stunned. After hearing Ling Ying's words, she realized something. What I mean is, I didn't pay attention to my image before. Since I'm fine, I naturally have to pay attention to my image now. Han Chushue hurriedly explained, even though she herself felt that her explanation didn't make sense. Ling Ying secretly shook his head. Sure enough, women who fall in love are all idiots. Okay, just wear whatever you want. It looks good. Lin Xian didn't do anything else in the morning. He chatted and played games with Yi Yi and Lu Yufan. It was annoying to have too many girls around. They would pester you all day long. They would either go shopping or play games. Sometimes, they would even call you by the hour. Oh my god. Phew, at noon, Ling Ying still hadn't returned. Lin Xian was sure that she would definitely go there. That was annoying too. He wanted to focus on winning over Han Chuxue. If he did it well, he might even have sex with her tonight. However, things were not looking good with Ling Ying around. What made Lin Xian laugh the most was that when Lin Xian asked where Ling Ying was, she actually said that she had gone to the Sky Marshal Court. Only a fool would believe that. Sigh, I'm going on a date. Lin Xian was a little excited when he thought about how it would be his first time eating with Han Chuxue later. She was the #1 beauty in the Sky Marshal Court. In the past, Lin Xian thought that even if he wanted to win her over, it might be as difficult as winning over Ling Longshui. However, the most difficult step had been skipped. It was a completely unexpected gain. Han Chuxue's mission had given him a sword skill. Lin Xian had many martial arts skills. However, he only had one sword skill. It was given to him by Xiao Runing, Heavenly Thunder Flash. Just the name alone made him feel that it was super awesome. Moreover, it was of the thunder attribute. Under normal circumstances, thunder attribute sword skills would have the strongest damage among those of the same grade. That was right. It might not be the strongest, but its damage would definitely be the strongest. Lin Xian didn't want to think about anything else. He just wanted to increase his damage. Only when he was strong could he fight someone of a higher grade, or even a higher grade. However, since he could make Han Chuxue shy when he sent her a "I love you" message, Lin Xian felt that the remaining 40% was as easy as pie. After this mission was completed, it should correspond to Han Chuxue's confession mission. Lin Xian was also looking forward to the confession reward. At the same time, he also felt that because of the fate between him and Han Chuxue, the difficulty of winning over Han Chuxue had been reduced to the novice difficulty. In other words, Lin Xian would not need to spend much effort to win over a goddess of nightmare difficulty. How awesome would that be? After changing his clothes, Lin Xian sent a message to Han Chuxue. Little Chuxue, I'm going out. Speaking of which, Rose Paradise is a hotel, right? Other than food, there should be accommodation, right? Chapter 314. On the other side, Han Chuxue had already dressed up. Han Chuxue was a beautiful woman with a cold temperament. Such a beautiful woman deliberately put on light makeup, wore a delicate white dress, wore a beautiful lady's watch, and wore beautiful earrings, necklace. These little accessories shouldn't appear on Han Chuxue's body. But they appeared today. Damn. You're exaggerating. Ling Ying looked at Han Chuxue and twitched the corner of his mouth. Oh my god. This Han Chuxue is a virgin. I bought it for a long time and haven't worn it. Han Chuxue quietly explained to Ling Ying. Don't explain, you're just a woman on the outside. Han Chuxue, no, you're still trying to explain. A woman dresses up for the man she loves. Look, I've never seen you put on makeup before. I've never seen you wear a necklace, earrings, and a watch at the same time. Ling Ying said with a smile. Then I'm not going. Han Chuxue seemed to realize that there was something wrong with her. Yes, she clearly said that she didn't care and that she only wanted to repay Lin Xian for treating her to this meal. She even said that she liked the dead Lin Xian and not the current Lin Xian. But why did she have to dress up so delicately? In the past, she did think that dressing up was a waste of life. Instead of spending an hour choosing clothes and putting on makeup, it was better to spend an hour grinding in the demon beast domain. But this morning, she spent 2 to 3 hours dressing herself up, and she didn't even feel that time passed quickly, nor did she feel that she was wasting her life. Han Chuxue suddenly froze. Was this still her? Hey, you can't be like this. You're not going. Ling Ying couldn't help but roll his eyes at Han Chuxue. I'm not going. Hey, didn't you ask Lin Xian to treat him to a meal to repay him? What's wrong with not going? Or, do you have other thoughts in your heart? Of course, Ling Ying knew that Han Chuxue was dressing up. Of course, it wasn't as simple as treating Lin Xian to a meal. Perhaps she didn't think too much about it and dressed herself up subconsciously, but as an outsider, Ling Ying naturally knew what she was thinking. However, she had already made up her mind. She wanted to see her good sister return to the way she used to be. She was willing to give up her life for the sake of humanity. No matter what happened, she and her sister would always be on the front line, not just her. That was the Han Chuxue that Ling Ying knew. Although at that time, Ling Ying was always worried that Han Chuxue had no feelings for men, she was still a normal woman. He just hoped that Han Chuxue could return to how she used to be. He could only rely on Lin Xian. Between a man and her best friend, she chose her best friend and chose to wrong herself. No. Han Chuxue said indifferently. Then let's go. It's about time. I'm also hungry. After seeing you change clothes all morning, I'm so tired. Ling Ying yawned. Then, she stretched her body and stood up. Han Chuxue nodded slightly. Then, she picked up her phone and found a message from Lin Xian. Ling Ying came over. This bastard is flirting with you. Ling Ying gritted her teeth. Damn it. However, this was the Lin Xian she knew. Han Chuxue nodded slightly. Ling Ying's little mouth opened slightly. This was Han Chuxue's reaction. Sure enough, a woman in love had a lowered IQ. She would always have a special attitude towards the man she liked. If someone else dared to send such a message, Han Chuxue would either ignore it and delete them from her friend list or cripple them. Lin Xian hummed a song as he arrived at Rose Heaven. Rose Heaven was a famous couple hotel in Tianhua City. Anyone who came here was a man and a woman. Hello sir, I'm the manager of Rose Heaven. Do you have an appointment? A middle-aged man in a suit smiled and said to Lin Xian. Oh, someone should have made an appointment. I'll just look for it. No need to trouble yourself. Lin Xian had already received the message that Han Chuxue had arrived on the way. Then, he glanced at a corner and walked over. The lobby manager saw Lin Xian walking towards the two beauties in the corner that he had been paying attention to. Then, he showed a shocked expression. The two beauties had been noticed by the people who saw them the moment they entered the hotel. At first, when they saw the two of them enter the couple hotel, they thought that they were doing something. However, when they saw a man walking towards them and even sitting with them, they were wrong. They had an appointment, and it was two girls meeting a guy. Especially such beautiful girls. God. Impossible. Bang. At this time, at a table next to them, a young lady angrily slammed the table, and her chopsticks flew out. Then, she pointed at her boyfriend in front of her and said angrily, "Ma Yiqiang, you fucking look at me again." The man quickly turned his gaze over. "My dear, I didn't look." "You didn't look. Since the two women came in, I've already seen you glance over there more than 10 times. Didn't you want to look?" Then look. Break up. After saying that, she took the red wine glass in front of her and directly splashed it on the man's face. Then, she took her bag and walked out angrily. My dear, listen to me. The man quickly chased after her. Look at you two, why are you so beautiful for no reason? You broke up a good couple. Lin Xian sat in front of the two women and laughed. Today, Han Chuxue was indeed stunning. She was wearing Chanel's outfit, a black narrow skirt that reached 1 centimeter above her knees, a white semicircular slanted collar, and a black wide belt with a beautiful round diamond buckle in the front. Her beautiful hair cascaded down her back, and the small pearls under her earring sparkled. She wore a little makeup, and with her fair skin, she looked even more beautiful. Her cold temperament was indeed very charming, but what made Lin Xian surprised was that Han Chuxue actually had the shyness of a young girl, which made her cold temperament not too unapproachable. According to Ling Ying, Han Chuxue was the coldest person he had ever met. She could even be compared to Ling Longshui, but her noble temperament was not as noble as Ling Longshui's. But now, Lin Xian indeed felt cold, but it was completely incomparable to Ling Longshui's. This was because Han Chuxue was facing Lin Xian. You're blaming me for being beautiful. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. I'm sorry, I was talking about Han Chuxue. Ling Ying. Ding. Extreme displeasure from Ling Ying. Scumbag value plus 1000000. I really want to kill someone. Of course, Ling Ying knew Lin Xian was doing it on purpose. She was used to it, so she could only remain calm. Also, didn't you say you were in the Sky Marshal Court? Why are you here? Lin Xian glanced at Ling Ying. Chapter 315. Ling Ying proudly raised her head and looked at Lin Xian and said, What does it have to do with you? It has nothing to do with me, but today is my date with Chuxue. Can a third will like you leave? Why don't you have any awareness? Is this a place where you should be? Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and said. What he said made a lot of sense. You. Ling Ying was really angered to death by Lin Xian. Damn it. You want to get on my bed? In your dreams. Han Chuxue of course could hear that this was a quarrel between friends. The more serious the quarrel, the better the relationship between them. Thinking about it, the question of whether Ling Ying was Lin Xian's girlfriend, although Ling Ying had explained it to Han Chuxue had always maintained a skeptical attitude because Ling Ying's explanation was also very far-fetched. However, she had heard that Lin Xian and Ling Ying had gone through several life and death situations together. Under such circumstances, it was understandable that they had a good relationship. Don't you. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian glared at Ling Ying. I'll leave your sister. Ling Ying cursed. Ding. Feeling Miss Ling Ying's extreme displeasure, scumbag value plus 150,000. Damn it. I was so magnanimous to let something happen between him and Han Chuxue. For a girl, this was something impossible, and this guy actually dared to diss me. Damn it. AI, you don't even have the awareness of being a third wheel. You can't do it. Lin Xian sighed. Ling Ying kept taking deep breaths. It was as if he didn't do this, the true chi flowing in his ren and du meridians would explode. Of course, Han Chuxue could see that their relationship was special. Previously, there was a person who took liberties with Ling Ying, and his limbs were crippled. While Lin Xian took liberties with her and angered her, Ling Ying could only stay there and sulk. He didn't even do anything. This really surprised Han Chuxue. Lin Xian, I'm sorry about last night. Han Chushua looked at Lin Xian and said softly. Last night? What happened between us last night? Lin Xian pretended to ask. Han Chushua had never interacted with Lin Xian before, so she didn't know much about him. However, Ling Ying, who was beside her, knew Lin Xian all too well. When he said those words, she knew that this guy was deliberately flirting with Han Chushua. Damn it. Sure enough, all men were big pig trotters. And it was the kind that had been braised. Ah. Han Chushua was also stunned. She didn't know Lin Xian at all. If she did, she would know that Lin Xian was doing it on purpose. But she didn't know. Ling Ying shook his head secretly. Forget it. Normally, she would have stopped Lin Xian because she couldn't stand it. However, Lin Xian might be able to get closer to Han Chushua by doing this. That way, Han Chushua would be quite happy. Perhaps she would be able to be her true self again. Ah, what? What happened last night? Lin Xian deliberately asked again. It's me at the school gate. Han Chushua still couldn't say it all, but her little face was already covered with a layer of red. Ling Ying was stunned. Oh my god. You're still pretending. You're still quibbling that you're not interested in Lin Xian. You even said that you liked the dead Lin Xian. Then why are you stuttering and blushing? Women. Indeed, all women are pickled pepper chicken feet, the kind that has been braised. Of course, except for Ling Ying. Yes, that's it. Ding. Because the host can feel Han Chushua's shyness, scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 70%. Lin Xian swore that Han Chushua was definitely the easiest mission he had ever completed. He once thought that since Han Chushua was the most beautiful woman in the Sky Marshal Court, the scumbag system would definitely trigger a mission when he met her. He had also prepared himself for a difficult mission to conquer Han Chushua. After all, she was a cold goddess, and such a woman was definitely the most difficult to conquer. However, he didn't expect that she would become the easiest one for Lin Xian to conquer. This was fate. No one expected it. Moreover, when Ling Ying agreed to be Lin Xian's girlfriend, she triggered a mission called. This mission was later changed to. It was destined to conquer Han Chushua. Advanced mission. Please conquer Han Chushua. Mission time limit, 1 month. Mission reward, Divine Tier Skill. Mission punishment, level reset to 0. What was the meaning of conquering? Become his girlfriend. This was the conquering. 1 month. Lin Xian thought it was too difficult. However, now he felt that it was not difficult at all. There was still half a month left. According to this situation, it should be possible. Ling Ying also didn't expect that one day, she would share her boyfriend with her best friend. Was this world crazy? Oh, I see. I remember now. You wetted my clothes with your tears. Help me wash them. Lin Xian smiled. Yes. Yes. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Han Chushua quickly replied. Her face was blushing too obviously. Especially since her skin was very white, her neck was also red. It was especially charming. Ding. Felt Han Chushua's shyness. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Mission progress, 80%. Although Ling Ying had thought it through, seeing this scene made him extremely unhappy. Damn, damn, damn. What was she doing here? Was she here to be jealous? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Alright then, help me wash my clothes when the time comes. Lin Xian grinned. And, Han Chushua lowered her head and nodded. Ahahaha, then, let's eat. I'm starving. Ling Ying really couldn't stand seeing her boyfriend flirting with her best friend. Ah! I'm going crazy. Ding. Felt Ling Ying's jealousy. Scumbag value plus 100,000. Lin Xian wanted to laugh to death. This girl was really interesting. Of course, he knew that Ling Ying was doing this for Han Chuxue. The relationship between these two girls was so deep that Ling Ying could do such a thing. Lin Xian also admired him. Admiration from the bottom of his heart. Yes, yes, yes. Let's eat. Lin Xian picked up his chopsticks. Ding. Detected that the difficulty of the mission to woo Han Chuxue has been greatly reduced. It is not compatible with the God-level reward. Mission difficulty has been changed. Mission has been changed. Lin Xian, the inexplicable system notification made Lin Xian's actions pause. Then he took a look. Really, he wanted to curse. The mission didn't change. It was still 80% progress. The reward also didn't change. It was still the Heavenly Lightning Flash reward. That wasn't a problem either. Advanced mission. Please do something embarrassing with Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Mission time limit, 1 month. Mission reward, God level skill. Mission punishment, level 0. Chapter 316. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. What the fuck? This mission was supposed to be about wooing Han Chuxue. But this system was too perverted. After detecting that the difficulty of wooing Han Chuxue had been greatly reduced, and it might not even be that difficult anymore, it changed the Immerse mission, to do it with the two of them together. What the fuck? This was every man's dream, okay? But you turned this dream into a mission, and added a time limit and an unbearable punishment. This was unbearable. Lin Xian wanted to cry. He wanted to do it too. He had made a bet with Ling Ying before, but the bet was only about whether he could woo Han Chuxue, and if he could woo Ling Ying, he could do whatever he wanted. She had no objections to the three of them doing it together. But it was just a casual remark at the time. Who knew what she was thinking now? Normally, no woman would agree to such a thing, unless she was a promiscuous woman. But were they promiscuous women? Definitely not. So this mission, damn it. It was going to explode, okay? But there was one thing that this system was humane about, and that was that the mission's time limit had been reset, which meant that from now on, he had a month to complete this mission. System, I beg you, I don't want to be a scumbag, I beg you. Lin Xian began to cry in his heart. What the fuck, wasn't this the behavior of a scumbag? This system is a scumbag system, the host only needs to enjoy it. Lin Xian, enjoy. Enjoy your ass. He had to slowly work hard, and it didn't mean that he didn't need to do anything. What should he do? Getting these two goddess-like girls together in 1 month. Ling Ying had been dealt with, and the next step was to have sex with Han Chuxue. He didn't know how difficult this was, but the most difficult part was getting both of them together. How could this be possible under normal circumstances? Speaking of which, system, the mission only said to get them together, but it didn't say how, right? That's right, any method is fine. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Good, good. This system was still humane. If he really couldn't get both of them to agree, he could only use the obedient spray. At the very least, his level wouldn't drop to 0. Although this was the behavior of a scumbag, and there was a possibility that something unimaginable would happen when she woke up, she couldn't just let her level reset to 0, right? That definitely wouldn't do. Therefore, if he really couldn't do it, he could only use this kind of extreme method. Wasn't this forcing him to be a scumbag? He was really drunk. Although it was very satisfying, it was very annoying. What's wrong? Let's eat. Ling Ying asked curiously when he saw Lin Xian holding his chopsticks in a daze. Eat, eat, eat. Then, Lin Xian bitterly ate his food. Han Chuxue glanced at Lin Xian, then lowered her head and continued to eat without saying anything. Lin Xian was thinking about what to do. Now, he urgently needed to improve his relationship with Han Chuxue, and he also urgently needed to know Ling Ying's thoughts on this matter. He needed to get to the bottom of this. So annoying. What do we do after eating? Ling Ying asked. It wasn't clear if he was asking Lin Xian or Han Chuxue, or maybe both of them. Go home. Lin Xian said, then glared at Ling Ying. Oh my god. It was so stifling. He didn't want to do anything but solve this problem first. Having such a beautiful wife at home but not being able to touch her for so many days, who could stand it? He was an extremely normal man. Ling Ying saw Lin Xian glare at him. Of course, he was smart enough to know that Lin Xian's go home didn't just mean that he wanted to go home, but also that he wanted her to go home with him. As for why they were going home, she didn't even need to think about it. Want to have sex with her? Dream on. She was unhappy now. Impossible. Are we going home? Han Chuxue heard Lin Xian's words and asked. She didn't know why, but when she heard that Lin Xian wanted to go home after eating, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She had never felt this way before, and she had never felt this way because of a boy's words. She just wanted to go shopping and chat with him after eating. That would feel so good. She left just like that. She inexplicably felt that in Lin Xian's heart, she, Han Chuxue, wasn't important at all. He didn't even want to stay with her for a while longer. He wanted to go home after eating. Girls were sensitive. Perhaps a sentence or an action from another person would make them think for a long time and think a lot. Of course, the premise was that the girl cared about that person. Under normal circumstances, which boy wouldn't want to stay with Han Chuxue for a while? Even if it was just for a second, it was Lin Xian who wanted to go home. For the first time, Han Chuxue started to lose confidence in her appearance. It was really the first time. And I have something to do. When I'm free, I'll take the initiative to ask you out. Lin Xian grinned at Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue nodded slightly. Hearing Lin Xian's words, her heart was comforted. At this time, Lin Xian's phone vibrated. Lin Xian glanced at it. It was a message from Ling Ying, who was sitting next to him. It meant that he had something to say to him alone. Later, she would go to the restroom first, and Lin Xian would also go to the restroom. Then, I'll go to the restroom first. Ling Ying laughed and then walked away. This girl can't possibly want to go to the restroom with me, Lin Xian thought happily in his heart. Little Chuxue, Han Chuxue didn't know why, but she didn't show any signs of anger towards Lin Xian's way of addressing her. Instead, she was shy. What? Han Chuxue slightly adjusted the hair on her forehead and then looked up at Lin Xian. Do you have a boyfriend? Lin Xian grinned. Han Chuxue, why did he ask me this? Could it be, ding? Feeling Han Chushua's shyness, scumbag points plus 10,000, mission progress, 90%. This Han Chuxue was especially cold, to the point that it was indescribable. However, when things reach an extreme, they can only move in the opposite direction. On the contrary, if she fell in love with someone, it would be easier to make her shy. Maybe it was this kind of personality. It was difficult to enter her heart, but once you did, then congratulations, it would be easier than conquering any kind of girl. Maybe Han Chuxue was in this state now. Otherwise, why would she be shy when Lin Xian asked her if she had a boyfriend? No. Han Chushue slightly cut the steak and answered. It was as if she wanted to move her hands a little so that she wouldn't appear to be at a loss. At first, Lin Xian's impression of her was that she was cold, the kind of cold that couldn't be approached, like Bing Lingyue and Linya outside. However, after getting familiar with her, especially after she fell in love with him, he felt that this Han Chushue was also very cute. Chapter 317. Lin Xian obviously knew that she didn't have a boyfriend. He just wanted to tease her and complete the mission. There was still the last 10%. Then do you want to find a boyfriend? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Han Chushue didn't know how to answer. It depends on fate. After a few seconds, Han Chushue said. Fate is right in front of you, Lin Xian said with a grin. Han Chushue's face suddenly turned red. She cut the steak faster to hide her shyness. It was completely subconscious. Ding. Felt Han Chushue's shyness. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 100%. Mission reward has been issued. Ding. You triggered the mission. Lin Xian, sure enough. One after another. Next was to confess to Han Chushue, mission time limit, 1 month. Mission reward, none. Mission punishment, none. Lin Xian, really? If this system lady had a body, Lin Xian wanted to pull her out and beat her up. What was the meaning of this? Why was there no mission reward? I say, system lady, can you give me some face? Where's the reward? The mission difficulty is too low. The system will not give the mission reward. Lin Xian, anyway, there's no mission punishment. I'm not doing this mission. Lin Xian replied unhappily. Whatever. Lin Xian, but he just said it. This was a meaningless mission that he had to do. Because only by completing this would he have a chance to do it with Ling Ying. In other words, only Han Chushue could be his girlfriend. Of course, that might not be the case, but it was normal. Helpless. Now Lin Xian placed all his hopes on the god-level skill. He had never seen a god-level skill before. Even the heaven-level skill was the one that Ling Longshui gave him, but he had never used it. This god-level skill was so awesome. At this time, Lin Xian's phone vibrated again. He stood up. I'm going to the bathroom too. After saying that, Lin Xian left. Han Chushue sighed in relief. To be honest, she felt that those 10 seconds was the most nervous in her life. Even if she didn't feel any pressure in the past, why was she so nervous in front of Lin Xian? Was this still her Han Chushue? She patted her delicate cheeks, trying to wake up. To recover. What? Yours going to disturb my relationship with my little Chushue. Your little Chushue, your big head ghost. Ling Ying said unhappily. Hee, you're jealous. Why would I be jealous? If I was jealous, would I let you two meet? Ha ha ha. Although Lin Xian laughed, it was indeed as Ling Ying said. If she was really unwilling, the three of them wouldn't be sitting together and even giving Lin Xian a chance to flirt with Han Chushue. What's the matter? Let's finish eating and go home. Little fairy is at work. Hee. Lin Xian laughed and stretched out his hand towards Ling Ying. Ling Ying quickly dodged. We're talking about serious matters. Don't touch me. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Say it. Lin Xian washed his hands at the side. Tonight, we're going to the beach territory. Ha. Tonight? Mainly to bring Han Chushue. Oh. Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't understand what Ling Ying meant. Ling Ying then sighed and said, although you saved her, and now she knows you're not dead, I thought she could return to normal, but I know that your image in her heart is too deeply ingrained. She even wants to go back to Tiandu. This is not the Han Chushue I know. Then you want me to flirt with her? Get lost. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Then what should I do? Ling Ying said, in any case, she won't listen to me. But because of how special you are to her, she will definitely listen to you. So when you suggest going to the beast territory later, she will definitely go. This way, she can gradually find her past self. At the same time, it can also raise her level. She hasn't reached the mysterious heaven realm yet. Normally, her realm is higher than any of us. I understand. Lin Xian nodded slightly. So let's do it like this tonight, okay? Ling Ying asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Of course, he could. He was at the 9 stars arcane body realm and also needed to reach the mysterious heaven realm. Ling Longshue's fruit was not the only one. Although it was dangerous to farm by himself, it was also something that Lin Xian liked to do. But I have a request. Say it. Let's go home after dinner. Ling Ying, really? She really wanted to beat up Lin Xian. Change it. I'm not in the mood. Ling Ying said unhappily. Then forget it. If you don't want to go back, I will. Let's forget about tonight's matter. After saying that, Lin Xian walked away. Hey, Ling Ying quickly stopped Lin Xian. She gritted her teeth. Too infuriating. It was really too infuriating. Okay, I'll agree to it. Ling Ying wanted to cry but had no tears. Lin Xian grinned. That's right. After saying that, he walked away happily. Ling Ying angrily followed behind him. I want to eat lobsters. Lin Xian slammed the table and said as he sat down. I say, can you not act like a little kid? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian helplessly. Usually, Lin Xian really gave her the feeling that he was an immature child. However, at crucial moments, he was more mature than anyone else and gave her a sense of security more than anyone else. Just like now, he slammed the table and shouted that he wanted to eat lobsters. What was this? Waiter. Han Chushue called out softly. Then, the lobby manager walked over. How can I serve you? Please give me your best lobster, thank you. No problem, please wait a moment. Lin Xian grinned. Little Chushue is still the most considerate. Han Chushue said softly, it's nothing. It's nothing compared to your life-saving grace. Look at yourself. Lin Xian glared at Ling Ying. Ling Ying felt wronged. Damn it. Not only was she being scolded by Lin Xian now, but she would also be scolded by Lin Xian when she got home later. Who did she offend? She just wanted her best friend to recover. Wah. So miserable. Get lost. I want to eat. Don't talk to me. Thank you, Ling Ying said unhappily. Lin Xian smiled. Then, he looked at Han Chushue who was focused on cutting the steak and said, Little Chushue, what's your level? Han Chushue was slightly stunned and said, 9 stars arcane body realm. Why? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, I'm also 9 stars arcane body realm. Why don't we go to the beast domain to level up tonight? The Sky Martial Assembly is about to start. Without arcane heaven realm, it's impossible. With an expert like you, it's definitely safe. Lin Xian smiled and said, I'm also 9 stars arcane body realm. Let's see if I can level up to Arcane Heaven Realm. Chapter 318. Actually, this was nothing. Linya wouldn't have any prejudice because they were good friends. No matter who Linya treated, as long as it was a beautiful girl around Lin Xian, she would treat them as if they were Lin Xian's girlfriend. The three of them sat around the table and finished the noodles made by Linya. Little fairy, let's go. Lin Xian reached out his hand and gently pinched Linya's soft cheeks. Linya slapped Lin Xian's hand away and said softly, "Be careful, little Ing. Don't let him mess around outside." "Don't worry, Sister Linya. I'll look after him," Ling Ying said seriously. In reality, she would be bullied by Lin Xian. After that, Lin Xian and Ling Ying went to Han Chushua's house. As for Ling Longshua and Bing Lingyue, Lin Xian sent them a message, meaning that he couldn't take them to the movies tonight. Ling Longshua replied with an "oh." Then, no matter how many messages Lin Xian sent her, she didn't reply. Damn. This girl won't be angry, right? Lin Xian looked at his phone and was speechless. Ling Ying knew what Lin Xian was going to do and said, if a guy promised a girl to go to the movies and didn't do it, the girl would definitely be unhappy. Damn. It's not your fault. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Ling Ying. Get lost. You've been with me for a few hours. You're not happy when I ask you to go to the beast territory to kill some monsters. Ling Ying said angrily. Lin Xian then grinned. Cough, cough. Well, I'm quite happy. Really, you're annoying me to death. Ling Ying said unhappily. Then who was the one who kept telling me not to stop? Lin Xian hugged Ling Ying's waist and laughed. Ling Ying's face suddenly turned red. Who said that? I asked you to stop. That's not the same. That's after the first time. I'm talking about the middle of the first time. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Get lost. Ling Ying broke free from Lin Xian's large hand and rolled her eyes at him in disdain. This bastard. If you tell me to get lost, I won't give you something good. Lin Xian said to Ling Ying with a mysterious look on his face. Although Ling Ying didn't really believe him, she still stopped and looked at Lin Xian with a curious look on her face. What good thing? Ha ha ha, call me big brother and I'll give it to you. Go to hell. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and took out the attribute increasing potion. This attribute increasing potion was something that he had prepared for Ling Ying a long time ago. What do you think this is? Don't tell me this is the attribute increasing potion you gave Yi. Ling Ying showed an extremely surprised expression. Of course, she wanted something like this, but she was too embarrassed to ask Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't give it to her, she was quite disappointed these 2 days. So, to Lin Xian, she wasn't even as important as Yi. But when Lin Xian took it out, the feeling from before was gone. Yeah, call me big brother and I'll give it to you. Big brother, Ling Ying called out without hesitation. Lin Xian, wow. He thought that Ling Ying would resist for a few rounds. Call me Baba. Ling Ying, big brother, give it to me, hurry up and call me that. It's not like I didn't call you that in the afternoon at home. Ling Ying acted coquettishly. Of course, she knew that since Lin Xian took it out, he would definitely give it to her. It was just that, it didn't matter if she called him big brother, but she couldn't call him that. She called him that earlier because the environment was different. Lin Xian didn't tease her. In the afternoon, when they were in her room, this girl did call him that a few times. Here you go. Use it now. Ling Ying took the attribute increasing potion and injected it into her arm as she walked. A surge of energy flowed into it. She needed to choose between the wind and the dark element. Of course, she chose the dark element. In terms of strength, the dark element was definitely more powerful. In a sense, the rarity of the dark element was second only to the space and time elements. A surge of energy lingered around Ling Ying's body. Then, she stopped in her tracks and closed her eyes slightly. After more than 10 seconds, she opened her beautiful eyes and a ray of light shot out. How is it? My dark element has reached 100%. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian with an expression of incomparable surprise. Damn! How much did you add? Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise, 30%. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This Ling Ying's luck was really good. Thank you. Then, Ling Ying hugged Lin Xian and kissed him happily on the face. Lin Xian, damn. This Ling Ying would only take the initiative when he made her high on the bed. He would never take the initiative. You're so excited. Ling Ying nodded and said, you don't know how terrifying the power of the dark element will be when it reaches 100%. Oh. Then, Ling Ying disappeared in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian, a second later, she appeared again. You can hide in the daytime. Lin Xian exclaimed in shock. Ling Ying nodded and said, yes, this is the evolution of the dark element after it reaches 100%. It can be completely hidden in the daytime, but similar to teleportation, it can only be done in the dark. But it's enough. It can increase my strength by a lot. Ling Ying said excitedly. The dark element had extremely high functions. Shadow fixing, teleportation, concealment, etc., but there was a flaw. In the daytime, the functions were much less, and concealment was almost useless. But in the daytime, if it could be concealed in broad daylight, then it was needless to say how powerful it was. Congratulations. Lin Xian smiled. As expected, other than being a gong in bed, you have some other uses, Ling Ying said proudly. Damn. Then I'll let you know that being a gong in bed is definitely more powerful than my other uses. Lin Xian grinned. I already know that, okay. Ling Ying seemed to be in an extremely good mood. No one would not be excited after experiencing such a qualitative leap. Ling Ying's performance was already considered good. Then I'll have more when I get home. Lin Xian grinned. Ling Ying, forget it, I'll just treat it as a reward for you. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian held back his laughter. Women. Oh, right, I'll give you a few more pills. Pills. Ling Ying was flabbergasted as he took the 4 pills. 2 for healing injuries, and 2 for recovering spiritual power. The recovery value should be at least 10 times that of the best medicine on the market. Ling Ying, pills from Xianxue novels. Ling Long Shui gave them to me. To be precise, I cheated her. You keep them. Just remember that there's such a good thing. Okay. Ling Ying nodded. No matter how unbelievable it was, if it was from the virtualized realm Ling Long Shui, then she would definitely believe it. Thanks. Lin Xian then chuckled softly, with these 4 pills, will you be able to put on the Xian, Gond, Nei? Ling Ying, scram. Pervert. Chapter 319. Soon, they arrived at Han Chushua's house. Damn. This is Han Chushua's house. It's a huge villa. Lin Xian exclaimed. In a place like Tianhua City, any villa would cost at least 15 million. Han Chushua really knew how to enjoy life. This is her family's property. After coming to Tianhua City, she lived here alone. Ling Ying said to Lin Xian, then took out the key to open the door and walked in. Hey, you still have her house key. Give me one. Ling Ying was speechless. I'll give you the water to wash my feet. Do you want it? Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Hee, I want it. Pervert. Lin Xian chased after him. Chushue, are you ready? Let's go. Ling Ying walked in and shouted. Coming. Han Chushue quickly walked down from upstairs. Wow. Seeing Han Chushue in a white dress, Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Let's go. Han Chushue said to Ling Ying. Wait. Ling Ying looked at Han Chushue and asked, are you planning to wear this to battle? Wearing a dress to battle was normal. Han Chushue was used to wearing it since she was young, even when she was in battle. Of course, wearing a dress to battle wasn't a good idea because it would be inconvenient. However, if she was used to it for more than 10 years, then it didn't matter. But it was a different story if she wore high heels. Han Chushue was stunned for a moment and looked down at what she was wearing. Big sister, do you think you're going to a beauty pageant? Ling Ying secretly touched his forehead. God! Was this the Han Chushue he knew? When did she become so stupid? Han Chushue's face was slightly red, then she quietly went back upstairs. A minute later, she changed into a pair of white shoes and walked down. Let's go. She acted as if nothing had happened. Whoosh! In the garage, a red sports car rushed out. Lin Xian and the other two sat inside while Han Chushue drove. Lin Xian sat in the back and laughed. Indeed, a beautiful car goes with a beautiful woman. What do you mean? Ling Ying, who was in the front passenger seat, said unhappily. Her unhappiness made Lin Xian confused. Damn. What do I mean? I don't mean I'm not a beautiful woman. Lin Xian was speechless. God. If this woman were to pick a fight with a man, it would be impossible to guard against her. Big sister. Spare me. I won't talk anymore, okay? Lin Xian made a gesture of locking his mouth and then quietly lay down behind the bed. Was the beast was the beast 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 was the beast beast. Beast 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 was a beast 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 beast. There were too many warriors there. Even if something like this had happened, the warriors still needed to improve their strength. They still had to go out and level up. Speaking of which, where are we going? After a few minutes, Lin Xian finally couldn't take it anymore and stopped talking. What a joke. Being in such a small space with two beauties of this level, as long as it was a normal man, he would take the initiative to speak. Unless you had no interest in them at all. Didn't you say you wouldn't talk? Didn't you say you wouldn't talk to me outside? Lin Xian said to Ling Ying. Ling Ying was speechless. Fine. She was used to it. She was like that. She forgot the pain after the scar healed. But Lin Xian was too infuriating. Did I say that? I didn't. Ling Ying said proudly. Fine, remember what you said now. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Maybe this was why Ling Ying was so cute. Ling Ying panicked. Lin Xian wouldn't want to. My period is coming. My period is coming. I really hope you can always be here. To be honest, Han Chushue was quite envious of the relationship between Lin Xian and Ling Ying. Arguing with each other all the time, wasn't that a sign of a good relationship? What about her? She was actually very envious of Ling Ying's personality because it was really easy to get close to others. She couldn't have such a personality even if she wanted to. In the past, she would never have such a thought. It was just that it had just appeared. Most of the time, all she could do was listen and watch Lin Xian and Ling Ying bicker with each other. She would just stand there and watch. She wanted to join them, but she didn't know where to start. I also don't know where to go. Ling Ying will lead the way. Han Chuxue said quietly at this time. Ling Ying hugged his chest and said angrily, to the 10,000 spider cave. Hearing Ling Ying's words, Han Chuxue frowned. How do we get there? Obviously, she knew where it was, but Lin Xian was dumbfounded. 10,000 spider cave. He had never heard of it. It should be related to spiders. Was it a spider-type monster beast? To be honest, he hated this kind of monster beast. It was too disgusting and scary when enlarged. He really didn't know why girls weren't afraid. Ling Ying looked ahead and said, because the Spider Emperor in the 10,000 Spiders cave has fallen recently, the dragons are without a leader. Recently, many martial artists have rushed to the 10,000 Spiders cave. I heard that there might be no less than 30 forces there tonight. Without the Spider Emperor, the 10,000 Spider cave is not that dangerous. On the contrary, some of the good things there will attract countless cultivators. Han Chuxue asked, how did they know that the Spider Emperor had fallen? To be precise, they found the Spider Emperor's corpse outside. It seems to have died of old age, so they dared to go in. Moreover, their safety should be guaranteed. The 10,000 Spider Cave is basically in the dark. In the dark, my dark attribute is most effective. If it doesn't work, I still have Lin Xian's spatial power. Hey, don't count on me. If there's danger, I only care about myself. I'll escape alone. Ling Ying's lips curled up. Fine. You can escape alone. Did she not know Lin Xian well? Although he wasn't a saint, he at least maintained a human heart. He also knew that with one less human cultivator, there would be one less force to fight against the monsters in the future. Even if it was for himself and the place he lived, he would still choose to do this. Of course, knowing and not knowing were two different things. He had saved 40 Sky Martial Court students because they were his classmates. If it was a group of people he did not know, he would not have saved them without a special reason. Speaking of which, if the two of you are in the same realm, who's stronger? Lin Xian asked curiously. These two girls must have fought many times. If it's night, I'm confident that I can beat her. However, if it's day, I can't beat her. Ling Ying said. Not even with the dark attributes evolution. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Do you think Han Chuxue's reputation is only known because of her beauty? In terms of cold energy, even Qin Shaotian can't compare to my Chuxue. No, my Chuxue. Please understand, Lin Xian said. Chapter 320. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Han Chuxue's face turned slightly red. She chose to remain silent as if she didn't hear anything. Ling Ying was unhappy. Fuck. It's fine if you're secretly flirting with Han Chuxue. But you're definitely unhappy in front of her. Luckily, she was in a good mood. This was because Lin Xian had helped her advance her dark element. She didn't ask where Lin Xian got this thing. Maybe it was from Linglong Shui. If it was Linglong Shui, with her terrifying advancement in the great virtual realm, the world that she could see was too vast. The things that she could possess were things that they had never seen before, or even heard of before. This was also normal. Then, wasn't the relationship between Lin Xian and Linglong Shui too good? Even a powerhouse like Linglong Shui would come to see Lin Xian's performance. Please get lost. Ling Ying said silently. Little Chuxue, tell me, are you from my family? Lin Xian laughed. Han Chushue said faintly, "We're almost at the 10,000 spider cave." Obviously, she didn't know how to answer Lin Xian's question and chose to avoid it. The 10,000 spider cave was also called the 10,000 spider poison cave. Once you're poisoned, use this serum directly. It'll make us immune to all the poison from the poisonous spiders in the 10,000 spider cave for about an hour. Ling Ying threw a syringe to Lin Xian and Han Chushue each. "Give us a few more and we won't have to worry about being poisoned, right?" Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. "Wow, you're so smart." Lin Xian, of course, he could tell that Ling Ying was dissing him. Han Chushue said, "Normally, the second time the serum is used, the effect will be minimal. It might even lose its anti-poison effect unless you wait for a long time. But even so, the anti-poison effect will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the 10,000 spider cave isn't just dangerous with the terrifying poison. There are all kinds of terrifying poisonous spiders. If you're not careful, your entire body will be pierced. The poison will spread from the wound and even corrode the internal organs of the body. It's very painful before you die." Ling Ying added. "If it's so dangerous, why are there so many people going to the 10,000 spider cave? And why are we going there?" Lin Xian asked curiously. There were plenty of places to farm monsters. The entire demonic beast territory was filled with them, and they just so happened to be coming to this place. The 10,000 spider cave is like deep cold valley. Because there are treasures that attract martial artists here. "What?" Ling Ying said, "As far as I know, the 10,000 spider cave is the largest demonic beast territory in a radius of dozens of kilometers. It has a sophisticated organization, rules, and is led by the Spider Emperor. It has collected a lot of treasures, and it might even have been left behind by martial artists when they were alive. Most importantly, there is a kind of spiritual treasure in the 10,000 spider cave." "What kind of spiritual treasure?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "It's a kind of poisonous grass." "No, to be precise, it's a poisonous spiritual herb." "Have you heard of the Poison Master?" Lin Xian shook his head. "The famous Poison Master. 30 years ago, when countless cities had yet to fall, he once again accidentally swallowed a poisonous grass called the Abyss Yama spirit. But for some special reason, he didn't die from the poison. From then on, he mastered the power of hundreds of poisons and was almost invincible in the same realm." "Lin Xian, you're saying that the Abyss Yama spirit poisonous grass is in the 10,000 spider cave?" Lin Xian asked. "That's right. 3 months ago, 12 martial artists entered the 10,000 spider cave. The strongest among them was even at the Thunder Tribulation stage. In the end, only 2 of them survived. The others all died at the hands of the Spider Emperor. The 2 of them obtained an Abyss Yama spirit, but unfortunately, they couldn't withstand the poison and died after consuming half of it." Lin Xian, the news about the 10,000 spider cave was also spread by them. Lin Xian asked, "Logically speaking, since they know that the Abyss Yama spirit is in there, why didn't those martial artists enter?" "Because they didn't dare. To be precise, they didn't dare to consume the Abyss Yama spirit. They were already martial artists, so they didn't want to risk their lives to obtain this kind of poison. Moreover, to be honest, having this kind of poison isn't necessarily a good thing. But still, many people want it. Because they aren't strong, they want to use this simple method to become stronger, even if it's very dangerous." Lin Xian suddenly understood. It was also because of this that so many people were willing to take the risk. Because he knew that 2 people were poisoned to death, the Honorable Poison Master issued a statement saying that anyone who wanted to obtain this kind of poison like him could bring the Abyss Yama spirit to him. He would help them obtain the poison and survive. He was also willing to nurture them. They wanted to bring the poison lineage to greater heights. That's why so many people formed groups to go to the 10,000 spider cave. Ling Ying continued. Then you also want to obtain this kind of power? Lin Xian asked in surprise. How should I put it? If they can survive, no one wouldn't want it. Poison is actually the same as ice. It's a special attribute power, but it's even more special. Ice is a mutation of water, and it might even be born with it. But poison doesn't die. If you master poison, you might even surpass the dark attribute because it's very terrifying. There are definitely many attributes in this world that people aren't familiar with that can be discovered. They won't be born with it. Poison is just one of them. Damn it, when you master the poison attribute, I won't even touch you. Lin Xian said in disdain. Ling Ying, if you dare to touch me, I'll kill you. Lin Xian, then Ling Ying said faintly, if you master the poison attribute, you won't be surrounded by poison. Instead, it will be mixed with other attributes. It will only be released when you release your spiritual power. And it's very, very strong. It's even more deadly than the thunder attribute. I won't allow it. If Ling Ying obtained the poison attribute, he would have a grudge when he thought about doing it in the future. This girl was full of poison, who would want to touch her? You're too conservative. Ling Ying said helplessly. Search for the Honorable Poison Master on your phone. There will be a video of him becoming famous. You can express your opinion after watching it. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment and then looked at the video. The video was very simple. A middle-aged man was surrounded by more than 20 people. As for his realm, it wasn't clear. Those 20 people didn't even get close to him before they all fell to the ground. This is a video of him when he was in the Thunder Tribulation realm. Those 20 or so people were from the evil fiend hole. This video was taken by a friend of the Poison Master. Their goal was very simple. They wanted to use this opportunity to let the world know the power of the poison attribute. They did it. As for the 20 or so members of the Evil Fiend Hall, it has been confirmed that 5 of them were stronger than the Poison Master at that time. After Lin Xian watched it, it really did break his understanding. Speaking of which, will my skin become as disgusting as a toad's? Ling Ying, no, you're thinking too much. It's just an attribute. Just put it in the same category as other attributes. Why do you have such a big prejudice against the poison attribute? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, in the TV series, those people who obtained the poison technique were all ugly and disgusting. Chapter 321. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying really laughed out loud. Big brother, that's a TV show, do you understand? Sigh, children who are poisoned by TV shows. Ling Ying sighed secretly. Lin Xian, all right. He was indeed poisoned by the appearance of those who practiced poison in TV shows. In the video, the Poison Master's appearance was no different from an ordinary person. There wasn't even any poisonous gas. He just fell down inexplicably. Of course, the grass beside him withered instantly and died. Moreover, the reason why the Poison Master is so famous is because he obtained an attribute even rarer than space and time. Although it's not as powerful as the other two, there are definitely fewer people who have it. This is also why the poison attribute is so strong. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He was also curious. Silently, without any signs of being released, the person fell down. It was indeed very strong. Moreover, it was extremely rare. What about this attribute? I also want to try and see if I can get this attribute. Lin Xian said. Chushua, look, this is a man. Men are all like this. It's like looking at a beauty. If a beauty is ugly, he won't like her. Once she's a beauty like you, he'll say he likes her. Ha! Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. That's not what I meant. I just thought that the poison attribute would make me extremely ugly, and others wouldn't dare to approach me. So, if you don't understand something, please don't express your opinion. Thank you, Lin Xian. Lin Xian, he swore that when he returned home, he would definitely make this girl cry and apologize. Little Chushue, if you were given a choice, would you also want to get the poison attribute? Han Chushue nodded almost without hesitation. If I can double my strength, why wouldn't I do it? Not to mention the poison attribute, even if a martial artist obtained the weakest attribute, it would still be a great boost to their strength. For example, Ling Ying might be powerful if she only had the wind attribute, but if she added the darkness attribute, then she would be even more powerful. It's strange, Lin Xian said. Why? Han Chushue asked curiously. She didn't talk that much, but she knew a lot when it came to Lin Xian. Normally, she would be too lazy to ask anything because she wasn't curious. However, she was curious about Lin Xian's words. Maybe it was because he cared. Think about it, it makes sense for a cold goddess like you to use the ice element, but you chose to use poison instead. It doesn't match your temperament. Lin Xian said. Han Chushue didn't know what to say. You're crazy. Ling Ying muttered. Just you wait. Lin Xian said fiercely. Ling Ying, God summoning technique, great aunt. The car continued to move, and Lin Xian found a chance to look at the sword skill he got from Han Chushue, Extreme Thunder Sky Flash. Grade, Earth Rank 8 Star Cost, 1000 Thunder Attribute Sword Skill. A martial skill modified from a powerful formation. After being released, a thunder sword formation will be formed on the spot. Effect: when the sword formation is released, a sword formation will be formed on the spot. When the sword formation is released, a sword formation will be formed on the spot. When the sword formation is released, a sword formation will be formed on the spot within a 20-meter radius. When the sword formation is formed, a sword formation will be formed every second within a 20-meter radius. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This Extreme Thunder Sky Flash was actually a sword skill similar to a formation. It was actually very simple. It formed a thunder sword formation on the spot, and the moment the sword formation was formed, a burst of power would explode and cause damage. The damage was the same as the 5 Thunder Celestial phenomenon, but it was stronger in some aspects because after the sword formation was formed, it could last for 20 seconds. Every second, there would be lightning damage of the same level. In other words, people trapped in the sword formation wouldn't be able to survive. This extreme lightning heaven flash break was a powerful martial technique. But the spiritual energy cost was a little high. But it was normal. Lin Xian was now getting more and more skills, and their grades were getting higher and higher. Under normal circumstances, he would be happy, and of course, he was happy. But now he was facing a very awkward situation. His spiritual energy value was not enough. Releasing the 5 Thunder Celestial phenomenon was still okay, but releasing the Extreme Thunder Sky Flash directly consumed 1/3 of his spiritual energy value. What was even more exaggerated was that the most powerful Myriad Bait Heavenly Prison was directly empty. Excuse me, is there any way to increase our spiritual energy value? Lin Xian asked curiously. What's yours now? Ling Ying asked. Around 3,000. 9 stars Arcane Body Realm, 3,000. That's already far higher than ordinary martial artists. Ling Ying said with slight surprise. Hi. Of course. Spiritual energy value and spiritual energy value are closely related, which means that your spiritual energy value is quite strong. Lin Xian released his eye of spiritual insight. Ling Ying was already at 2 stars arcane body realm, and her spiritual energy value was 4,500. This was acceptable. After all, there was a big gap between them. Han Chuxue was at 9 stars arcane body realm, and her spiritual energy value was 2,910. Although it was slightly lower than his, it was still higher than ordinary people. Then how do I increase it? It's difficult. Find a spiritual treasure that can increase one's spiritual energy value and absorb it or refine it. In other words, the spiritual energy value is determined from birth, according to the strength of the martial artist's spiritual energy value. Ling Ying said. Is that the only way? Also, there are some cultivation techniques that can increase one's spiritual energy value. Remember, it's a cultivation technique and not a martial technique. Martial techniques can't be increased, and there are no such martial techniques. However, those cultivation techniques are usually equivalent to support. They can increase one's basic attributes, but they don't have any combat ability. However, I don't know where to find them. Ling Ying said with a shrug of her shoulders. She had been with Lin Xian for a long time, and she had even gotten used to Lin Xian's many small movements. She was also very familiar with this shrug of her shoulders. After saying that, she peeled a lollipop and put it in her mouth. Lin Xian muttered to himself for a moment. In other words, it was basically the same as saying that there was no other way. No, when the time came, he would have to ask Ling Longshui if she had such a treasure. It was really unbearable to have such a low spiritual energy value. In the past, Lin Xian couldn't feel it, but as each and every one of his martial techniques became more powerful, he could feel it. Next to them, 2 cars sped past them. They seemed to be from a certain mercenary group, and their destination was naturally the 10,000 Spider Cave. They went to the 10,000 Spider Cave to level up. For Han Chuxue, they could also level up at the same time. Secondly, they wanted to see if they could obtain the Abyssal Dark Spirit. It was said that there was only one Abyssal Dark Spirit. They obtained it and ate it, but they died. However, who knew if there were more Abyssal Dark Spirits in the deeper parts of the cave? What are you thinking about? Ling Ying asked curiously when she saw Lin Xian in deep thought through the front view mirror. I'm thinking about whether a single Abyssal Dark Spirit can really give a martial artist the poison attribute for life. Isn't it a little too incredible? Chapter 322. Lin Xian's question stumped Ling Ying. It was true that many heaven and earth spirit objects had unimaginable effects, which was normal. But generally speaking, for a plant that could allow a person to obtain the poison attribute for a lifetime, the place where it grew would probably be barren and desolate, with no signs of life at all. Because this was the only way to explain the horror of this poisonous plant. But no, the 2 survivors were only at the high level of mysterious heaven realm. They could even pick the deep hell Yama. This was not normal. The deep hell Yama's spiritual power is not strong. How else can it be explained? Ling Ying asked in surprise. Han Chuxue said, or rather, it's not the deep hell Yama. I suddenly thought of something. The poison element was extremely rare. There were probably less than 100 people on planet Water Blue who had the poison element. They all obtained the poison element for various reasons. The more it was like this, the more poison element experts would want fewer people to obtain the poison element. That way, they would be stronger and more mysterious. Why did the poison master want to develop poison element experts? This is not good for him. At the same time, he has made a lot of enemies. He doesn't want such a situation to happen. It doesn't make sense. Unless he really wants to do something for the continent. He wants these people who want to obtain the poison attribute to die. He doesn't even need to do anything. He wants to help them obtain the poison attribute because the deep hell Yama is too rare and difficult to obtain. So he doesn't need to take responsibility for his words. Lin Xian said. He didn't know why he had inexplicably brought up this point. Hey, aren't you two thinking too fast? Ling Ying said. Let's see. Maybe the deep hell Yama that the poison master obtained is many years old. Its medicinal power is completely different, and the 10,000 spider cave is just a young deep hell Yama. Lin Xian said. Director Jiang, are you sure that the person in the car is Lin Xian? In one of the cars that had just passed them, the driver respectfully asked a middle-aged man in a suit sitting behind him. He was smoking a cigar. It's him. He should also be going to the 10,000 spider cave. He asked the brothers to wait for him there. The man licked his lips. And the famous Ling Ying and Han Chushue of Tianhua City. Once it's done, the two of them will be our brothers' playthings. Zhang's eyes flashed with viciousness. His eldest and second sons were both dead. Jiang Tianhao had been severely injured by Lin Xian. He had gone to seek revenge, but there had been no news of him. He knew that Lin Xian must have done it. However, he had no idea how his eldest son, Jiang Tianyu, had died. He had announced to the public that Jiang Tianyu was a member of the Evil Fiend Hall and had been killed. However, he and Lin Xian were in the same line of work, so Jiang Zun also claimed that Lin Xian was the culprit. On the surface, he was remorseful, meaning that he didn't manage his son well. Since he was a member of the Evil Fiend Temple, he deserved to die. However, he was also a member of the Evil Fiend Temple and even the third in command of the Evil Fiend Temple in Tianhua City. He would definitely avenge his son's death. He had been quiet these days because he wanted to find the right time to kill Lin Xian and avenge his son. The time had come, Deep Cold Valley. However, there was a mysterious woman by his side that time. Based on his experience, this woman was not simple, so he gave up. Because this matter was rarely exposed, it was possible that he and his entire Jiang family would be gone. He also knew that there were many pairs of eyes secretly watching the Jiang family, but this time, he had found an opportunity. Han Chushue, Ling Ying is the daughter of Tiandu's Han family and Ling family. He might be afraid of these two families, but this is the demonic beast domain. In the demonic beast domain, whether you are alive or dead won't be discovered. Jiang Zun sneered. This time, he had mobilized no less than 10 experts from the Evil Fiend Temple. It might not be the best idea to make a move halfway. He knew that Lin Xian had the space attribute, but in the 10,000 spider cave, there was only so much space. Lin Xian's strength was not strong. Even if he escaped temporarily, he would still stay in the 10,000 spider cave and catch a turtle in a jar. If worse came to worst, he would leave some people to guard the entrance of the 10,000 spider cave. In short, he had to take out his greatest confidence to avenge his son. He had to succeed in one go. As for the Jiang family, Lin Xian was completely unguarded. This was because Jiang Zun was simply too good. He really didn't show any signs of abnormality. We're here. Park the car here. Han Chushue braked slowly and parked the car in an open space. Then, the three of them walked out of the car one after another. There were no less than 15 cars parked in the vicinity. Of course, their cars were basically the same as the armored vehicles used by the mercenaries. Their defense was quite strong. The car was parked here. As for whether the car would still be there after they came out, or whether it would be destroyed by the demonic beasts, that would depend on fate. Generally speaking, the armored vehicles of the mercenaries didn't have to worry about this because their defense was very strong. However, Han Chushue's sports car might need to be taken care of. The surrounding area was barren. Of course, it wasn't because humans were weeding, but because there was a very weak poisonous gas in the surrounding air. This poisonous gas made it impossible for any life forms to survive in this place. Otherwise, without the interference of humans, the outside would definitely be overgrown with weeds. However, this little bit of poison wasn't too harmful to martial artists. Even ordinary people could withstand it. It was just that they couldn't stay here for too long. This poison wasn't released by any poisonous grass. It was because this was the 10,000 spider cave. The various poisonous spiders here were highly toxic. They had been here for several years. Over time, it was normal for the surrounding area to be poisonous. In front of them, there was a cliff about 100 meters high. This mountain range was quite large. There were many caves under the cliff. These caves were naturally dug by various poisonous spiders because the mountain in front of them was the 10,000 spider cave. No one knew how big it was because there weren't many martial artists who rushed in before, let alone reaching the end. Even the person who obtained the Abyssal Yama spirit had no choice but to run out before reaching the end. This was the territory of the poisonous spiders, their home. One could imagine how dangerous it was inside. However, it seemed that many martial artists had already entered. At least the first part of the journey should be relatively safe. What I know about the 10,000 spider cave is that other than this mountain, it might extend underground. As long as you feel that you are going down, it means that you are going deeper. Ling Ying said to the two of them. So many caves are connected. Lin Xian asked in surprise. Normally, they are connected. However, it's unknown if you go deeper. Let's go in. After that, the three of them walked in. After they walked in, several figures slowly walked out from the shadows behind them and followed them. Chapter 323. Director Jiang, should we make a move? A man asked. No rush. Let's follow them first. We'll make a move when they're far enough in. Otherwise, Lin Xian will be able to exit the 10,000 spiders cave with a casual use of his spatial powers, Jiang Zun said coldly. They had to succeed in this operation. They absolutely could not let their guard down just because their side was stronger and directly attack. Haste makes waste. It didn't matter if it was an hour earlier or later. As a person who wanted revenge, if he was anxious himself, that was the worst thing that could happen. This was the difference between the older generation and the younger generation. Lin Xian and the others were not wary at all. They were mostly wary of the evil fiend shrine. However, they had not met anyone yet, so they had nothing to worry about. After entering the cave, the entire cave gave off a gloomy, dark, and oppressive feeling. It was already night outside, not to mention how dark it was inside. The three of them took out their phones and turned on their flashlights. Ka, a crisp sound came from the cave. Han Chushue and Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian lowered his head silently. Fuck. Don't blame me. It drilled into the bottom of my shoe. Lin Xian raised his foot. Under his foot was the corpse of a black spider the size of a girl's palm. It was bleeding green blood and looked extremely scary. Such a large spider could scare a man to tears, let alone a girl. However, Ling Ying and Han Chushue were very calm. This was also something that Lin Xian admired about them. Han Chushue was not Lin Xian, but Ling Ying had seen spiders several meters long. She was not afraid. This also depended on the person. If it were Yi Yi and Lu Yufan, the spider that Lin Xian killed under his foot would scare them. However, this was also why they were so cute. I heard that spiders are high in protein. Remove the head and fry it until it's golden brown. Why don't we bring some back and barbecue them? Lin Xian teased the two sisters. Disgusting. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian, while Han Chuxue calmly looked around with her flashlight. There's no need to worry about the front. It's all been walked by martial artists. Let's go straight in. Be careful of the small spiders, they are also highly poisonous. The venom of these small spiders could kill an ordinary person within a few hours. However, for cultivators at the mysterious body and mysterious heaven realm, these small spiders couldn't even be considered as demonic beasts. They could only be considered as delicate small animals. The venom of these small animals would at most cause them pain, but it wouldn't be fatal. However, no one wanted to be bitten by these disgusting things. There were many corpses of giant venomous spiders nearby. Some of them were even dripping with green blood. Those were the corpses of the martial artists in front of them. It was a good thing that someone was opening the way for them. Behind him, two people came over with professional flashlights. Hey, the three in front, do you want to travel together? At least we can take care of each other. One of the men yelled. Both of them were from the evil fiend hole. No need. Lin Xian said without any trace of politeness. He kept one thing in mind. Apart from his friends, he shouldn't trust anyone unless it was a special situation. No, sometimes he shouldn't even trust his friends. He was definitely the safest. However, if he needed to travel with many people, it would be a different situation. Right now, he didn't need anyone else. On the contrary, it would be even more dangerous if there were more outsiders. Then we won't disturb you. Then, the two of them walked in front of the three. They naturally hoped that Lin Xian and the other two would agree to travel together. This way, they would be able to know their location at any time. However, if they didn't agree, they wouldn't force them. Instead, it would attract suspicion. Following behind them was naturally inappropriate. They only needed to walk in front and maintain a certain distance at all times. Lin Xian subconsciously released his eye of cave spirit at their backs. What made him experience was that he couldn't see through the cultivation of these two seemingly ordinary men. In other words, these two people were at least at the mysterious Heaven Realm 5-star. Two people at the mysterious Heaven Realm 5-star wanted to travel together with them. Was that possible? Perhaps it was because they didn't know what cultivation realm the three of them were at. It was normal to be more careful in this kind of place. However, this was also not normal. In this kind of place, under normal circumstances, without the Spider Emperor, two mysterious Heaven Realm 5-star cultivators would be enough. Instead, they had to worry about others following them. If they found something good, they would snatch it from them or leak it out. Lin Xian and the other two dared to come here even when Ling Ying was at the mysterious Heaven Realm 2-star. What about them? This was actually not normal. Lin Xian said to them, "Let's take a detour in front. Take the other path." The two girls nodded slightly. This was Lin Xian's suspicion. If they continued forward, wouldn't they be challenging their own intelligence? When the two in front saw that the three behind them had taken a detour, they also frowned. What did you find? Impossible. Perhaps they wanted to take that path from the beginning. Don't worry, this place is connected at least underground. Let's continue forward. Branch leader Jiang will arrange for the others. If we continue to follow, we will be suspicious. They would never have thought that Lin Xian was already suspicious. They would never have thought that Lin Xian would have such a heaven-defying technique like the Eye of Cave Spirit. The Eye of Cave Spirit might not have any offensive abilities, but if Lin Xian was given a choice, he would even be willing to exchange the Heaven-tier martial skill, Myriad Bait's Heavenly Prison, for this martial skill because it was unique in this world. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, they hadn't seen a single demonic beast for half an hour. After 30 minutes of hurrying, they should be quite deep in. There's movement in front. In this kind of environment, even the sound of a needle dropping would produce an echo. As a mysterious body realm cultivator, a mysterious heaven realm cultivator would be able to hear it clearly as long as they concentrated, let alone such a noisy noise in front of them. 2 more people came from behind. Lin Xian had been vigilant and felt that something was wrong. They released the Eye of Cave Spirit. Great, 2 more mysterious Heaven Realm 4-star cultivators. He couldn't detect them. They didn't reveal any flaws and gave the impression that they had heard the noise in front of them. They quickened their pace and overtook Lin Xian's group. Ling Ying, is it normal for many mysterious Heaven Realm 4-star cultivators to appear here? Lin Xian asked. It's normal. Not to mention mysterious Heaven Realm, even Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivators are normal. Basically, most of them are mysterious body realm cultivators, followed by mysterious Heaven Realm cultivators. What's wrong? Nothing, I'm just asking. Lin Xian shook his head. Then, the 3 of them quickened their pace and walked over. There was a lot of light ahead because there were also a lot of people ahead. It was as if all the people from before were gathered here and couldn't move forward. When Lin Xian walked over, he understood why. Chapter 324. There was a huge space in front of them. How should they describe it? The martial artists who entered from all the caves, or from all the branches, would come out from the dozens of caves here. In front of the cave entrance was a stone platform about 5 meters wide and over 100 meters long, surrounding the edge. It was as if the middle of a mountain had been hollowed out. Below them was 30 meters of ground, and 100 meters in front of them were dozens of caves that led further ahead. They were trapped here. More accurately, they were not trapped here, but they did not dare to move forward. Taking a few steps forward would cause them to fall. Below them was a ghastly sight. Densely packed poisonous spiders, some small and some large, seemed to be waiting for them to jump down. What was even more exaggerated was that there were many eggs below, which should be the eggs of these poisonous spiders. It was obvious that if they went down, even if they were not bitten to death by the poisonous spiders, they would most likely be poisoned to death. Over the years, the poison had accumulated to an unknown degree, so walking down from below was definitely the most stupid thing to do. However, there should be some caves below for these poisonous spiders to go out. No, there wasn't. These poisonous spiders directly climbed up the walls. They were also extremely fast. These martial artists continuously beat down these poisonous spiders that climbed up. There was only one way to get to the caves ahead, and that was through the spider silk in front of them. More accurately, it was not just one strand, but many strands of white spider silk that were about a few centimeters thick. There was no need to worry about its toughness, but there were 3 reasons why no one dared to go up. First, the stickiness of the spider silk made it difficult for them to move. Second, the spider silk was highly poisonous. Third, if they were not careful and fell down, their lives would basically be over if their realm was not high enough. Some people had already gone over, but that was because their realms were higher. The group of arcane body realm martial artists who were left behind did not know what to do. A 2-meter-long giant black spider quickly climbed up from below Lin Xian's feet. Level 21, Realm, Arcane Body Realm 1-star, Attribute, None, a type of giant venomous spider that lives in the darkness. It is extremely fast and poisonous, and its entire body is covered in poison. At the same time, it has very strong close combat abilities. Skill: 2 front pincers form a cross, releasing a powerful force. Releases an undetectable infrasound wave, dealing damage to the target and causing the target to become dizzy. This was the Dark Venom Spider's ability. It had 2 skills. As for the Silk Spit ability, it was an instinct. Heavenly Thunder Flash. Lin Xian condensed a ball of Heavenly Thunder Flash and blasted it down. Instant kill. Ding. You have killed the Arcane Body Stage Demonic Beast. Experience plus 1900. Lin Xian was at the 9-star Arcane Body Realm and had an Earth rank martial skill. It would be abnormal if this 1-star Arcane Body Realm wasn't instantly defeated by Lin Xian. So, Lin Xian quickly cast Thunder Flash. Like a cannon, Lin Xian killed all the dark venom spiders that crawled up to him. Lin Xian also received a steady stream of EXP. It feels so good. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Wasn't this brat's martial arts too cool? It was fine if he could cast it from a distance, but why did he keep casting it? Didn't he consume spiritual energy value? And it could even explode. Wouldn't the explosion range be at least 5 meters? Am I an idiot? I could have thrown it down there. Lin Xian suddenly realized something. There were countless spiders down there. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, boom, then, the area below became a lightning explosion zone. Every heavenly thunder flash consumed 100 spiritual energy value. Lin Xian stopped after casting 20 heavenly thunder flashes and slowly recovered. Leveling up felt good, but he couldn't possibly use up all his spiritual energy value, right? Damn! Leveling up with this martial art in this kind of situation is simply too cool. Ling Ying exclaimed in surprise. So envious. He could just stand up there and shoot. It's all right. The main thing is that it consumes very little. Lin Xian smiled. Of course, it was only a small area. The levels of these spiders were too low. Even though there were many of them, Lin Xian needed more than 50,000 experience points to level up. He had to kill dozens of them to level up to 10 stars of the Arcane Body Realm. These dozens of spiders had to be in the Arcane Body Realm. That wasn't a lot, so it was better to kill those with higher realms. Although everyone was shocked, they didn't think much of it. Because to them, what they wanted to do the most now was to go over. They could go over to the Arcane Heaven Realm, but it was also very dangerous. However, if they fell from the Arcane Heaven Realm, it should be fine as long as they had the serum. Come, I'll bring you over. Lin Xian extended his hand to them. How do we go over? Han Chushue and Ling Ying asked at the same time. Lin Xian grinned and walked to Ling Ying's side. Ling Ying looked at him in surprise. Then, Lin Xian directly carried Ling Ying in a princess carry. What are you doing? In front of so many people, especially Han Chushue, Lin Xian was so intimate with her. Ling Ying's face turned red and she subconsciously began to punch him. Whoosh! Then, Lin Xian spread his royal wings and flew over. Ling Ying was stunned. How could she forget about Lin Xian's air transportation spiritual artifact? Lin Xian had shown it in Deep Cold Valley before. Damn it! Then wouldn't he have to take advantage of Han Chushue later? How despicable! When everyone saw Lin Xian open his air transportation spiritual artifact, they were all shocked and full of jealousy. How could he have an air transportation spiritual artifact at such a young age? Many people even had evil thoughts about Lin Xian. This was normal. Especially in the demonic beast territory, where they could do whatever they wanted. Soon, Lin Xian put Ling Ying down and said, I'm going to pick up my little Chushue. After saying that, Lin Xian flew away happily. Ling Ying, how annoying. But there was no other way. As for Lin Xian's space attribute and Ling Ying's darkness attribute, it would be foolish for them to perform a 100-meter-long space jump in this place. This was because it would consume too much spiritual energy. At this time or in the future, if anyone had any ill intentions towards them, they would not have much spiritual energy left to fight. Whoosh! Lin Xian landed in front of Han Chushua and stretched out his hand. Han Chushua blushed. "Brother, bring me along." A man walked over. Yeah, bring us along too." Many people in the surroundings quickly gathered around. "I only want to carry girls, thank you." Then, a young lady walked over shyly. "Little brother, I'm a girl." Lin Xian saw this dinosaur and secretly touched his forehead, then pointed at Han Chushua and said, "Then I'll add, I only carry girls of this level." After saying that, Lin Xian directly carried Han Chushua in a princess carry. Ding! Felt Han Chushua's shyness, scum man value plus 50,000. Ding! Estimated that touching young ladies but is a scum man behavior, scum man value plus 300000. That's right, the Princess Carrie was supposed to hug her back and joints, but Lin Xian purposely hugged her thighs and even reached up. Chapter 325. As for Han Chushua, she didn't even have time to react before Lin Xian carried her in a princess carry. Of course, she definitely reacted after being carried, but her subconscious reaction wasn't to kick Lin Xian away, break his neck, or freeze Lin Xian. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case, but her subconscious reaction was to hug Lin Xian's neck. It was only when Lin Xian flew up that she realized she was hugging Lin Xian's neck. She subconsciously wanted to let go. "Don't let go, I'm afraid I can't carry you." Lin Xian's voice sounded in her ears. Han Chushua, why did she want to hit him? Did he say she was fat? Damn it. She seemed to understand why Ling Ying was always driven crazy by Lin Xian. This guy was a little infuriating. But, more than that, she was shy. Ding. Feeling Han Chushua's shyness, scumbag value plus 50,000. Ding. Han Chushua's favorability towards you plus 5. Lin Xian, he actually forgot to look at Han Chushua's favorability. Then he took a look. 60. What kind of concept was 60 favorable impression points? Lin Xian had been with Ling Ying for so long, but her favorability towards Lin Xian was only 78. Lu Yufan's was around 60. As for how much it was now, he wasn't sure. Miao Xiaomiao's was also close to 60. But they all had a premise. Other than being saved by Lin Xian, they had spent a lot of time together. But what about Han Chushua? Lin Xian had only spent time with her until now. They had only officially met before that and nothing else. But her favorability had also reached 60. This was indeed out of Lin Xian's expectations. He thought that for such a cold girl, even if he saved her, it would be good if she had a favorability of 40. However, Lin Xian underestimated how deeply rooted he was in Han Chushua's heart after so many days. There was a saying that went, losing something is the most precious. Before this was how Lin Xian treated Han Chushua. Losing her was the most precious thing. At one point, Han Chushua's favorability towards Lin Xian had exceeded 70 points. However, when she found out that he didn't lose her favorability towards him, her favorability towards him even decreased. Lin Xian wasn't sure. He hadn't triggered the confession mission at that time, so he didn't know if his favorability had increased or decreased. But it just proved that this sentence was correct. That's right. You don't think that things are important or precious when they exist, but when they're gone, you'll start to miss them for no reason. You'll start to think that they're the most precious things in your life, but you've lost them. The remaining people looked on with envy and jealousy as Lin Xian carried the beauty to the other side. They couldn't understand how he could carry such a beautiful girl, how he could have such a powerful martial skill, and how he could have a flying spirit tool. The members of the Evil Fiend Hall exchanged glances with each other when they saw this scene, and then they leaped up and stepped on the spider web. Even a Mystic Heaven Realm 1-star could pass through the spider web, not to mention that they weren't just a Mystic Heaven Realm 1-star. Whoosh! Lin Xian landed with Han Chuxue. Can you let go? Ling Ying looked at the two of them with extreme displeasure. Lin Xian landed on the ground and still didn't let go of Han Chuxue. Was she really that soft and fragrant? Why? Why did Lin Xian throw her down when he just carried her over? This was indeed a man. He didn't care too much about what he got, but it was different for what he didn't get. You still want to get on my bed? Go play Dan. Han Chuxue realized something and jumped down from Lin Xian's body. She tidied up her skirt and messy hair on her forehead, then pretended to be calm and looked at the caves in front of her. Don't think I didn't see where you put your hand just now. Ling Ying whispered to Lin Xian in a low and unhappy voice. To be honest, it's more perky than yours. Lin Xian said. Bang! Ouch! Lin Xian was kicked down by Ling Ying. A second later, Lin Xian opened his imperial wings and flew up again. Can you be more gentle? Lin Xian rubbed his chest. Get lost. Lin Xian was of course just joking. He understood Ling Ying, but there was no other way. He was used to joking. It was normal for any guy's girlfriend to have such a reaction after hearing Lin Xian's words and seeing this scene. However, Ling Ying was already good enough. She was only using this method to vent the grievances in her heart. After venting, Lin Xian could still do whatever he wanted. She had really given up too much for Han Chuxue and even Lin Xian, including her dignity as a girl. Of course, Lin Xian understood that as well. That was why he loved Ling Ying so much. To him, the most important women in his life were Dongfang Shui, Lin Ye, and Ling Ying. In this world, there were only Lin Ye and Ling Ying. As for Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, Miao Xiaomiao, Wang Xintong, and the others, how should he put it? They were also important. If anyone wanted to bully them, Lin Xian would stand up for them. He would even do whatever it took, because they were all his reverse scale. He had never thought about ranking his women, but there were definitely people he cared about more in his heart. Perhaps in the future, they would all be the same, but for now, Lin Ye and Ling Ying were definitely the most important. They had given Lin Xian a different side of him. Let's go. Ling Ying grabbed Han Chuxue's hand and walked into the cave angrily. Lin Xian hurriedly followed, but he turned around to look at the people behind him. He knew them. They were the two Mystic Heaven Stage 5 cultivators who had just passed by him. There was nothing strange about them coming here. In fact, they had directly walked into another cave. However, Lin Xian still had a bad feeling about this. Perhaps it was the fault of the two people who had asked if they were going together. But there was no problem with being vigilant. This was the demonic beast domain. Lin Xian even wondered if Qin Shaotian would do anything to him now that he was in the demonic beast domain. Yes, but it wasn't directed at Lin Xian. At this moment, Qin Shaotian was eating with Wang Qianqian in a Western restaurant. It was just the two of them. That night, Qin Shaotian had gotten Wang Qianqian's contact information. Because Wang Qianqian said that she wanted her ice-controlling technique to be as powerful as Qin Shaotian's, Qin Shaotian said that he could teach her. Then, the two of them added each other as friends. Of course, one side had a conspiracy, while the other side had a premeditated plan. Obviously, Qin Shaotian wasn't in a hurry. He only needed to succeed before the Sky Marshal Conference. Spending a few days or even a week to absorb the ice energy of a genius was not a loss for him. The main thing was that this was a special period. He couldn't be exposed, so he had to be more careful than before. Lin Xian was sure that with Qin Shaotian's temperament, he wouldn't make a move after knowing him for only a day or two. That was why he felt more at ease and came to the demonic beast domain with Ling Ying and the others. As for Linya, before coming, Lin Xian had asked Xiao Runing to accompany Linya. Now, they were at home playing games with Yi Yi and Lu Yufan. They were quite happy. Chapter 326. The two girls held hands and walked in front, using their flashlights to observe the situation in the cave. Lin Xian seemed to have been abandoned, bringing up the rear. I say, is there a need for the two of you to hold hands? Are you here for sightseeing? Lin Xian couldn't stand the two girls in front and couldn't help but say. Why do you care? Ling Ying retorted Lin Xian. This was a different girl with a different style. Lu Yufan used to like to rebuke Lin Xian, but ever since she became Lin Xian's girlfriend, she became very obedient. On the other hand, after Ling Ying became Lin Xian's girlfriend, she became even more disobedient. Of course, Lin Xian knew the reason. It was because Ling Ying felt wronged. She only relied on this method to vent the grievances in her heart. Okay, I don't care. Lin Xian smiled. At this time, Han Chushue said, other martial artists have already passed by here, so it might be safe for the time being. However, this place is still connected, so we can't rule out the possibility of other demonic beasts coming here. We still have to be vigilant. Ling Ying glanced at Han Chushue. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were shining with splendor and seriousness. This was the Han Chushue he knew. Lin Xian saw Ling Ying looking at Han Chushue's eyes from the back, which contained deep affection. Fuck. This girl can't really like Han Chushue, right? If Ling Ying knew what Lin Xian was thinking, he would probably give him a kick. However, Lin Xian didn't panic. The harder you kick me today, the louder I'll make you scream in the future. Careful. At this time, Lin Xian suddenly saw a pair of green eyes light up in a dark corner not far away. It wasn't lit up at first, but it suddenly lit up for no reason. It was especially scary. There was no movement at all in the dark corner, and even with their night vision, they couldn't see clearly in this kind of darkness. Because there was no light here. In the outside world, even if it was late at night, even if it was raining heavily, there would still be a little bit of light. With this little bit of light, they could maximize their night vision to the extreme. However, in a place without light, it was a different situation. Whoosh, the green light in the dark rushed towards Han Chushue. Shwa, in the darkness, the light flashed and the figure directly fell to the ground. The giant spider, with its 6 legs, spasms, it was frozen and the next moment. Lin Xian, fuck. Your reaction speeds is very good. Lin Xian leaned over and gave Han Chushue a thumbs up. Han Chushue blushed at Lin Xian's compliment. Lin Xian, SSS, that reaction speed. Even before he finished speaking, the dark venomous spider had already rushed over, and in such a short time, Han Chushue had directly taken out a spiritual weapon to kill it. Hey, girls are here. Even if you want to praise, can't you use better words? Can you not be so vulgar? Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and didn't say anything else. Then, the three of them continued to walk forward. After another 15 minutes, the sound of intense fighting came from ahead. How big is this place? Lin Xian couldn't stand it anymore. They had been here for almost an hour. Although they had been walking slowly, an hour was still a very long distance. But it seemed like there was no end. We're descending, which means we're going deeper. Since we're going deeper, there's no problem. As for why it's so big, it's because this is a place where thousands of venomous spiders have lived for many years. The dark venomous spider race is even the king of this area. It would be strange if it wasn't big, Ling Ying said. Then, they walked forward. In front of them was a relatively large passage, but it lacked branches. In other words, this should be the only passage. There were no less than 10 cultivators in front of them. The lowest cultivation was Mystic Heaven Realm 1 star, and the highest was Mystic Heaven Realm 4 stars. Lin Xian could see that they were fighting with a group of dark venomous spiders. However, these dark venomous spiders were not very strong. They hadn't even seen a Mystic Heaven Realm cultivator yet. The reason why they hadn't met many dark venomous spiders along the way was because of these people. They had killed their way here. Those two figures just happened to be walking over from behind them. They directly walked past Lin Xian and the others and joined the battle at the front. Something's wrong. Lin Xian said. What's wrong? Why aren't they killing the demonic beasts? There are so many arcane body realm dark venomous spiders. If we're lucky tonight, we have a chance of reaching Mystic Heaven Realm. 10 stars arcane body realm is the lowest. Ling Ying said. Something's wrong with those two. Lin Xian said as he pointed at the two people who had joined the battle. Those two, we've seen them several times. It's probably because the various branches have merged into one. It's normal to see them. Han Chushue said. I'm not talking about that. It's that, they're not looking at you. Ah. Lin Xian finally understood what was wrong. They were all men, and they weren't old. They weren't even 30 years old. They blindly acted as if they didn't have any interactions with Lin Xian's group. They didn't even look at them when they passed by. It was precisely this that made Lin Xian feel that something was wrong. As normal men, why wouldn't they look at Ling Ying and Han Chushue? They didn't strike up a conversation, nothing at all. They didn't even look at them when they passed by. This wasn't a normal man's reaction. Of course, there would definitely be people like this, but that was too rare. But this was just a guess. Hey, tell us. Ling Ying elbowed Lin Xian. I'm not sure. Just be careful. Okay. Then, the three of them walked over. This battle was more like a defensive battle. The dozen of them were constantly fighting here, and the dark venom spiders were constantly rushing out from the front. The surrounding dark venom spiders' corpses had already piled up into a small hill. The green blood even splashed onto others with every step they took. Let's compete to see who can kill more. Lin Xian grinned and looked at them. Tisk, Ling Ying made a tisk sound to express his disdain. In the next second, he rushed forward. Lin Xian and Han Chushue looked at each other in confusion. Then, the two of them followed closely. Blink shadow. Whoosh, in an instant, Lin Xian covered 10 meters. Lightning wrapped around his body as he rushed into the swarm of spiders. Damn! Flash! Flash your sister! 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. Boom! In an instant, more than 10 dark venom spiders within 20 meters were instantly killed. Everyone's jaws dropped. Yes, their realms were higher than Lin Xian's, but they didn't have such awesome martial arts techniques. These were all normal martial artists. Even if they were in the Mystic Heaven realm, they might not have Earth-grade martial arts techniques. Because it was too rare. Chapter 327. Lin Xian's move shocked everyone, but most of them were envious and jealous. If they had powerful martial skills, they would be able to do the same. On the other hand, Ling Ying rushed past Lin Xian. Originally, Ling Ying was in front of Lin Xian, but Lin Xian used Blink to appear in front of her. This made Ling Ying unhappy. You want to compete? I can't beat you in bed, but do you think I can't beat you in this kind of group attack? Shwa, the shadows of the surrounding dozens of dark venomous spiders twisted under the light. That's right, they twisted just like that. In the next instant, all of the dark venomous spiders' bodies twisted. Then, they were all killed in an instant. Everyone, dark element. It's really domineering. Lin Xian was speechless. This was not a martial skill, but a dark element ability. It was similar to spatial explosion and spatial compression. It was very domineering. First, it twisted the shadows of the target, then the target's body would be twisted along with the shadows, then torn apart and killed. It was the complete opposite. Han Chuxue did not seem to admit defeat. Her past self had returned in this kind of situation. She passed by Ling Ying and rushed further away. After passing by many dark venom spiders, Lin Xian thought that she was going to go even further. In the next instant, the area that Han Chuxue had passed by froze. In the blink of an eye, the area of dozens of meters was frozen. Then, Han Chuxue stopped and waved her spiritual artifact. Ka, all of the ice crystals shattered, and all of the dark venomous spiders turned into pieces. Even their blood was frozen and could not flow out. The three of them made one move each, and the area in front of them was cleared. The group of mysterious Heaven Realm experts behind them were stunned. Damn! This was the difference. No, this was not the difference in strength, but the difference in martial skills, or the difference in attributes. Most of them were of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes. There were not many of them with the fire attribute. Their realms were high, but they did not have powerful martial skills, nor did they have the ability to kill groups. This was also the difference. I'm little Ling Ying. Look at how good little Chuxue is killing monsters. What about you? How bloody? Lin Xian said as he walked past Ling Ying. Ling Ying secretly clenched her fists. She really wanted to silently stretch out her leg and trip Lin Xian when he passed by. The people behind him quickly caught up. They were also very concerned about the appearance of Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Some people knew them, so they didn't come up to talk to them. They knew it was useless, so they could only watch them from afar. And some people really came over to strike up a conversation. This is the reaction of a normal man. Lin Xian glanced at those who didn't approach them. Even if they were conversing, they were more or less sneaking glances at the two girls. As for the two mysterious Heaven Realm experts in the corner, they were also watching, but when they saw Lin Xian looking over, they moved their gazes away at the same time. This might be normal, but when the others saw Lin Xian looking at them, they would not look away. This meant that those two people were indeed abnormal. Perhaps they didn't even realize that it was precisely because they didn't want to have any interaction with Lin Xian and the others and didn't want to reveal any flaws, that became their flaw. Let's go. Ling Ying grabbed Lin Xian's hand and walked forward. He was really annoyed to death by these guys trying to hit on him. Then, the three of them opened up a path in front. After turning a corner, in front of them, including the walls and even the ceiling, were filled with dark venomous spiders. Their levels weren't high, and there weren't even 5 stars arcane body realm. This was normal. They could kill them in an instant. Chuxue, take care of them. The people behind followed and subconsciously wanted to fight. Ling Ying said to Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue stabbed her sword into the ground in front of her. Then, she abruptly spun around, and a terrifying power burst out. Her long dress and beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Lin Xian subconsciously used his arm to block in front of him. In front of him, a powerful cold energy surged forward like a gust of wind. The entire cave, which was over 10 meters wide and 5 to 6 meters tall, quickly turned into a tunnel of ice and snow. This Han Chushue was only 9 stars arcane body realm. Oh. The strength, range, and speed of this cold energy were truly terrifying. No wonder Ling Ying had said that in terms of cold energy, Qin Shaotian was only fit to carry Han Chushue's shoes. Lin Xian wasn't sure how Han Chushue's control of cold energy was compared to Xiao Runing's, but she was definitely extremely strong. Lin Xian also had the ice attribute, but he felt that compared to Han Chushue, he was just a smelly little brother. This was the true power of frost. The people behind were dumbfounded. This kind of cold energy, this kind of range, even mysterious heaven realm cultivators like them didn't dare to take it head-on. There were even some people who felt that this was the demonic beast territory and coveted them. But now, they were all gone. They weren't sure of Han Chushue's cultivation, but they could feel that this was the power of a 9 stars arcane body realm cultivator. But even so, those 1 and 2 stars arcane body realm cultivators didn't have the courage to fight. This martial technique is at least 7 stars earth realm. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. More or less. Han Chushue said and then walked forward. At the same time, a wave of energy slowly rose from her delicate body. 10 stars arcane body realm. Wow! Lin Xian was very envious. But he wasn't far from 10 stars arcane body realm. This was the benefit of martial techniques and attributes. It was a very direct example. The speed at which one leveled up was different. How could a metal attribute and lightning attribute compare to the leveling speed? The metal attribute increased one's strength and physical defense, and it didn't even have to release energy. But what about the lightning attribute? There was a powerful martial technique that could easily release a big move with a range of tens of meters. It was the same for the ice attribute, and the wind attribute wasn't bad either. That was why this world was indeed unfair. It was destined from birth. Although Han Chushue had stolen so many demonic beasts, no one had any complaints. Their goal here wasn't to level up. Leveling up was just a side benefit. They were all here for the Dark Abyss Devil Spirit. With Han Chushue and the others clearing out the dark venomous spiders so efficiently, they saved a lot of effort. As for experience, they didn't care. Preserving their spiritual power and strength was the most important thing when the time came to fight for the Dark Abyss Devil Spirit. As for Lin Xian and the others, leveling up was the most important thing, and the Dark Abyss Devil Spirit was to be brought along. After walking for about 5 minutes or so, the number of demonic beasts rapidly decreased. For some reason, Lin Xian and the others felt like there was a dividing line. At the same time, several branches appeared in front of them. Let's go. Lin Xian quickened his pace and rushed directly into one of the tunnels. The few people from the Evil Fiend Shrine who were following behind them chased after them, but they were no longer there. Division Leader Jiang, we lost them. One of them hid in a corner and whispered softly. What's the rush? We're already underground. We're not sure if there are any branches here. Chapter 328. What he didn't know was that when he spoke, there was no one beside him other than his partner. In fact, Ling Ying was right beside him. On the way, Lin Xian told Ling Ying and the others about the news. Because of this, Lin Xian deliberately quickened his pace. The 3 of them walked at the front. It seemed like they had left, but in reality, Lin Xian had asked Ling Ying to use the dark element to secretly approach him and see how he would react. Ling Ying's beautiful eyes lit up after hearing his words. Although Lin Xian wasn't usually very reliable, in this situation, he was too reliable. He was so meticulous that Ling Ying felt that he was much better than a girl. She left silently. They didn't even know that their conversation had been overheard. How was it? Lin Xian and Han Chuxue were waiting in the cave ahead. When they saw Ling Ying appear beside them, Lin Xian asked. You were right. They did follow us all the way here. Where did they hear it? Lin Xian asked. I vaguely heard that it was branch leader Jiang, Ling Ying said. Branch leader Jiang. Jiang. Jiang family. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If it was the Jiang family, then Lin Xian was sure. The Jiang family had been too quiet since the beginning. This might be the calm before the storm, but to be honest, if the Jiang family didn't appear soon, Lin Xian would have forgotten about them. Is it the Jiang family from Tianhua City? I remember that you severely injured Jiang Tianhao from the Jiang family. I was there at the time. Ling Ying peeled a lollipop, but it was snatched away by Lin Xian. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and peeled another one in silence. Not only that. That guy was discharged from the hospital and came to kill me. I killed him. Ling Ying, no wonder the Jiang clan is looking for you. Not only that, but I also killed his brother, Jiang Tianyu. Jiang Tianyu, the one from the evil fiend hole. Lin Xian nodded. It's obvious that the Jiang family is in cahoots with the evil fiend temple. Not only Jiang Tianyu, that Jiang Tianhao might be one as well. Even those people who came today might be evil fiend temple's people. Since you heard that they were contacting branch leader Jiang, then it must be someone from the Jiang family. So basically, the Jiang family is involved with the evil divine palace, but there is no evidence. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Big brother, you still want evidence. Now that we're trapped here, we might die. Ling Ying really couldn't understand Lin Xian's brain. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before replying. This time, the weakest among them are at least 4 stars of the profound heaven realm. How do you know? Ling Ying asked in surprise. Didn't you all notice the power released by those few people during the battle just now? Lin Xian made up a story. He couldn't possibly tell them that he had the eye of spiritual insight, right? He could tell them, but this ability was too inconceivable. Lin Xian didn't know how to explain it to them, so he didn't bother to tell them. Alright, then what should we do? I might be able to fight 2 or 3 of them, but if there are too many of them, or if there are stronger ones, then there's nothing I can do. Ling Ying was at 2 stars of the arcane body realm, and she was confident that she could fight 2 or 3 5 stars of the arcane body realm. However, Lin Xian and Han Chuxue were both at the arcane body realm. Even a 10 stars arcane body realm martial artist would find it difficult to fight against a profound heaven realm martial artist. Ling Ying knew that Lin Xian could do it, but she also knew how serious Lin Xian's injuries were last time. Han Chuxue could do it too, but one was her limit. After all, this was the difference of a large realm. But we're all geniuses. Lin Xian grinned. You're really shameless, saying that you're a genius. Ling Ying rolled her eyes. Hee hee. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, the evil fiend temple is actually just like that. They only give people a terrifying impression because of their fame, but in reality, most of them aren't much different from ordinary martial artists. As long as Chuxue and I reach the profound heaven realm, with our attributes and many high-grade martial skills, it won't be a problem to fight a few of them. Even if we can't beat them, our dark and spatial attributes can still temporarily run away, but we can't directly leave the 10,000 spider cave. The most important thing was that Lin Xian didn't say that he had a trump card in his hands. It was also his confidence. Profound Heaven Realm. You think it's water. Chuxue just reached the 10 stars arcane body realm and can advance to the Profound Heaven Realm. Without the experience of 20 Profound Heaven Realm demonic beasts, she won't be able to advance. Even if there are many demonic beasts here, with the two of you together, 40 Profound Heaven Realm demonic beasts, you won't be able to handle it, big brother. Ling Ying secretly touched his forehead. Lin Xian's words were indeed correct. They were confident that they could fight and win against opponents of the same realm that were several levels higher. But they had to be in the same realm. Lin Xian's lips curled up, then he looked at Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue saw Lin Xian's gaze and subconsciously took a step back. She didn't know why she took a step back, but she felt that it wasn't safe. Chuxue, call me big brother, and I'll let you advance to the Profound Heaven Realm now. Han Chuxue and Ling Ying were stunned. Don't talk nonsense. There are two options now, either we continue to go deeper until they can't find us, or we find a chance to return, but I think the cave entrance should already be guarded by their people. Ling Ying definitely didn't believe that Lin Xian could let Han Chuxue advance to the Profound Heaven Realm. There's a third option, Chuxue and I will both advance to the Profound Heaven Realm. Ling Ying frowned slightly. But she also felt that such an impossible thing was possible for Lin Xian. Before this, she didn't think that there was any medicine in the world that could raise a cultivator's attribute purity by so much. She didn't even believe that there were pills in Xianxue novels. But didn't cultivators have to rely on killing demonic beasts to raise their cultivation? But she also felt that Lin Xian wasn't joking, because the current situation wasn't suitable for joking. To be honest, she was very curious. Chuxue, why don't you call out? Ling Ying said to Han Chuxue with a smile. Han Chuxue's face turned red, but no one could see it in this dark environment. The light had already been extinguished, because it would attract the attention of others. I won't. How could a girl like Han Chuxue know how to call out? You can call out. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Ying also nodded, although she was unhappy. She wanted to see if Lin Xian was telling the truth. Then. Alright, but I don't have any other meaning. Han Chuxue hesitated for a few seconds before saying softly. Understood, understood, understood. Lin Xian didn't need any other meaning, he just felt that it would be super satisfying to make a girl like Han Chuxue call out. Good. Good. Good brother. Han Chuxue called out hesitantly. Ding. Detected little sister's shyness, scum value plus 50,000. Ding. Han Chuxue's favorability towards you +1. Lin Xian expressed that he really couldn't understand this girl's thoughts and couldn't guess them. Could her favorability increase just because she was shy? Then wouldn't her favorability explode if he entered? Chapter 329. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian angrily. Really? This guy is too infuriating. In the past, she would never explode because of a man's words, nor would she have any special emotions because of someone else's words or actions. However, ever since she met Lin Xian, she realized that she had met her nemesis. Are you giving it to me or not? Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Please treat me better, thank you. Lin Xian said. Ling Ying, then Lin Xian said, ask me when you're about to break through. I'm not giving it to you now. You must be thinking of other big sisters. You must give it to other big sisters. Ling Ying said faintly. Yeah. Ling Ying, aw. I feel like beating someone up. Lin Xian then said, now, let's continue forward. I need to break through to the arcane body realm 10 stars and then use the heaven star fruit to break through to the arcane heaven realm. That way, with the 3 of us in the arcane heaven realm, we should have no problem fighting 6 or 7 arcane heaven realm 5 stars. How much more do you need? Lin Xian said, soon, half of the experience. The hardest realm to break through was that realm. The experience required was many times more than the previous realm. However, it just so happened that the starry fruit could allow Lin Xian to directly skip this level. This was their final gamble. Right now, Lin Xian didn't know how many people were surrounding them and how strong they were. However, the weakest of them was around the arcane heaven realm 5 stars. This was bad news. Arcane heaven realm 5 stars, but they couldn't all be arcane heaven realm 5 stars. They could only think of the worst. There were even stronger ones. Even stronger, Lin Xian had the Heaven's Wrath Needle. But they hoped that there wouldn't be too many. As for whether or not he could escape, it was very difficult. This place was already very far away from the outside world. If they went back, they wouldn't know if they would meet people from the evil divine palace or the Jiang family. Instead, they would be discovered by them. The enemy was in the dark, and they were in the light. Even if Lin Xian had the spatial attribute, he couldn't have done such a long-distance spatial jump. Therefore, the best choice now was for them to hide in the dark, improve themselves, and let the enemy jump into their trap. As long as there was no suppression of a large realm, even if there was a gap of 4 or 5 stars, with their abilities, they could definitely make up for it. Go! Then, the 3 of them quickly walked into the depths. Not many people had come in, but there were already people in front of them. Therefore, there weren't many demonic beasts left. The area in front of them was like a node. As for how high they were from the ground, it wasn't clear. However, one thing was for sure. They must be slowly moving underground. In front of him, there was a corpse emitting a foul stench. It was not because it was rotten, but because it had just died. But because of the poison, the corpse had already begun to rot. It was enough to show how strong the poison was. Those who came here must be at the mysterious heaven realm. For a mysterious heaven realm expert to die here, it's very dangerous. Han Chushua looked around vigilantly. In this place, they naturally had to bring light. Because it was too dangerous. What's going on? There's more than one corpse. As they continued to move forward, they discovered that one corpse after another appeared before them. At a distance of about 500 meters, they discovered no less than 5 corpses. If one mysterious heaven realm expert died here, it might be because of carelessness. But if there were 5, then it was definitely a disaster. Lin Xian released the Eye of Cave Spirit. The Eye of Cave Spirit allowed Lin Xian to discover all kinds of barriers, hidden mechanisms, secret doors, and even the direction of heaven and earth spiritual energy. When the Eye of Cave Spirit was released, Lin Xian was surprised to find that there was actually heaven and earth spiritual energy pouring into the cave. No, to be precise, there was something even deeper releasing heaven and earth spiritual energy pouring out. This was good news. In other words, there was some kind of heaven and earth spiritual energy in the depths of the 10,000 spider cave. As for what it was, no one knew. Or perhaps it was the Abyss Yama spirit. Lin Xian did not discover anything else, but after activating the Eye of Cave Spirit, Lin Xian could see everything around him without any pressure, even if there was no light. It was as if he was wearing a night detector. Lin Xian felt that there was a need to activate the Eye of Cave Spirit, especially after seeing the 5 mysterious heaven realm corpses. After advancing for a period of time, several more caves appeared. The surroundings were filled with huge spider webs. If they were careless and stuck to the webs, they might need a long time to get off. This was not the main problem. The main problem was that the spider webs were highly poisonous. Ling Ying glanced at the two and said, "Inject the serum. The poisonous gas in the air here has reached a level where it can harm us." "Okay." Then, they took out the serum. "I feel dizzy. I can't do it." Lin Xian watched the two women inject themselves with the serum without any hesitation. Then, he felt that he was too weak. They had experience and might often inject themselves with certain kinds of injections, but Lin Xian did not. He had taken injections before, but he had never pricked himself. He just felt that he could not do it. If you asked Lin Xian to stab himself in the palm, he would not be afraid. In fact, he would not hesitate because he had done it before. However, this kind of thing that he had never done before might be even less dangerous. He needed the first time. Useless. Ling Ying took the needle from Lin Xian and injected it into him. "Ouch!" Lin Xian cried out. "You did it on purpose." They had only stabbed him a little, but Lin Xian felt that his arm was about to be pierced by Ling Ying. Ling Ying revealed a sly smile. "Yes, on purpose." "Lin Xian, go, go, go." Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Ling Ying. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and scanned the front with his eye of spiritual insight. "Strange, all 5 mysterious heaven realm cultivators are dead. Why haven't we seen a single dark venomous spider yet?" Lin Xian muttered to himself. "It's simple. This proves that other cultivators have already passed by. There are many demonic beast corpses around. But it's obviously very dangerous." Ling Ying said. "Which path should we take?" Ling Ying asked Lin Xian. Although she was stronger than Lin Xian, she was really used to having Lin Xian as her backbone and listening to Lin Xian's orders. Many branches had appeared again. This was good news. The more branches there were, the harder it would be for the evil fiend hall cultivators to find them. They would have to split up and enter 1 or 2 caves. This way, they would not be able to gather in a short period of time. Then, Lin Xian and the others might be able to kill them gradually. Otherwise, it might cause the 3 of them to be surrounded by more than 10 people. In that case, even if they all advanced to the mysterious heaven realm, it would be difficult to fight. This. Lin Xian pointed at the leftmost branch. Because the eye of spiritual insight could see that the denser heaven and earth spiritual energy was being released from there. Chapter 330. They did not ask Lin Xian why, because they did not know that Lin Xian had the eye of cave spirit. They followed him into the leftmost cave. When they walked in, they found a problem. There were no traces of humans in this cave. The ground of the cave was made of stone, but it was covered in soil. Footprints could be seen. Based on their experience, they looked at the ground the moment they entered. After walking for a while, they did not find any footprints, which meant that no one had been here before. Those martial artists from before were all in other caves. As for whether these caves would converge again, it was unknown. But this was not good news, but it was also good news. The good news was that Lin Xian wanted to quickly reach Arcane Body Realm 10 stars and needed demonic beasts to provide experience. No one had been here before, which meant that there were many demonic beasts. But the bad news was that no one had been here before, which meant that it was more dangerous. But to them, it did not matter. The 3 of them continued to go deeper. In the incomparably quiet cave. No matter how small the sound was, it could be heard clearly. When they went deeper, they indeed saw demonic beasts. And there were many of them. These demonic beasts gave Lin Xian the feeling that they did not know that their compatriots were being slaughtered outside. They were still indifferently spinning spider webs, standing upside down on the wall above their heads, or sleeping in a corner. But when they felt the human aura of Lin Xian and the other two, they all woke up. In the darkness, pairs of green eyes suddenly lit up. This situation was quite scary. Lin Xian and the other two held their spirit weapons in their hands, ready to fight at any time. Remember, you are my support. Give me experience. Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay. In the outside world, this kind of situation basically did not exist. Who did not want to grind more levels and gain more experience? Whoosh, Lin Xian rushed over. There were no less than 8 dark venomous spiders in his line of sight. The lowest was Arcane Body Realm 7 stars, and the highest was 9 stars. This was the difference. The ones he had encountered so far were all at the 1-star Arcane Body Realm, and none of them were higher than the 5-star. Han Chushue's slender body released a powerful frost energy towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian only felt his surroundings suddenly turn cold. Then, before the group of dark venom spiders in front of him could even attack, they were all sealed in ice. Han Chushue's frost energy was already terrifying, and now that she was in the Profound Heaven Realm, it was too easy for her to freeze a 9th-star Profound Body Realm cultivator. However, he couldn't figure out how those Profound Heaven Realm cultivators had died there. It was impossible for an Arcane Body Realm Dark Venom Spider to kill it. It had to be a Profound Heaven Realm Dark Venom Spider. All of the dark venomous spiders were sealed in ice. Lin Xian's 1,000 evils transformed into a heavy sword. With his strength as a 9th-star Arcane Body Realm cultivator, he directly sliced through the ice and stabbed into the dark venomous spider's head at the same time. One fatal strike, instant kill. The next few beasts were killed in the same way. This was definitely the easiest time Lin Xian had ever killed a demonic beast of this level. This sword is a little interesting. Ling Ying saw that Lin Xian's sword could actually switch between a light sword and a heavy sword. This was something he had never heard of before. Lin Xian then landed in front of them and grinned at Han Chushue. Little Chushue, let's work together to kill monsters in the future. It's too awesome, it doesn't take any effort at all. Lin Xian said with a smile. Han Chushue paused for a moment. She didn't know how to respond to Lin Xian, so she chose to remain silent. Lin Xian also had the ice attribute, but he couldn't do this. Even if he could, he would have to use an ice attribute martial skill. But what about Han Chushue? What she used wasn't a martial skill, but pure frost energy, just like how Lin Xian used the lightning attribute. It wasn't a martial skill. This was the terrifying aspect of Han Chushue's control over frost energy. Under such circumstances, it naturally consumed spiritual energy, but it was very, very little. Look at how beautiful you are. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Of course it's beautiful. With the frost energy controlling all the demonic beasts, I only need to deal the finishing blow and instantly kill them. This is a comfortable thing for any martial artist. Lin Xian said with a smile. Because I can only do it because I'm in the mysterious heaven realm. But if I meet a martial artist or demonic beast of the same realm, I can only use martial skills to freeze them. Han Chushue explained. That's enough. This was the strength of the ice attribute. How should it be said? Each of the major attributes had a powerful effect that couldn't be replaced. The large area control of the ice attribute was incomparable to any other attribute. Of course, space and time could be compared, but cultivating the frost energy to a certain level and cultivating the space to a certain level were two different concepts. It might take 20 years to master the frost energy, but for space, if you spent 200 years, you might not even be able to master half of it. Lin Xian himself really liked the ice attribute. Although he had the ice attribute, his control of the frost energy was still at the level of a younger brother. It was only when he used martial skills that he was powerful. If he didn't use martial skills, his frost energy would only be able to hit a little stinky brother. However, if he pushed Bing Linghua down, Lin Xian's mastery of the frost and water attributes would reach the level of mastery. He would be even more powerful than Han Chushue now. This was Lin Xian's advantage. He didn't need to spend many years, he didn't need many years of hard work. He only needed to fuck a girl and he could obtain the results of other people's decades of hard work. This was simply too much of a bug. At the same time, if he could get Linglong Shui, his space attribute would also reach the level of mastery. If he could do that, wouldn't he be invincible in the same realm? No, not just in the same realm. He would be invincible even if he was a few realms higher. Little Chushue, how good is your ice attribute control now? Lin Xian asked. Han Chushue thought for a moment and said, about 70%. But the most frightening thing about Chushue is her elemental purity. Her ice elemental purity is over 90% even without any increase. In the future, if she meets an ice elemental world spirit treasure and refines it, the ice elemental purity will be extremely frightening. Ling Ying said enviously. Compared to Han Chushue, she was a lot weaker. Her dark attribute purity was only 70%. However, with Lin Xian's help, it was now 100%. But the wind attribute is a bit weak. Han Chushue said. You also have the wind attribute. Lin Xian opened his mouth. He originally thought that Han Chushue only had the ice attribute. However, after thinking about it, Ling Ying also had dual attributes. It was normal for Han Chushue to have dual attributes as well. Wind and ice, it was also a good combination. For example, releasing ice crystals could increase the speed of the ice crystals with the help of the wind attribute. At the same time, the frost energy could spread faster with the help of the wind attribute. Chapter 331. However, no matter what, Lin Xian and Han Chushue were able to work together like this. It was definitely comfortable. Stop chatting, there's movement. Ling Ying suddenly said. Then, the three of them looked in front of them at the same time. It was a very heavy feeling. Usually, anyone who could give them such a feeling was definitely a powerful character. Mystic Heaven Realm was the least. The flashlight shone in front of them. There was a turn in front of them, and a black shadow was getting bigger and bigger as it walked out from the turn. Just by looking at the shadow, they knew it was the dark venom spider. Soon, the shadow appeared in front of them. Lin Xian released his eye of spirit. Damn it! I can't see its realm. Be careful, this dark venom spider is very strong. Ling Ying said. I can feel it. Lin Xian then quietly walked behind Ling Ying. Ding. Hiding behind a lady when in danger is considered a scumbag behavior. Scumbag value plus 200000. Ling Ying, are you still a man? Ling Ying saw Lin Xian's actions and cursed. I'm a 9 stars mystic body realm. Shouldn't I be hiding behind you two mystic heaven realms? He felt that Lin Xian's words made sense, but why did he feel that he was doing it on purpose? It was so annoying. Let me test it first. Han Chushue said. She held her light sword and turned into a white shadow as she rushed forward. The dark venom spider, which was at least 4 meters long, spat out white poisonous silk from its mouth. There was more than one, and it instantly rushed toward Han Chushue. Whoosh whoosh, Han Chushue's speed was displayed vividly at this moment. Her wind attribute burst out and she easily dodged the spider's silk. Then, she arrived in front of the dark venom spider and slashed with her sword. The white sword shadow followed the light sword and slashed forward at the same time. "Come on. I'll give you a light." Lin Xian shouted from behind and raised his flashlight. Ling-ing, ding, the dark venom spider raised its front pincer. When the two collided, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Han Chuxue used the force of the impact to jump back to her original position. After landing, she staggered 2 steps before stabilizing herself. Mysterious Heaven Stage 5 stars. Han Chuxue then said. "That's good." Bang, bang, bang. The gigantic dark venom spider's speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. It let out an ear-piercing shriek as its black figure charged towards them. Fixed image. Ling-ing also moved. Because there was light, there were shadows. Therefore, Ling-ing could also use shadow fixation. The darkly venomous spider that was charging over suddenly stopped in its tracks. No matter how hard it tried, it was unable to break free from the fate of being immobilized. However, in the next second, the dark venomous spider broke free from the shackles of shadow fixation. If I defeat him and let Lin Xian finish him off, I should be able to advance to 10 stars of the arcane body stage. After saying that, Han Chuxue rushed up. "Hey, look at how considerate he is," Lin Xian said. "I beg you, please stop talking." After saying that, Ling Ying's figure instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the dark venom spider. In the same realm, demonic beasts were harder to deal with. However, that was not necessarily the case. If the opponent was an expert like Ling Ying or Han Chuxue, then the martial artist would be even harder to deal with. Demonic beasts had their own advantages. The strength of Ling Ying's dark attribute was highlighted at this moment. The dark venom spider could not react at all and was directly stabbed in the back. However, it's too hard. It can't be penetrated. After saying that, Ling Ying distanced himself from the beast. This was normal. Demonic beasts had strong physiques. In addition, they were 3 or 4 stars higher than them. It was difficult to injure them normally. However, they did not panic. This was only a temporary test of the waters. They had not used any martial techniques yet. Lin Xian actually felt like he was a gigolo. The 2 girls were helping him fight, and he was the one who finished him off. Heavens! Was this the result of being handsome? Then he hoped that he was more handsome. However, although Lin Xian's realm was not high, he still hoped that he could help them a little. Heavenly Thunder Flash. Boom! A bolt of lightning condensed energy was thrown over. It directly exploded on the dark venom spider's body. "I beg you, don't do anything." Ling Ying let out a helpless voice. Sorry, I'll just stay here and not do anything," Lin Xian said awkwardly. The Heavenly Thunder Flash had a range of 5 meters and almost injured Ling Ying. "Chuxue, do you dare to finish it in 10 seconds? Ling Ying landed beside Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue did not reply. Instead, she replied to him with an action. 10 seconds. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Was this an expert? Facing a demonic beast that was several stars higher than her, she actually wanted to finish it in 10 seconds. Boom! The terrifying shockwave directly penetrated the wall. This was the infrasound released by the dark venom spider. Luckily, it was not released on Lin Xian. Otherwise, if he was hit, his internal organs would have been directly shattered. Seeing this, Lin Xian silently retreated a little more. At this moment, Han Chuxue leaped up, her delicate body actually floating in midair. A terrifying cold energy exploded from her body. This cold energy seemed to even freeze the air. And Ling Ying was attracting the dark venom spider's attention. Countless ice crystals formed around Han Chushua's body. What made Lin Xian's jaw drop was that this cold energy actually froze the thick walls around them to the point that they cracked. This was done purely with cold energy. How cold was that? This was clearly one of Han Chushua's big moves. As for its grade, it was at least 5 stars. Let's go! Han Chushue shouted. Following that, Ling Ying borrowed the power of the dark attribute to disappear from the spot, using the darkness like a ghost to appear beside Lin Xian. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the ice crystals that filled the sky were unimaginably fast. It must have been combined with Han Chushue's wind attribute power, for they all rushed towards the dark venom spider in an instant. Green blood splattered all over the surrounding walls as countless ice crystals pierced through the dark venom spider's body. The dark venom spider was naturally heavily injured, but it was not as serious as imagined because it had blocked all the ice crystals that could cause fatal damage to it. All right, leave it to me. Ling Ying's lips curled. Lin Xian then saw Ling Ying disappear beside him, and she appeared above the dark venom spider. In Lin Xian's vision, it was as if he saw all the darkness around him turn into threads and enter Ling Ying's body. Lin Xian even thought that he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes. No, it was true. The darkness had really entered Ling Ying's body and soared. What kind of move was this? In the next instant, Lin Xian's jaw dropped. Ling Ying was attacking the dark venom spider at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. He could only see the shadows of the black sword, and the dark venom spider's body suddenly pausing from the continuous attacks. This was not the most exaggerated part. The most exaggerated part was the frequency of the attacks. Ling Ying's attack frequency was like light, and he could really see a flash of light piercing through the dark venom spider's body at an unimaginable speed. Chapter 332. Damn! That attack frequency is invincible. Lin Xian exclaimed. Han Chushue landed beside Lin Xian and said softly, the limit of this skill is 30 attacks in a second. It can even kill an opponent who is 7 or 8 levels higher, as long as the opponent isn't of the earth or metal element. 30 attacks in 1 second. Wouldn't this hand speed be enough to break me? Ha! Han Chushue did not understand what Lin Xian meant. It's fine, it's fine. Lin Xian smiled bitterly, feeling a little despicable. A few seconds later, Ling Ying landed in front of Lin Xian. The dark venom spider's 6 limbs, front claws, and everything else protruding out of its body had been cut off. All that was left of the dark venom spider was its dying body. Even if they did not finish it off, the dark venom spider had no chance of survival. Whoosh whoosh, the dark venom spider was still spitting poisonous silk at Lin Xian and the others, as if it was its last bit of stubbornness. No, it was fear. It was so afraid that it attacked subconsciously. It was like a person who had lost his mind and was crazily shooting at his enemies with a submachine gun. Of course, he could not hit them, so he had lost his mind. The poison it spat out was disorderly. It was obvious that it was in despair. Han Chushue swung her sword. The sword chi hit the dark venom spider. The dark venom spider's body slammed into the wall and fell to the ground. It turned into an ice sculpture on the way to the ground. Go finish it off. Ling Ying said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head. Hee, I'm a little embarrassed. With that, he walked over. If you're sorry, then please show a little bit of embarrassment. Ling Ying secretly touched his forehead. Indeed, a shameless person was invincible. Let me think about how to deal with it. Lin Xian muttered. Hey, hurry up and end it. Otherwise, I'm hanging up. Ling Ying shouted. Then, Lin Xian placed Thunderbolt on the icicle. Buzz buzz buzz. Lightning exploded, followed by the smell of charcoal. No, it's the stench. This bastard must have done it on purpose. Ling Ying covered his nose. Some things were super fragrant after being roasted, but some things were super smelly. Obviously, this poisonous spider definitely didn't smell good. Ding, you have leveled up to 10 stars of the arcane body realm. As expected, after killing this beast, Lin Xian had successfully reached the 10 stars of the arcane body realm. Let's go, let's go. I can't hold on any longer. Lin Xian was about to vomit. Why did he have to use lightning to electrocute this thing to death? The smell of burnt meat was unbearable. Didn't they say that everything could be eaten? How could this be eaten? Even if he died, even if he starved to death, he wouldn't eat it. You're sick. He's really sick. Ling Ying said helplessly and quickly left with Han Chuxue. When they arrived, they saw Lin Xian eating the heavenly star fruit. The taste is not bad. Lin Xian praised. Ling Ying was envious. But she wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, Lin Xian had promised to give it to her. She still believed in Lin Xian's words. Although this bastard was usually unreliable. Ding, you have leveled up to the arcane heaven realm. A terrifying power erupted from Lin Xian's body. Arcane heaven realm. Lin Xian suddenly clenched his hands and felt a power that he had never felt before coming from his fingertips. 1 stage was the difference between 10 stars of the arcane body realm and 1 star of the arcane heaven realm. This difference of 1 stage made Lin Xian feel an earth-shattering change. No wonder when he fought with Chu Haohan, who was at the arcane body realm, he only had the strength of 1 stage. The difference of this realm was simply too great. It was tens of times greater than when he advanced from the spirit focus realm to the arcane body realm. It might even be more than that. This feeling is so good. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that with just 1 stage, Lin Xian felt that his strength had increased by several times. Lin Xian hurriedly took a look at his attributes. Name, Lin Xian. Age, 21. Realm, Arcane Heaven Realm. 1 star level, 31 experience points, 0103000. Scumbag value, 31210100. Strength, 106. Vitality, 166. Agility, 155. Spirit, 945. Spiritual energy, 350. The other attributes were considered average, but his spiritual energy was quite high. Lin Xian was quite satisfied. He looked at Han Chuxue's spiritual energy. It was only a little over 800, but his was close to 950. This also caused his spiritual energy to be higher than Han Chuxue's by nearly 1,000. Now, he could release the 1,000 Attractors' heavenly prison. And after releasing it, he would have over 2,000 spiritual energy. Awesome! But that was not necessarily the case. The 1,000 Attractors' heavenly prison required at least 3,000 spiritual energy. The bigger and stronger the prison, the more spiritual energy it would consume. How's the power of the arcane heaven realm? Ling Ying asked with a smile. Awesome! I feel like I'm flying. Lin Xian laughed. It was really awesome. He had experienced the power of the Grand Dominion realm before. That feeling was even more exaggerated, but this feeling was more realistic, and he liked it more. However, the fucking arcane heaven realm already required 100,000 experience points to level up. That was ridiculous. But at the same time, arcane heaven realm monsters also brought a lot of experience points. So relatively speaking, it was nothing. As long as he continued to kill higher level monsters, the experience points would naturally be higher. Hurry up and move forward. I feel that the gloom spider's carcass might attract some people or even monsters. Ling Ying said to Lin Xian. They're already here. Han Chushua looked ahead. A group of gloom spiders rushed out. Lin Xian glanced around. Most of them were at the arcane body realm, but there were a few at the arcane heaven realm. Let me. I want to test the power of the arcane heaven realm. Lin Xian said eagerly. Then go ahead. Be careful, these gloom spiders are very sharp. Even if you're at the arcane heaven realm, you might be pierced through by them. Ling Ying warned. After all, there were too many gloom spiders in front. Do you need my help? Han Chushua asked. No need. I'll do it. Lin Xian's lips curled. He was really looking forward to the power of the arcane heaven realm. Whoosh, Lin Xian rushed forward. If anyone saw him, they would think that he was crazy. Wasn't this too dangerous? 1,000 lightning strike. Lin Xian's 1,000 evil saber was wrapped in lightning. He rushed forward and swung it continuously, as if he was cutting tofu. With the arcane heaven realm and the doubled strength, he could cut through iron like it was mud. Whoosh, he slashed out with the 1,000 lightning strike, and the terrifying lightning sword aura whistled through the air, clearing everything in front of him. Extreme lightning sky flash. Lin Xian rushed into the group of monsters again and swung his saber, surrounded by lightning. The moment the extreme lightning sky flash was formed, dozens of lightning sword shadows fell from the sky. The terrifying power tore the gloom spiders apart, and at the same time, formed a lightning sword formation. All the gloom spiders were electrocuted to death. Chapter 333. To be honest, the two girls were very surprised. Where did Lin Xian get so many Earth Tier martial skills? Han Chushua asked Ling Ying in surprise. She counted the martial skills that Lin Xian had used, and it seemed that they were all Earth Tier martial skills. Ordinary martial artists would be burning incense to have an Earth Tier martial skill. 90% of martial artists had the limit of a profound tier martial skill, and they did not have the ability to obtain an Earth Tier martial skill. Because of their own uniqueness, it was normal for them to have several Earth Tier martial skills, but Lin Xian, according to Han Chushua's understanding of Lin Xian, his family was very ordinary. At most, they were a little rich, but Earth Tier martial skills were not something that could be obtained with money. But every martial skill that Lin Xian displayed was at least Earth Tier. Who could withstand this? This made Han Chushua especially curious. I don't know either. Ling Ying said helplessly. Not only did he have Earth Tier martial skills, but Lin Xian had too many things that made her feel incredulous. Sky Star Fruit, attribute increasing potions, and when Lin Xian used some method to kill a Thunder Tribulation Realm beast in the demonic beast domain, all of these were heaven-defying. She also did not know where Lin Xian came from. She felt that Lin Xian was too mysterious. Could it be that Lin Xian knew Linglong Shui at that time? It did not seem like it. She felt that when Lin Xian and Linglong Shui met in Deep Cold Valley, their relationship was very tense. Now that their relationship was good, it proved that Lin Xian knew how to pick up girls, but it was not good before, so it was even more impossible for him to get so many rare treasures from Linglong Shui. Ling Ying asked before, but Lin Xian did not tell her, so she did not ask anymore. Who did not have a secret? But she was definitely curious. For example, Lin Xian had many Earth Tier martial skills. Just based on what she saw, Lin Xian had 4 Thunder attribute Earth Tier martial skills. Lin Xian came to their side, then let out a sigh of relief and grinned. Am I? Ling Ying, Han Chushua, scram. What a vulgar person. Alright, then let me rephrase my question. Am I awesome? The two girls. Was that a sword technique? Ling Ying couldn't be bothered to argue with Lin Xian about this topic. The move Lin Xian had just released was quite powerful. Not only did it explode with an extremely powerful force the moment it was released, but it could also last for a long time after it was released, making it impossible for any life form to survive. Ling Ying wasn't afraid because her attributes were countered. If he was trapped, he could just use his dark attribute to escape from her range. However, she felt that if she couldn't escape, if she was trapped inside, it would be difficult for her to survive. She was also quite envious. The lightning attribute was indeed powerful. However, the dark attribute was even more powerful. And it was also very powerful. It's a sword technique. To be precise, it uses sword techniques to form a sword array. It needs some time to release it, but it's very powerful. Lin Xian said. The main reason he released it was to see how powerful this heavenly lightning flash was. He was very satisfied with the answer. As of now, he basically didn't lack any martial arts techniques. He had all kinds of offensive martial arts techniques, but what he lacked was a life-saving martial arts technique. However, at the same time, he needed to have the corresponding attributes. He had a life-saving technique, the spatial attribute. However, Lin Xian still wanted various other attributes. Every attribute he obtained was simply too much for Lin Xian to improve. It was an increase of several times. Of course, just having attributes wasn't enough. He also needed attribute proficiency. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that much stronger. He could only release the corresponding power to achieve the effect of the corresponding attribute. However, that was enough. Lin Xian didn't have that much time to increase every attribute to a certain level. Fortunately, he had the scumbag system. Completing the mission would allow him to increase his attribute proficiency. I can feel it. If I'm trapped inside, I probably won't be able to survive. Han Chuxue said faintly. Lin Xian smiled. That's not necessarily the case. Firstly, it's not easy to trap martial artists with the wind attribute. Secondly, it's still possible to kill ordinary martial artists and demonic beasts. I don't believe that you guys can't fight back after being trapped inside. Lin Xian was also speaking the truth. Unless it was a heaven-grade martial arts technique, it could kill martial artists of their level. If it wasn't, it would be very difficult under normal circumstances. Han Chuxue then nodded slightly. She wanted to show that Lin Xian's martial arts technique was very powerful. It was indeed powerful. Both of them had advanced to Mysterious Heaven Realm 1 star. That was enough. Lin Xian felt that what he had gained so far today was already more than enough. Wasn't reaching the Mysterious Heaven Realm enough? It was completely enough. Even if they went back now, it wouldn't matter. However, the current situation wasn't good for the three of them. They needed to run out or kill their way out. That was obviously stupid. They needed to kill them one by one. We'll go our own way, and they'll chase after them. Whether we live or die, it'll be up to fate. Lin Xian said. All right. Then, the three of them continued to move forward. In fact, there weren't that many demonic beasts in this place. These demonic beasts were more refined. Basically, all of them were at the Mysterious Heaven Realm. However, there weren't many of them. It was as if these Mysterious Heaven Realm demonic beasts had their own small territories. After reaching the Mysterious Heaven Realm, they didn't care about the experience given by the Mysterious Heaven Realm 1-star demonic beasts, unless it was a large amount of experience. With Lin Xian's lightning attribute, an earth-grade martial arts technique could instantly kill opponents of the same realm. It could even seriously injure opponents 2 stars higher than him. This was the strength of Earth-grade martial arts and the lightning attribute. However, the prerequisite was that it had to hit. However, once it was hit by Lin Xian, it would be fatal. We should be in a very deep area now. This should be close to the distance where the people who obtained the Deep Abyss Yama spirit went. However, logically speaking, there shouldn't be enough oxygen in such a deep place. On the contrary, I feel that the deeper we go, the more oxygen there is compared to the previous area. Do you guys feel the same? As they walked, Ling Ying looked at Han Chuxue and Lin Xian and asked. The two of them nodded. This was also what Lin Xian was very curious about. Oxygen was released by plants through photosynthesis. The deeper they went, the thinner the oxygen from the whole. Could it be that there was some plant that could produce oxygen? But there was no sun. However, this couldn't be said accurately because there were too many things that people in this world didn't understand. If you haven't seen it before, you can't say that it doesn't exist. The three of them were relatively slow because no one had been here before. They didn't know where the danger was, so the people behind them could catch up to them faster. Soon, the three of them heard a soft sound coming from behind. It was soft because it was far away, but someone was already behind them. As for who it was very important. Chapter 334. Lin Xian scratched his head and looked at Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Let's continue forward and wait for them to come. Lin Xian's group was definitely not as fast as the others because they were at the front. They had to move slowly and carefully while clearing out the demonic beasts. However, the people behind them were different. After clearing out the demonic beasts, they knew that there were people in front of them. They knew that the danger was basically gone and they just had to keep moving forward. This should be the path that they took. Behind them, the two people stopped and scanned the surroundings. There's water, and the dark venomous spiders were all killed by lightning. They were of the ice attribute and had a large range of lightning attribute. However, the ones behind them were all killed by swords. However, there are signs of ice turning into water. It should be them. Should we inform branch leader Jiang and the others? The other man asked. Don't worry. We're in the dark now. Even if we meet them, we won't be in danger. Let's wait until we really meet them. After that, the two of them continued to move forward quickly. At this moment, Lin Xian's group of three had just killed a mysterious Heaven Realm 7-star dark venomous spider together. It took a lot of effort. In the end, it was killed by Ling Ying. She also successfully advanced to mysterious Heaven Realm 3-star. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at Ling Ying. This won't do. By the time they come, our spiritual energy will have been exhausted by these demonic beasts. There weren't many dark venomous spiders, but their cultivation was very high. Normally, this was good news. They could rest and recover their spiritual energy and treat it as leveling up. However, if there were people chasing after them, that would not be good news. They're here. Ling Ying suddenly said. Lin Xian threw a medicinal pill to each of them. This was the spiritual energy recovery pill that Lin Xian had cheated Ling Longshui. It could recover a large amount of spiritual energy. After giving 2 to Ling Ying, Lin Xian still had 5 left. However, he had no choice but to use it now. I'll consume it first to recover my spiritual energy value. Lin Xian still had more than 1,000 spiritual energy value left. When he took the pill, his spiritual energy value increased by 300. Lin Xian, fuck. This spirit recovery pill is so overbearing. Lin Xian exclaimed. If he could use it endlessly, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of spiritual energy value. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. The three of them recovered their spiritual energy value and continued to move forward. At this time, they entered a relatively large space. The moment they stepped in, they felt a strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, the air was filled with a dense poison. The effect of the serum is about to wear off. We can rely on our strength and the residual effects of the serum to resist the poison. However, if we get bitten by the dark venom spider, we'll be in danger. Ling Ying said with a frown. This place, why is the poison in the air suddenly so much stronger? Han Chushua glanced around. Is that the abyssal Yama spirit? Lin Xian suddenly saw a green plant in the corner. This should be the first plant they saw after going deep inside. The two women looked in the direction Lin Xian's flashlight was shining. It's the abyssal Yama spirit. Ling Ying showed a surprised expression. This abyssal Yama spirit was actually nothing special. It was about 50 centimeters tall and covered in green vegetation. A main root extended from it, and leaves that looked like clover grew on top of it. This wasn't anything special, but if there was anything special about it, it would be the black light that lingered around the abyss Yama spirit. What is this light? To be precise, it's poison. The abyssal Yama spirit's poison is in place. When it's not touched, this black power will constantly linger, releasing a strong poison at the same time. Once touched, the poison will be divided into two parts. One part will attack the person who touches it, while the other part will really pour into the abyssal Yama spirit. The abyssal Yama spirit you see now is actually not its true appearance. Then Ling Ying walked over. Be careful. Ling Ying shook his head and said, it's okay. This abyssal Yama spirit is probably only in its infancy. I'm afraid that the two people at that time had only consumed the infancy abyssal Yama spirit. They didn't obtain the poison attribute without withstanding the poison. I'm afraid that you really need a particularly strong abyssal Yama spirit to obtain the poison attribute. Of course, the premise is that you don't die. After saying that, Ling Ying stretched out his hand towards the abyssal Yama spirit. Lin Xian was frightened. Of course, Ling Ying's hand was wrapped with her spiritual power to isolate the poison. Then, Lin Xian saw that part of the black poison gas surrounding the abyssal Yama spirit directly rushed up to Ling Ying's arm, and the other part poured into the veins of the leaves. When the poison poured into the veins of the leaves, Lin Xian was surprised to see the changes in the abyssal Yama spirit. The green vegetation turned into a particularly strange black-purple color in an instant. Even the veins on the leaves looked like blood flowing inside. If this was the abyssal Yama spirit, Lin Xian would definitely believe it. With this appearance, even a fool would know what level of spiritual grasp this was. Wait. Lin Xian frowned. If he didn't know about the abyssal Yama spirit before, it was understandable because this was the first time he had heard of it. However, when Lin Xian saw the appearance of the abyssal Yama spirit, the sacred imperial physician technique in his memory recorded it. In the sacred imperial physician technique, there was such a poisonous grass. It was green and poisonous. Lin Xian was also aware of this, but he didn't think much about it at that time. The following description said that when the poison entered the veins of the leaves, it would appear purplish-black with red veins. The veins were like blood-red blood vessels. It was an extremely precious and terrifying poisonous grass. However, in the sacred imperial physician technique, this poisonous grass was not called abyssal Yama spirit. In other words, the sacred imperial physician technique was something from Earth. It was very likely. Because the name of this grass on planet Aqua Blue was abyssal Yama spirit, but it wasn't in the sacred imperial physician technique. It could only be from another world. However, whether the scumbag system came from Earth or another plane, Lin Xian didn't know. He wasn't sure if it was a product of Earth. If Lin Xian wasn't sure if the poison attribute was because of the abyssal Yama spirit, he knew now. It was indeed a abyssal Yama spirit. According to the sacred imperial physician technique, the abyssal Yama spirit was a spiritual object of heaven and earth. It could even develop intelligence from such a poisonous grass and gradually transform into a human form. It was a spiritual object of this level. Of course, this required an extremely harsh environment. It required an extremely strong spiritual power of heaven and earth and time to be possible. However, this was enough to show how terrifying the abyssal Yama spirit was. A young abyssal Yama spirit was very weak. It was considered a child when it was about 60 centimeters tall. However, it was still independent and ordinary martial artists would die if they touched it. A abyssal Yama spirit of more than 60 centimeters to 1 meter tall was a terrifying nightmare. Its poison was unimaginable. At the same time, taking and refining a abyssal Yama spirit of this level could give one the ability to release poison. Chapter 335. This poison was naturally one of the methods to obtain the poison attribute. Lin Xian was also certain that it was this dark Yama spirit. However, according to the records of the imperial sacred art, there were two conditions to refine a dark Yama spirit of this level. First, luck. The poison of the dark Yama spirit was very special. It was strong, but it was perfectly compatible with a person's physique. In other words, if a person had that kind of physique, they could refine the dark Yama spirit without any pressure. Of course, the prerequisite was that their realm was high enough. Otherwise, they would explode and die. And this physique was not a special physique. It was just that the human body's genes were special. But so far, no one knew what kind of special it was. The general meaning was that people with type A blood could do it, but those with type A blood could not. That was the general meaning. But that was not the real meaning. In short, it would not be the same kind of special physique as Linya. It was not to that extent. The poison master was probably very lucky to have a physique that was more compatible with the dark Yama spirit because it was rumored that when he obtained the poison attribute, his realm was not high. Second, it was purely based on one's own ability to refine it. If one's realm was not high enough, there was almost no chance of survival. But there were people who were willing to take risks for the sake of strength, so there was no other way. Ling Ying let go of his hand and then suddenly waved it, directly shaking off the poison. This dark Yama spirit is in its infancy. Even if it is refined, it will not be able to obtain the poison. In fact, the poison attribute obtained in this way was very different from the other attributes. The biggest difference was there was no martial skill. That's right, there was no martial skill of any lower grade. Unless you could create your own poison attribute martial skill. If there was no martial skill, the poison attribute was actually not strong in a certain aspect. It was more of an invisible killing effect. But it was enough. However, under Lin Xian's cave spirit eye, this dark Yama spirit had indeed released a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy, but there was even more dense heaven and earth spiritual energy in the depths. In other words, there was a heaven and earth spiritual treasure that was even stronger and more precious than this dark Yama spirit. As for whether it was an even more powerful dark Yama spirit, that was unknown. They're here. Ling Ying's ears twitched slightly, and then she said. The three of them looked in the direction they had come from. Then, two figures walked over. When the two of them entered, they naturally looked at Lin Xian and the others. When Lin Xian saw that it was still the same two people, he laughed in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that they had already confirmed that these two people were members of the evil divine palace, it wouldn't have been easy for them to make a move, because they didn't know if they were ordinary warriors or people from the evil divine palace. However, Ling Ying had secretly heard the conversation between these two people on the phone, so he knew that they were from the evil divine palace. They were here to kill them. However, they didn't know that Lin Xian and the others were aware of this fact. I didn't expect us to be so fated. This isn't the first time we've met in the 10,000 Spider Cave. My name is Chin Su, nice to meet you. When they met this time, they were bound to talk. Lin Xian smiled and shook hands with him. Yes, it's fate. My name is Lin Xian. I know these two. Chen Su looked at Ling Ying and the others, then smiled and said, You're quite famous in Tianhua City, Lin Xian. Chen Su suddenly pretended to realize something, then looked at Lin Xian. You can't be the Lin Xian who saved many people in Tianhua City, right? Lin Xian laughed in his heart. This person really knew how to act. Yes. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said. In terms of acting, he wasn't weak either. So it really is you. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. I've long heard of your deeds, and I'm very impressed. Chen Su smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also greeted him with a smile. This is my friend, Enchanting. Lin Xian nodded at him. I didn't expect it to be you guys in front. Then you don't have to worry about the danger. Shall we go together? Lin Xian smiled, then pointed to the abyss Yama in the corner and said, Look at what this is. The two of them looked over. Abyss Yama. Their eyes lit up. Originally, they wanted to quietly inform the others of this news, but their attention was instantly attracted by the abyss Yama. They came here to kill Lin Xian, but who didn't want to become stronger? They also knew that there was an abyss Yama here, and they also knew the powerful effects of the abyss Yama. If they could obtain the poison attribute, wouldn't they be even more invincible? The mission was one of them. There was no one in the world who didn't want to do something that didn't benefit them, and no one would be indifferent when they saw something that was beneficial to them. After all, they were all humans. Yes, it's an abyss Yama. It's a pity that the poison is too strong, and the effect of our serum has just ended. We don't know what kind of poison this abyss Yama is, so we only touched it slightly and didn't dare to touch it again. Lin Xian said. They didn't know how a abyss Yama could obtain the poison attribute. They only thought that it was an abyss Yama. After all, your realms may be relatively low. We are all at the arcane body realm, so we should be able to take this abyss Yama. Chen Su said. Right now, the mission was secondary to them. The main thing was this abyss Yama. Lin Xian said, We don't want this one because there is more abundant heaven and earth spiritual energy ahead. In other words, there is a abyss Yama ahead. When the time comes, I'll ask the two of you to pick it for us. Of course, we are all human warriors. The stronger we are, the more prosperous we can be. After saying that, Chen Su walked towards the abyss Yama. He really didn't have any wariness towards Lin Xian and the other two. Lin Xian smiled in his heart. Chen Su stretched out his hand and used his spirit energy to resist the poison. And Kang's attention was all on Chen Su. They were not in a hurry to make a move against Lin Xian and the others because they didn't have the confidence. They also knew that Lin Xian had the spatial attribute and it would be difficult to kill him. They only needed to follow Lin Xian and the others, spread the news, and wait for everyone to rush over. At this moment, Lin Xian and Ling Ying exchanged glances. Han Chuxue also joined them in exchanging glances. The two in front didn't even have any reaction. The main reason was that they didn't expect them to already know. Moreover, They knew that Lin Xian and the others were very decent warriors, so they weren't worried that they would make a move in the demonic beast domain. Therefore, they were even less wary. Fixed Shadow. Ling Ying's Fixed Shadow and Han Chushue's Cold Energy were released at the same time. The two of them were instantly frozen. Caught off guard, even a mysterious Heaven Realm 5-star would be controlled by them. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. The two of them were shocked at the same time, but it was too late. Lin Xian rushed towards Enchanting, while Han Chushue and Ling Ying rushed towards Chen Su at the same time. Boom! Chapter 336. The terrifying lightning struck Enchanting's body, and his entire body was sent flying away. On the other side, Chen Su's throat was slit by Ling Ying's sword, and Han Chushue's sword pierced through his heart. He didn't even have the chance to resist. Pfft! On the other side, Enchanting spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of lightning and the Earth Stage 8-star 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon still couldn't take his life. After all, it was 4 stars higher. However, now that he was being attacked so steadily, even if he was treated immediately, he probably wouldn't be able to survive. You're trying to murder me. Enchanting raised his hand with difficulty and pointed at the three of them. Lin Xian grinned and walked over, then stepped on his body. A blood-curdling scream was especially terrifying. Murder. Didn't you want to murder us first? The two of you from the evil fiend hole. Enchanting revealed an expression of disbelief. Pain mixed with surprise, but he still didn't want to die. No one wanted to die. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Cough cough, Lin Xian smiled and said, Hey, don't pretend anymore. When your companions were on the phone with branch leader Jiang, we had people by your side. Enchanting's pupils suddenly constricted. Blood flowed from his ears, nose, mouth, and eyes. There was no way he could survive. Don't forget, we have a dark elemental here. Ling Ying said proudly, I also have one. Lin Xian, of course, they knew that Ling Ying had the dark attribute. This wasn't a secret, but they didn't expect that Ling Ying would release the dark attribute to eavesdrop. In other words, did they expose themselves? But he didn't understand. Why did they expose themselves? He knew that even if he was saved, he wouldn't be able to survive. His injuries were too serious. Lin Xian's lightning was too violent. His internal organs had been electrocuted beyond recognition. The only reason he could speak now was because he was a mysterious Heaven Stage 5-star. Why? Why are you suspicious? Enchanting spat out blood and closed his eyes. His eyelids were so tired that he couldn't keep them open. That's because the more you try to hide it, the more you'll expose yourself. You didn't even look at beauties like Han Chushue and Ling Ying when you passed by them a few times, not even once. Is this how a normal man should behave? That's impossible, so you're deliberately not communicating with us, not even making eye contact. Instead, it's your weakness. Lin Xian released his foot. I can't accept this. Tell me, who brought you here? Who was the branch master of the Jiang clan? How many of you are there? How strong are you? Lin Xian bombarded him with questions. Enchanting spat out blood and sneered. He was dead for sure. He might as well be a dead man. If he wasn't dead yet and still had a chance to live, then he would say that he would beg Lin Xian to spare his life. Even if you kill us, it's useless, all of you must die. After Enchanting finished speaking, his body lost all strength and his neck tilted. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Xian's mind. It was very simple to determine if a person was dead or not. That was to listen to the system notification to see if there were any experience points. If there were, then they were dead. Therefore, there was no such thing as playing dead, turtle breathing technique, or feigning death. Because it could be seen in an instant. That was the stupidest thing to do. Dead? Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then he kicked his corpse. Fuck, he's dead. Wah. Why did you kill him? Otherwise, you might have been able to get some information from him. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian with a look of disappointment. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly and said, "How would I know that this guy was so weak? I thought that since he was at the mysterious heaven realm 5 stars and I was at the mysterious heaven realm 1 star, even if I used an earth stage lightning martial skill, I wouldn't be able to injure him to this extent. But to be on the safe side, I had to use a high-level martial skill. Who knew that he would die?" Lin Xian was also shocked by his own strength. Nonsense. He was fixed by me and frozen by Chuxue. Basically, he was defenseless against your strength. If he defended, even if you died, an Earth stage lightning martial skill wouldn't be able to cause any substantial damage to a martial artist 4 stars higher than you. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. How should he put it? He still didn't have enough combat experience. He wasn't sure how much damage he could inflict on a martial artist who was 4 stars higher than him. There was no other way. Lin Xian's combat experience was indeed not enough. Back on Earth, Lin Xian was a piece of trash. Even though he was focused on practicing his sword and training, he basically had no combat experience, let alone fighting someone of a higher level. Now that he was on planet Aqua Blue, Lin Xian had only been able to train for a while and had only started fighting recently. How much combat experience did he have? To be honest, if he didn't come from Earth and didn't have the skills he learned on Earth, Lin Xian would still be a little brother, even with the scumbag system. What should we do now? This Abyss Yama spirit is meaningless, and we don't need to take it away. Should we continue to go in or find a chance to go back? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and asked. I want to go in and take a look. Because Lin Xian's eye of cave spirit saw the rich spiritual energy being released from inside. He really wanted to go in and take a look. And, how should I put it? It's dangerous to go back now. The best thing is to kill them all here. I'm just worried that we don't have enough strength. Ling Ying said. Don't worry. I don't believe that they can send many experts. After all, they probably know our strength. Lin Xian said. That's right, their strength was basically open and transparent. Even if there was a discrepancy, it wouldn't be by much. If they knew their approximate realm, how could they bring a strong existence over? There was no need. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that one heaven's punishment needle was enough. At this moment, Han Chuxue walked over and handed a piece of paper to Lin Xian. This is. It's from his pocket. It seems to be the list of the members this time. There's a list. Lin Xian revealed a surprised expression and then took it from him. 13 people. The person at the top was called Jiang Zun. Jiang Zun might be the branch leader Jiang they were talking about. Jiang Zun, the head of the Jiang family. I know. Ling Ying said. Then it must be him. Lin Xian continued to read. Instead of calling it a list, it was more like a list of tasks. There would be corresponding rewards for the members, and each of them was different. Jiang Zun, Thunder Tribulation Realm 10 stars. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. But it was nothing because if it was done well, the heaven's punishment needle could be solved. The others were all Mystic Heaven Realm 5 stars. No, other than Mystic Heaven Realm 5 stars, there was another person called Chen Wuji under Jiang Zun, Mystic Heaven Realm 10 stars. Chapter 337. Lin Xian frowned. He wasn't sure if this was the name list for this operation. Logically speaking, who would bring a name list for this operation? Weren't they afraid of it being leaked? But who knew what the rules of the Evil Fiend Temple were? What if this was the rule of the Evil Fiend Temple? Originally, Lin Xian thought that it was normal for there to be an especially powerful person, and that was branch leader Jiang. This was indeed within Lin Xian's expectations. Other Mysterious Heaven Realm 5 stars were normal, and there might be Mysterious Heaven Realm 6 stars or 7 stars. It wasn't impossible to beat them. But if it was Mysterious Heaven Realm 10 stars, logically speaking, they couldn't beat them. Mysterious Heaven Realm 10 stars, no matter what, was higher than Ling Ying's 7 stars realm. She could surpass 3 stars, 4 stars, and even 5 stars, but 7 stars was too exaggerated. Not to mention Lin Xian and Han Chuxue, they had just advanced to the Mysterious Heaven Realm. Facing Mysterious Heaven Realm 10 stars, how could they beat them? This wasn't a matter of being awesome or not, but the other party's realm could easily kill them. Although they didn't surpass a big realm, with such a huge gap, how could they beat them unless it was a sneak attack? This Heaven's Punishment Needle was to be left for Jiang Zun. Then what should they do with Mysterious Heaven Realm 10 stars? Fight with their backs to the wall? Bullshit. They might die here if things went wrong. Whether this is the name list for this operation or not, we have to treat it as if it is. In the current situation, if these two experts are really here, we won't be able to get out alive. Then what should we do? I don't want to die. Ling Ying said aggrievedly. Who wants to die? Lin Xian, do you have anything else powerful? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian expectantly. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, but I can only kill one. So it's not enough. Then what should we do? Lin Xian grinned. I have an idea. What? The two girls looked at Lin Xian curiously. Let's enjoy our last moments. I have a few clothes in my spatial ring. I'll spread them on the ground, and the three of us can do it. Ling Ying instantly understood what Lin Xian meant. Get lost. Han Chuxue also understood. Look at all of you. You might not even get to enjoy the feeling of having sex even when you're about to die. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? At least, you should feel what it is, right? It's my first time too. I want to feel it too. Even if I die, it'll be worth it. At least I've felt it. Don't you think so, Chuxue? Han Chuxue turned her head and ignored Lin Xian. Get lost. It was serious. Do you have an idea? Yes. Lin Xian then took out his phone. Help. They seem to have forgotten this. Who? Xiao T.S. She has the most free time. Lin Xian then dialed Ling Longshua's number. The subscriber you have dialed is currently in a call, please try again later. Lin Xian, 2 seconds ago, it was still beeping, beeping, beeping. Then, this sound came. Oh, it seems like the call was hung up, Ling Ying said, trying to hold back his laughter. Lin Xian showed an awkward expression. That's right, this was the sound of the call being hung up. Oh my. She hung up on me. See, this is your woman, Pickled Pepper Phoenix Claw. I just broke my promise once, and she hung up. Besides, I didn't mean to break my promise, Lin Xian said helplessly. You're the one who broke your promise first. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Han Chushue secretly rubbed her forehead. Since when were these two enemies still able to bicker? Lin Xian secretly shook his head. Linglong Shui was definitely the best choice because only she could make it in time. If it was Xiao Runing, she might not make it in time. But this girl didn't pick up the phone. Lin Xian then called again, but it was still hung up. It was as if she was waiting for Lin Xian to call again, and it was instantly hung up. Fuck. Lin Xian then called again, and it was instantly hung up. Did she blacklist you? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian, she can't be, right? Logically speaking, Linglong Shui wasn't familiar with mobile phones, so she shouldn't blacklist him, right? Who knows? Then, Lin Xian tried calling Bing Lingyue's phone. 2 seconds later, it was hung up. Lin Xian was confused. Can you do it? A man can't say no, keep bombarding. At this moment, 2 girls were sitting in a beautiful and exquisite cafe, drinking coffee. Their adaptability was very strong. Linglong, why don't we pick it up? Bing Lingyue saw that her phone was still ringing, so she asked Linglong Shui. I'm not picking it up. Linglong Shui didn't know why, but she was panting with anger. She had promised them that she would take them to the movies tonight, and then told them that she would be going to the Beast territory with 2 other girls. They were also beauties, and she had already promised them, but now she broke her promise. She was very unhappy. In the past, Linglong Shui would not have any emotional fluctuations because of anyone. Of course, other than her younger sister, she would not have any emotional fluctuations, let alone a man bringing them to watch a movie. Perhaps she didn't even know why she was unhappy. What if it's an emergency? After all, it's quite dangerous for them to be outside, Bing Lingyue said. Linglong Shui was moved. Ding dong, then, her phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Lin Xian. Big sister, I'm going to die. Save me. Linglong Shui frowned slightly. She wasn't sure if Lin Xian's message was a lie or not. Then, Linglong Shui's phone rang again. This time, she chose to pick it up. What's the matter? Linglong Shui's cold voice came through. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and said, Xiao Linglong, help. I'm being chased. That's great. Lin Xian, pfft, Ling Ying couldn't help but laugh. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Ling Ying quickly said as she held back her laughter when she saw Lin Xian looking over. Lin Xian glared at Ling Ying and then said to Linglong Shui, help. What can you give this sovereign? Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian, fuck. This girl had learned all the words he liked to say to Linglong Shui. Lin Xian liked to say this when he was trying to cheat Linglong Shui. What do you want? Lin Xian helplessly learned Linglong Shui's words. Wah. So pitiful. The thing you told this sovereign about. Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian, what did Lin Xian and Linglong Shui talk about? It could help her achieve mastery in her spatial attribute, so it had to be an attribute increasing potion. Of course, it wasn't a loss to give her the attribute increasing potion, but Lin Xian couldn't bear to. He was still hoping that he could cheat more things from Linglong Shui with the potion. I thought you didn't believe me. Lin Xian asked. Are you giving it to me or not? If not, I'm hanging up. Lin Xian, fuck. Lin Xian swore that when the time came, he would definitely make Linglong Shui cry and beg for mercy. Fuck. Okay, I'll give it to you, okay? But you have to give me some more pills. Spirit blood pill, spirit recovery pill. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.